Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Her Final Fall by Melinda Woodhall. Narrated by Tanya Eby. Chapter 1. The warm autumn wind pushed Tina Tremaine along the empty sidewalk, blowing strands of honey-blonde hair around her slim shoulders as she made her way down Miami Avenue. The looming silhouette of the Alta Vista Tower cast a deep shadow over the sidewalk as she approached the skyscraper and pushed through the heavy glass doors of the brightly lit lobby. Ignoring the uniformed clerk at the reception desk, Tina strode to the bank of elevators with a growing sense of panic. She jabbed a nervous finger at a big button on the stainless steel panel and waited, shifting her portfolio from hand to hand as the worried voice in her head grew more insistent. Haven't I already been rejected and humiliated enough for one day? Am I really going to go up there and make a total fool of myself? The elevator doors slid open, and Tina stepped inside, knowing it was already too late to back out. Her little deception would be discovered eventually either way, and she still had a chance to save her career, even if she hadn't been able to save her marriage. Pressing the button for the rooftop terrace, she turned to face her reflection in the mirrored panel on the elevator's back wall. Her face appeared strained and pale under the harsh light, and the dark circles under her eyes prompted a rare flash of insecurity. Straightening her back, she refused to give in to the fear. Winners don't give up, especially when they have nothing left to lose. Tina's stomach dropped as the elevator began to rise. She pulled at the hem of her simple black t-shirt and studied her reflection. She'd been tempted to wear something more colorful or even glamorous, but her agent's disapproving voice had played in her head, convincing her to settle for the standard outfit she always ended up wearing to casting calls. A simple black t-shirt and well-cut jeans are always best. Anything else will make you look like an amateur, or like you're trying too hard. Tina assumed the casting director she was about to meet had heard the same advice. Maybe he'd overlook her bait-and-switch attempt if she showed up wearing the right clothes. As the elevator came to a sudden stop, Tina inhaled deeply and arranged her face into a bored pout. Best not to look too eager. She'd have to play it cool and act like an opportunity to land the coveted cover of High Glamour magazine wasn't a big deal. Stepping out of the brightly lit elevator, Tina squinted into the darkness beyond, dismayed to see that the rooftop terrace appeared to be empty. Chairs had been placed upside down on round-topped tables that normally accommodated sizable lunch and dinner crowds, and the lights were out behind the long bar. "Dining area is closed on Sundays." Tina jumped as a deep voice sounded behind her. A security guard stood in the shadow of a potted palm tree. He moved closer and pointed to a row of twinkling lights in the distance. "You can still get to the observation deck over on the east side if you don't mind the breeze." Tina's pout had disappeared, frightened away by the man's sudden appearance. She took in his thick black belt and shiny badge and tried to catch her breath. Her eyes fell on his name tag, and she resisted the temptation to roll her eyes, wondering why anyone would name their poor child Lester. "Actually, I'm meeting someone up here." Pulling her phone from her back pocket, she checked the time. "I guess I am a little bit early." She looked toward the lights ahead, wrapping her thin arms around her body as another gust of wind blew through the light fabric of her t-shirt. The air felt much colder 50 floors up. "You can always wait down in the lobby if you get too chilly." Lester had adopted a protective tone that reminded Tina of her father. When she didn't respond, he shrugged. "Suit yourself, but bad weather's moving in from the east. Wind's only gonna get stronger as the storm gets closer." Dismissing his warning, Tina edged forward, wanting to get to the observation deck before the rep from High Glamour arrived. She needed time to smooth her tangled hair and regain her composure. "Alrighty then, just follow the lights and watch your step." With a curt nod, Lester turned and walked toward the elevator. He thumbed the single button on the stainless steel panel. Then the big doors slid open, and Tina was alone in the blustery night. Bracing herself against the now constant wind, she hurried across slick concrete, wobbling slightly on her 3-inch heels. The expensive designer pumps had been a present she'd given to herself after she'd booked her last big job, and she felt a little better when she glanced down to admire the sleek shoes. When she looked up, the stunning view of the city skyline was just visible over the waist-high ledge of the observation deck. Forgetting her plan to play it cool, Tina gasped in pleasure and rushed forward to lean against the smooth metal of the guardrail. A million lights spread out before her, and she imagined that each one marked a spot where another person lived or worked or stood, just like her, looking out into the big, shining city. An ache started in her chest at the thought that no one was out there waiting for her to come home. She was all alone now. Determined not to cry, she opened her portfolio and scanned her composite card, wondering how long it would take for the rep from High Glamour to notice the difference. She wasn't the model he'd requested to meet, but maybe he wouldn't notice right away. A casting director must see thousands of headshots and composite cards every month, right? So maybe he'll let me slide, or decide he likes me better. The man from High Glamour had called the Tremaine modeling agency earlier that day, asking to make an emergency booking. A model had canceled on him at the last minute, and he needed to find a replacement before the magazine's cover shoot the next day. Overhearing the agency's booking agent on the phone, Tina had known right away that it was a once-in-a-career opportunity. Unfortunately, the man had already reviewed the agency's online portfolio. Tina wasn't the model he'd wanted. The sound of footsteps started her heart pounding. She closed her portfolio and turned toward the approaching figure, realizing with a flush of embarrassment that she didn't remember the man's name. "You must be the casting director with High Glamour," Tina said as the man's tall frame came into view. "Tremaine Modeling sent me over for the go-see prior to tomorrow's cover shoot." Recoiling as a sudden flash of light illuminated the deck, she managed to raise a hand to shield her eyes, just as the man snapped another picture. The flash on his camera emitted a second burst of light, prompting Tina to take an uncertain step backward. "Hold on," she said, trying to keep the anger out of her voice. "This isn't the red carpet, you know. I wasn't ready for a flash." "You should always be ready," the man replied, stepping closer. "After all, you never know what's going to happen next." Tina thought she detected a hostile undertone in his voice. Could he have realized she was an imposter so quickly? Or was she just being paranoid? Studying the man with growing unease, she noticed that his black leather jacket, knit beanie, and dark glasses helped him blend seamlessly into the night. "Right. Well, I'm ready now if you want to take a few more shots." She tried for a casual tone. "But this'll give you a better idea of what I can deliver at a proper shoot." Pulling out her composite card, she held it toward him. The wind plucked it from her hand and sent the paper swirling into the air. Tina lunged forward just as it fluttered over the ledge and vanished into the darkness. Leaning over the rail, she glimpsed the streetlights 600 feet below and gasped. "That sure is a long way to fall." The man was suddenly beside her. His softly spoken words hung in the air as he looked down, then turned to her and frowned. "You don't match the headshot I saw online." The hard set to his jaw made Tina take a step backward. Looking past his solid frame, she surveyed the deserted terrace, wondering how long it would take Lester, the friendly security guard, to make his rounds of the big building. "You are blonde and beautiful," the man continued in a cold voice that raised the hair on the back of her neck. "But you're definitely not the girl I was expecting to meet. You're not Katie." Raising a gloved hand toward her, he lifted her chin with one long finger, then removed his dark glasses, as if he wanted to get a good look. His icy expression caused her voice to tremble as she tried to explain. "Katie wasn't available. She's overbooked, and I'm the same type, so they sent me instead." When he didn't respond, she tried again. "My name's Tina Tremaine. I've done lots of covers. My husband Dex owns the agency," she stammered, feeling her big chance slipping away. "He's a photographer. See? He took all these." Holding up what was left of her portfolio, Tina tried to keep the pages still as the wind picked up speed, but the man wasn't looking at the photos. He was staring over the ledge, as if deep in thought. He's probably wondering how to find another model by tomorrow. The rigid set of his shoulders told her it was pointless to continue. She tried not to think of the awful scene with Dex only hours before, tried not to remember how she'd begged him to stay. "It's no use, Tina. I've made up my mind. There's nothing more to say." The man in front of her now wasn't going to put her on the cover of his magazine any more than Dex was going to suddenly show up and tell her he was ready to try again. She'd lost her husband and her dream job in the space of a few hours. Anything else she said now would just add to her humiliation. Turning to leave, the man's deep voice stopped her. "You can't go." Hope kindled in Tina's heart as she looked around to see him checking his camera with a distracted frown. "We only have a few minutes," he said, looking toward the elevator. "Stay there and give me a pose." Smoothing her hair back as best she could, Tina looked into the camera lens with a sultry pout. She squinted slightly in preparation for the camera flash. "Yes, that's it." His cold voice had transformed into an impatient growl. "Lean back against the rail. Good. Now close your eyes." Tina felt the hard metal rail through her t-shirt and tilted her head back so that her long blonde hair billowed out over the ledge. The gusty air was cold but exhilarating, and she let her body relax, willing the wind to carry her worries away, telling herself she may yet have a chance to clench the cover. Her moment of bliss ended when a strong hand grabbed hold of her arm, causing her eyes to open in surprise. The man stood over her, his eyes gleaming with a frightening intensity. Trapping her other arm in a steel grip, he twisted a plastic cable tie around her wrists with practiced speed, then spun her around to face the darkness beyond the ledge. Tina gazed out at the lights with disbelieving eyes, stunned by the swiftness of his attack. She sucked in a ragged breath before letting out a terrified scream that quickly evaporated into the howling wind that swirled around her. "I'd forgotten how much I like this part." The man's fevered words penetrated Tina's panic, and she looked back to see that a malicious grin had spread across his face. "Don't worry," he grunted out, hefting her up onto the ledge. "After this, you're going to be famous." Staring down at the pavement 50 stories below, Tina strained against his hands, kicking back in desperation. She felt the heel of her shoe connect with the man's body, kicking again and again. She was rewarded by an angry howl, but the iron grip only grew tighter as he shoved her further over the rail. "No!" Her scream ended with an anguished sob as she felt him loosen his hold. Twisting around, she grabbed hold of the rail, clutching at the cold metal with weak hands still bound by the cable ties. A hard shove sent her careening over the ledge, and she shrieked in panic, clinging to the rail. Looking up toward the ledge, she saw the man's face appear, the nasty grin still in place. A flash lit up the sky, and Tina flinched, instinctively turning away from the camera. "Please, help me." But she knew it was pointless to plead for help. The man wanted her to fall. He wouldn't help her. And she was too weak to pull herself up or to even hang onto the rail much longer. The return of the security guard was her only hope. But the man looming over her seemed to have the same idea. He held up the camera in one gloved hand as he squeezed his other hand into a fist and brought it down hard on her trembling fingers. The world slowed down and grew heavy around her as her fingers began their relentless downward slide. The man's face hovered above her in the dark, the light of the camera lighting up his evil grin, then receded quickly as she fell toward the ground in a whooshing, weightless rush. Closing her eyes, she surrendered to the fall. Chapter 2. Veronica Lee looked up from her computer screen and turned tired eyes toward the front door. Frowning at the soft scuffle of footsteps on the porch, she pushed back from her desk and stood up, just as a loud knock reverberated through the quiet room. Crossing to the window, she felt a flutter of hope that Hunter Hadley had decided to stop by to see how her report was coming along. Instead, she saw a white delivery van idling by the curb. A man in a dark brown uniform and matching cap was already jogging back toward his vehicle. A soft whisper of fur against her hand let Veronica know that she wasn't the only one that had been disturbed by the unexpected delivery. Winston gazed up at her with sleepy eyes from his favorite napping spot on the windowsill. "You can see everything from here, can't you, boy?" Veronica ruffled the plush orange fur on the tabby cat's back and rolled her aching shoulders. She'd been working on her latest story all morning and hadn't gotten up to stretch for hours. A break to retrieve the package and refill her water bottle would help her refocus. Brooding over her looming deadline, Veronica crossed to the front door and turned the heavy metal deadbolt that secured the solid wooden door. She peeked through the peephole just to make sure the coast was clear, then pulled the door open. A small brown paper package lay on the welcome mat. Her name and address had been handwritten on the front of the package in large block letters with a black marker. She picked up the package and turned it over to examine it. Winston appeared by her ankles, making a half-hearted attempt to slip out the door into the mid-morning sunshine. "Oh, no, you don't," she murmured, bending to scoop him up just in time. "I've got to get to the station, and I don't know when I'll be back. You better stay in and wait for Ma to get home from school." Carrying the big cat and the package into the kitchen, Veronica set Winston on the floor and examined the brown paper wrapping, noting that a shipping label hadn't been affixed to the lightweight parcel. The sender's name and address also seemed to be missing. Suspecting it might have come from one of the die-hard fans that followed her reports on Channel 10 News, Veronica was tempted to lay it aside and open it later. She'd been preparing a special report on Nick Sargent's indictment and pending trial all weekend, and had already asked to extend her deadline once. If she didn't submit her story by the end of the day, she'd risk the new station manager handing the assignment to someone else. Spencer Nash had joined the Channel 10 team only the month before, and Veronica was determined to prove to him that she was still capable of delivering hard-hitting stories, even after everything she'd been through in the last few months. She hesitated before dropping the package on the counter, recalling the plain white delivery van. No logo on the van and no label on the package? Whoever sent this is too cheap to pay for proper delivery, or they're trying to hide their identity. Curiosity got the better of her. She set the package on the kitchen table and tore off the paper to reveal a simple cardboard box. A silver USB memory stick lay inside. Veronica's green eyes narrowed as she stared at the little device. Whoever had sent her the memory stick obviously had information to share. She couldn't just go back to working on her story. At least, not without finding out what was on the device in front of her first. Hurrying back to her computer with the box in one hand, she hesitated before picking up the USB stick. What if this contained something terrible? Maybe even something illegal. Veronica had gotten lots of fan mail after her last 2 big stories had garnered national attention, and she had also received her share of hate mail and creepy correspondence from would-be suitors. So far, nothing she had received had made her feel seriously threatened, but then most of the mail had been sent to her attention at Channel 10 and not to her home address. The fact that the package had been hand-delivered to her house made Veronica uncomfortable. She knew from recent experience that there were bad people in the world that would go to great lengths to get what they wanted. Using a tissue from the box on her desk, she picked up the memory stick and inserted it into the USB port on her computer. She right-clicked and selected the option to run a virus scan on the USB drive. Winston padded back into the living room as she waited for the results. "Remember what Ma always says, Winston," Veronica called out as the cat jumped onto the windowsill. "You can never be too careful." A message box popped up on the computer screen, assuring Veronica that no viruses had been detected. She double-clicked to open the drive. The memory stick contained a single zipped file named Falling For You. She unzipped the file, extracting a dozen digital images. Opening the first image, she braced herself for whatever might appear. The tall building in the photo was impressive, but Veronica couldn't make out anything particularly interesting or unusual about it. Moving to the next picture, Veronica saw a beautiful young woman in a black t-shirt and jeans. Her honey blonde hair blew around her face as she approached the tall building. The next few pictures followed the same blonde woman out onto the rooftop of the building, capturing her startled expression, as if she'd been taken unaware by the photographer. Disturbed by the voyeuristic vibe of the photos, Veronica hesitated before moving on to the next image, which showed the woman pouting into the camera as if she were posing for a fashion shoot. Veronica began to relax as she viewed the next file. This one was a video clip. In it, the woman's eyes were closed, her head thrown back in pleasure as strong wind whipped her hair out toward the dark night beyond. Clicking on the last file, Veronica's eyes widened in horror as the video played. The young woman had gone over the ledge and was hanging onto the guardrail with both hands. "It has to be a prank. Some kind of horrible trick. But the expression of terror on the woman's face seemed very real, and the anguish in the eyes of the falling woman was too much for Veronica to bear. She spun away from the sight with a tortured moan, knowing that the video wasn't a hoax. Someone wanted me to see that video. Someone wanted me to know that the woman in it fell to a horrible death. But why me? Resisting the urge to wrench the USB drive out of her computer, Veronica forced herself to turn back and open the first image file. The building reappeared on her screen, and she zoomed in until she could make out the words engraved on the sign next to the big glass doors. Alta Vista Tower, she whispered, typing the name of the building into the computer's search engine and waiting for the results to load. Veronica felt sick to her stomach as she read the top headline: Model plunges to her death from the top of Miami's Alta Vista Tower. The news story had been posted that morning and included a glamorous photo of the woman Veronica had seen in the files on the USB drive. The article identified the woman in the photo as 29-year-old Miami resident Tina Tremaine. Veronica's eyes rested on the last line of the article. The Miami Police Department is asking anyone who has information related to the death of Tina Tremaine to contact local authorities. Reaching for her phone, Veronica scrolled through her contacts, looking for a number she hadn't called in several months. Tapping on Nessa Ainsley's name, she held the phone to her ear and prayed that Willow Bay's chief of police would answer. The Channel 10 station was humming with activity when Veronica arrived. Dumping her computer and purse on her desk, she made her way to the glass-walled office Hunter Hadley now shared with Finn Jordan. She was still getting used to the fact that Hunter was no longer the station manager and had taken on a new role as Channel 10's senior investigative reporter covering national news. Hunter looked up with a smile as Veronica entered. His smile faded when he saw that the haunted look was back in her eyes. "What's happened?" Veronica lifted a clear plastic bag. The memory stick was inside. "Someone sent me this," she croaked out, then cleared her throat. "There are pictures and video on this of a woman falling." He stood and moved forward just as Finn Jordan stepped into the room, carrying a brown paper bag and 3 coffee cups in a cardboard carrier. The young man's white Labrador retriever followed close on his heels, sniffing at the bag. "This isn't for you, Gracie." Finn stopped short when he saw Veronica. "Oh, sorry, Ronnie. I didn't know you were coming in, or I would have thrown in one of those blueberry muffins you like." "Don't call me Ronnie," Veronica replied automatically. Her voice strained. "And I can't even think about eating now, not after seeing this." Again, she lifted the plastic bag. This time, Hunter reached out and took it from her, his warm hand gentle against hers. "Okay, let's see what it is." He turned to Finn and nodded for the younger man to put the coffee and bagels on his desk. Veronica bent to pet Gracie's soft fur, trying to block out the image of Tina Tremaine's frightened eyes that had stuck in her head. "This was delivered to Veronica's house," Hunter explained as he leaned over to insert the memory stick in his computer. He paused and looked up at Veronica. "You scanned this for viruses?" She nodded and straightened her shoulders. "Yes, the scan came up clean." A rap on the doorframe made them all look around. Spencer Nash stood in the doorway. A lean build, wavy blonde hair, and clean-shaven jaw helped him look younger than his 40 years. "You got my coffee, Finn?" His forehead furrowed into a frown when he saw Veronica. "I thought you were working from home on the Nick Sargent report. No distractions, remember?" Spencer's reprimand stung, but Veronica swallowed the heated response that rose in her throat. "She's received something unpleasant." Hunter was staring at his screen as he clicked on the file. "Digital images of..." His voice faded as he clicked through the series of photos with Finn and Spencer watching over his shoulder. Veronica closed her eyes when the final video clip began to play. "What the hell?" Finn's cry of outrage caused the crew in the newsroom to look over in surprise. Spencer closed the door and stared down at the last photo, his face turning pale under his spray tan. "That's the model who fell from the Alta Vista Tower in Miami," he said. "It came in on the newswire this morning." Hunter turned to Veronica, his expression tense and his eyes hard. "Who sent this to you?" "I don't know," she admitted. Unable to keep the frustration out of her voice, an unmarked delivery van dropped it off at my house this morning. There was no label, no return name or address. Hunter picked up his phone and scrolled through his contacts.
"What are you doing?"
Finn asked, his eyes still on the screen.
"I'm calling the police. Chief Ainsley needs to see this."
Reaching for Hunter's arm, Veronica shook her head. "Ness is not available. I already tried to call her and she's in a meeting with Mayor Hadley this morning." She met Hunter's eyes, careful to mask her anxiety. She could see he was worried about her, and the mention of his father would only make him more uptight. "I've left a message and I'm sure she'll call back soon." She turned to Spencer. "I'll tell her what happened and find out the latest developments in the Nick Sargent case at the same time."
"There's no way you'll be able to make your deadline now," Spencer said, his voice softening. "I'll push the story to tomorrow. That gives you 24 hours.
Nodding in agreement, Veronica turned back to Hunter, who had ejected the memory stick and dropped it back in the plastic bag. He handed it to her, then began packing up his travel bag.
"Finn and I are going down to Miami," he said, holding her gaze. "We'll find out what's going on with this story and pull together a segment to fill in the open spot in tonight's broadcast."
Veronica flinched at his choice of words. Find out what's going on with this story? Her voice vibrated with emotion. Tina Tremaine suffered a hideous death. I'd say it wasn't just a story to her, or to her family. Gracie whined in reaction to Veronica's obvious distress, and Finn knelt to comfort the big dog. Spencer considered Veronica's flushed face with narrowed eyes, but remained quiet. He'd already made it clear that he thought she was still too traumatized by her recent ordeal with Xavier Grayson to come back to work. He'd implied more than once that she was too emotional to remain objective. Veronica knew her outburst would only reinforce his opinion, but she was too upset to care. "I didn't mean for it to sound like that." Hunter stood in front of her, his dark eyes worried, but his voice calm and reassuring.
"Finn and I will go to Miami and see what else we can find out. You stay here and work on your story. When Nessa calls back, you can give her the memory stick, and she'll decide what to do with it."
Spencer cleared his throat.
We aren't going to turn it over to the police before we copy the files, are we?"
He sounded unsure.
"I mean, we are going to use them in our coverage of the story, right?"
His words sent a chill down Veronica's spine. He couldn't really be thinking of broadcasting Tina Tremaine's horrifying last moments. Could he? She searched Hunter's eyes and was stunned to see that he was actually contemplating the question. Shaking her head in disgust, she clenched the plastic bag in her fist and strode out of Hunter's office. Grabbing her purse and computer off her desk, she fled through the station's front door. She needed to leave before she said something she would regret, and she needed to talk to Nessa Ainsley. Chapter 3. Nessa Ainsley felt her phone buzz in her pocket again, but she kept her focus on the infuriating man sitting across from her. Mayor Hadley had blathered on for over 20 minutes without telling her why he'd called her into a meeting before finally breaking the bad news. She glared at him with narrowed eyes. "So you're telling me the city has negotiated a settlement with Mark Ingram?" Nessa cocked her head and frowned. "What exactly does that mean? That we're going to have to give him some sort of severance payout?" The mayor raised his eyebrows and feigned surprise.
"Not at all, Chief Ainsley. I'm saying that we'll be reinstating Detective Ingram to his former position."
Ignoring the genuine shock that flashed onto Nessa's face, Hadley sat back and continued.
"As I just explained, Judge Eldridge graciously acted as a moderator between Willow Bay's legal counsel and Detective Ingram's lawyer. Luckily, they were able to come to a mutually beneficial agreement."
Nessa's stomach dropped as the reality of what she was hearing started to sink in. From her point of view, there was nothing lucky about it. The detective she had recently dismissed for insubordination and misconduct was to be allowed back on the force. "You're telling me that we have to rehire Ingram so that he won't sue us? Isn't that kind of like blackmail?" Mayor Hadley looked peeved.
"No, it isn't," he said,
folding his hands on the desk and sitting forward.
"It's called negotiation."
"Well, it sounds like bullshit to me." The words spilled from Nessa's mouth before she could stop them. Mayor Hadley's face reddened, and he banged his fist on the desk.
What do you suggest I do? You want me to risk bankrupting this city because you can't manage your department properly?
I suggest you stand up for your chief of police, she shot back, her own fist itching to pound the desk. A soft knock followed her angry words, and Tenley Frost opened the door and slipped inside. "Sorry, I'm late, Mayor Hadley," she called out, taking a seat next to Nessa. "Avery's checkup took longer than I expected." Softening at the mention of Tenley's baby daughter, Nessa turned to the news media relations officer and smiled. Just because Mayor Hadley was a jerk didn't mean she could forget her manners. "How old is your little sweetie now?" "6 months and counting." Tenley's mouth turned up in a smile as she tucked a lock of shiny auburn hair behind her ear. She sounded wistful. "It's all going by so fast. I know the feeling." Nessa thought of how quickly Cole and Cooper had morphed from sweet little babies to big, rowdy boys. Mayor Hadley cleared his throat in annoyance.
"Yes, well, we all have children and responsibilities at home, but right now we also have work to do."
The mayor's glum tone reminded Nessa that Hunter Hadley no longer wanted anything to do with his father. For a split second, she almost felt sorry for the old man. It must hurt like hell to be rejected by your only child. Tenley's voice brought Nessa back to the situation at hand. "Now, Nessa, as you know, the city has agreed to reinstate Mark Ingram to his previous position in the WBPD Major Crimes Unit." "Well, I know now," Nessa snorted, her sympathy for the mayor evaporating. "Mayor Hadley just informed me about the agreement." Tenley shifted uncomfortably in her chair as she spoke. "I'm not sure if Mayor Hadley explained that the agreement also stipulates that the WBPD will make an official statement apologizing for the misunderstanding leading up to Detective Ingram's dismissal. I'm here to help you prepare the statement." Gasping in outrage, Nessa stood and stared down at Tenley, then spun to face the mayor. "You must be out of your mind if you expect me to apologize for firing the man who sat in the Blue Ribbon Diner eating pie instead of responding to my call for backup." Tenley opened her mouth to speak, but Nessa held up a trembling hand to stop her. "The Willow Bay stalker could have killed everyone in that station, Mayor, including your own son. Just imagine the lawsuits the city would have faced if that had happened."
"Calm down, Chief Ainsley." Mayor Hadley adopted a disapproving drawl. "No need to be overly dramatic. I'm sure you and Detective Ingram can patch things up."
Before she could protest further, the phone on the mayor's desk buzzed, and a woman's voice sounded through the intercom. "Sorry to interrupt, Mayor, but Superintendent Chandler is here for your next meeting." The mayor regarded Nessa with a cold stare as he replied,
"Okay, tell him it'll be just a minute. This meeting is over."
Standing and checking his oversized watch, he turned to Tenley.
"You and Nessa work up the statement and email it to me by end of day. I want it posted up on the city's website before Detective Ingram starts back to work tomorrow."
Nessa gasped, as if she'd been punched in the stomach, but the mayor was already heading toward the door. "Tomorrow?" Nessa's voice cracked on the word. "But Ingram won't even have a partner. Not unless we're bringing back Detective Ortiz as well." The comment stopped the mayor halfway across the room. He swung around with an impatient frown.
"No, Ruben Ortiz has already found a position up in Gainesville, so we'll need to hire in someone else to partner with Ingram."
He dropped his eyes as if checking his watch again.
"In fact, I already have someone in mind who would be perfect for the job. A young man from a fine family. His father and I go way back. I'll send you over the details so you can follow up."
Trailing Tenley out of the office, Nessa felt her rage begin to build and boil in her chest. "I may have to live with Ingram on the force, but there's not a snowball's chance in hell I'm going to let Mayor Hadley pick my new detective for me." Nessa was still fuming when she made it back to the police station. She pushed through the front door and forced herself to smile and wave a greeting to the desk sergeant behind the counter.
"Alma's looking for you, Chief," the uniformed officer called out. "She may still be in the bag with Detective Van Zinger."
Making a beeline for Van Zinger and Jankowski's office, Nessa wondered why Willow Bay's senior crime scene technician wanted to see her. Maybe she's found evidence that'll help Riley put away Nick Sargent. While State Prosecutor Riley Odell had managed to indict Nick Sargent on charges of racketeering and extortion, She now had to convince a jury that the former Channel 6 reporter was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Nick had been a popular reporter in the Willow Bay community before his recent arrest, and Nessa knew that most potential jurors would have a hard time reconciling his clean-cut, wholesome image with the sordid crimes he was accused of committing, unless there was some type of hard, physical evidence to connect him. Stopping in the doorway of her former office, she saw that Alma Garcia had settled into a chair across from Tucker Van Zinger. The crime scene technician gazed at the brawny detective with obvious interest. Leaning forward with both elbows on the desk, she looked ready to pounce on her unsuspecting target at any minute.
"Morning, Chief,"
Van Zinger called out as he looked up. "Is this a private meeting?" Nessa laced her southern accent with playful sarcasm. "Or can anyone join in?" Alma sat up straight and threw Nessa a guilty grin. She motioned to the metal folding chair beside her. "Actually, I was waiting for you." Alma's big brown eyes grew serious. "I got an interesting call this morning from the FBI. I thought you and Riley Odell would want to know right away." Van Zinger's face lit up with interest as Nessa frowned in concern. "Okay, you've got my attention, Alma. What did the feds say?" "You want to wait for Riley so she can hear this as well?" Alma asked, letting her eyes slide to Van Zinger with a mischievous gleam. At Alma's mention of the lovely state prosecutor, Van Zinger's face flushed a deep red that matched his crew cut. "Just get on with it, Alma." Nessa wasn't in the mood to play games, not when it came to the feds getting involved in one of her cases, and not after the infuriating news about Mark Ingram's return. "An agent called me first thing this morning," Alma said, unperturbed by Nessa's abrupt tone. "Said that a DNA profile I uploaded to CODIS is a partial match to the DNA found at the scene of a homicide up in D.C. A cold case, I think."
"Whose DNA profile?"
Van Zinger asked the question before Nessa could open her mouth. Pausing for dramatic effect, Alma leaned forward. "Xavier Grayson." She waited for her words to sink in. "Apparently, his DNA profile is a partial match to this D.C. homicide." Nessa registered the information with instant concern. The DNA of the man that had murdered celebrity author Portia Hart only months before was somehow connected to another homicide. The same man that Van Zinger had shot and killed in a desperate attempt to stop the serial killer from taking more innocent lives. "What do you mean by a partial match?" Nessa demanded.
"Who was the homicide victim?"
Van Zinger added. Leaning back in her chair, Alma shrugged. "The agent didn't provide further info, just asked for the contact details of the detective working the case." Alma saw the irritation on Nessa's face and quickly added, "I explained the subject of the DNA profile is dead, and that the case has already been turned over to the state prosecutor." Nessa shook her head, holding back her frustration. "Okay. So how do we contact this special agent? We need to find out exactly what the D.C. homicide has to do with Xavier Grayson." "I can email you the contact details, but you should be getting a call. I gave the agent your number as well as Riley's." Glancing down at her phone, Nessa saw that she did have a new voicemail, but it wasn't from the FBI. Putting the phone to her ear, she heard Veronica Lee's familiar voice. "Chief Ainsley, I need you to check your email as soon as you get this message. I just sent you some images that were delivered to my house this morning. They're from a crime scene." The distress in the reporter's voice was palpable. Whatever she'd received had badly shaken her. The message ended with a soft plea. "Please, Nessa, call me back as soon as you can." Chapter 4. Riley Odell dropped an armful of folders on Nessa's desk with a frustrated sigh. She only had 24 hours until Nick Sargent's bail hearing was set to begin. The sleazy ex-reporter might be back on the streets of Willow Bay by tomorrow night if she didn't convince Judge Eldridge that he was a danger to society as well as a flight risk. This better be important. Riley pushed back a strand of dark hair that had fallen over one impatient eye. "I should be in my office right now preparing my argument for Nick Sargent's bail hearing." Nessa didn't respond. She just stared at her computer screen as if frozen in place. Finally, the police chief looked up with a stunned expression, lifting her hand to turn the big monitor toward Riley. "Veronica Lee sent me this." Trying to make sense of what she was seeing, Riley's eyes stayed glued to the screen, even after the video stopped playing. Is this even real? She shook her head in disbelief. It's real, all right. Nessa clicked to another window, revealing a breaking news story. The headline made Riley's blood run cold. Model plunges to her death from the top of Miami's Alta Vista Tower. Inhaling sharply, she read through the article with growing dread, terrified that she would see Katie's name, but unable to stop herself. Finally, her eyes found the caption under a photo of a woman with long blonde hair. The victim had been identified as Tina Tremaine. Riley's instant rush of relief was quickly followed by a pang of guilt. A poor woman's been killed, and all I can think is I'm glad it isn't Katie. Sensing Nessa's eyes on her, Riley stepped back and cleared her throat. She swallowed hard before allowing herself to speak. How'd Veronica get that video? According to her email, it was delivered to her house this morning on a memory stick. She didn't say who sent it or why. Picking up her cell phone, Nessa tapped on the screen, then laid it on the desk between them. Let's see what we can find out. A woman answered on the second ring. Chief Ainsley? Is that you? Riley recognized the voice right away. She hadn't spoken to Veronica for several months, but often heard her warm, familiar voice on the Channel 10 news during her morning commute. Yes, I'm here with Riley Odell. The police chief assumed a calm, confident tone. We've just seen the video of Tina Tremaine you sent over, and I'm sure you have as many questions as I do, Veronica interrupted. Unfortunately, I don't know who sent those files or why they were sent to me, but I knew you'd want to see them right away. A worried frown appeared between Nessa's blue eyes. You did the right thing, Veronica, but the crime isn't in our jurisdiction. We'll need to turn the files and package you received over to the Miami police as potential evidence in their investigation. Yes, of course, Veronica said, sounding impatient. But whoever took these obviously wants to involve me or Channel 10 in whatever sick game they're playing, which means they likely have some sort of connection to Willow Bay. Riley had to agree. The photos and video had clearly been taken by whoever had followed Tina Tremaine up to the roof and witnessed the woman's fall. The person behind the camera was likely responsible for the beautiful model's death. She's right, Riley murmured to Nessa. Someone needs to find out who sent that package, and you have a duty to investigate since the recipient lives here in Willow Bay. Nessa held up a hand to silence Riley, shaking her head in frustration, making her soft red curls quiver. Veronica, who else has seen these files? Just a few people at the station so far. You aren't going to use those awful images on the news, are you? Nessa's cool demeanor faltered. That poor woman's family doesn't deserve that, and I'm sure the Miami police will also object. Riley shuddered at the possibility of Tina Tremaine's terrifying last moments broadcast for all to see on the nightly news. She could see from the way Nessa's hand had clenched into a fist beside the phone that the police chief was thinking along the same lines. The heavy silence on the other end of the connection worried Riley. Veronica might feel that it was her duty to update the public, and the terrifying video would no doubt skyrocket Channel 10's ratings. I hope not, Veronica finally said, sounding unsure. Hunter Hadley and a videographer from the station are driving down to Miami as we speak to get more details and prepare a report about Tina Tremaine's fall. If the station manager wants them to include the photos and video in their report... Her hesitant response wasn't reassuring. Riley waited as Nessa arranged for Veronica to bring down the USB stick and envelope. I'll ask our crime scene techs to pack it up and send it down to Miami right away, Nessa assured her, and I can assign one of the patrols to keep an eye on you if you feel threatened. No, I'm okay, Veronica replied. I doubt it's personal. Whoever sent it probably wants to see his handiwork on the news. Riley suspected she was right. Sending a video of the crime to a reporter was probably the quickest way to make headlines. But why not send it to a reporter in Miami? Why choose a reporter at a small station in Willow Bay? Nessa ended the call and turned to Riley. You used to work in the prosecutor's office in Miami, didn't you? You know someone there we can contact? The question prompted a rush of unpleasant memories. Riley's years working in Miami had been unbearably lonely. and the sprawling city was the scene of her biggest regret. She'd failed to bring down Xavier Grayson before he could go on to kill more innocent victims. Too many people had died because she hadn't managed to stop him when she had the chance. Yes, I keep in touch with a few people at the MPD and the state attorney's office down there, Riley admitted, heading toward the door. I'll go back to my office and make a few calls, and then I've got to prepare for Nick Sargent's bail hearing. Hold on, Nessa called after her. I didn't get a chance to tell you why I asked you to stop by. Turning around, Riley raised her eyebrows. There's more? Oh, yeah, there's always more, Nessa said, and this time it seems the FBI is involved. Riley walked back to City Hall, still hashing over what Nessa had told her about the call from the FBI and the partial DNA match between Xavier and a cold case homicide in Washington, D.C. Every time I think I'm finally done with Xavier Grayson, he comes back to haunt me. Even now that he's dead, I still can't find closure. She'd been working for months to complete the case files on all of Xavier Grayson's crimes. Now she'd have to follow up with the FBI before she could officially close out the case. She wasn't willing to leave loose ends or lingering questions, not when the case involved a serial killer like Xavier Grayson. Surprised to find the door to her office open, Riley stepped in the doorway and peered inside. A woman stood at the window with her back to the room. For a minute, Riley thought she was looking at Tina Tremaine. The tall, slim figure and long golden hair matched the woman in the photos. Then the woman turned, and Riley gasped in recognition. "Katie!" She hurried forward, pulling her younger sister into a hug. "What are you doing here? And what have you done to your hair?" Stepping back to stare into Katie's bright blue eyes, Riley saw a glimmer of fear, along with her sister's usual defiance. "I'm in trouble, Riley. I didn't know where else to go." A phone buzzed nearby, and Riley looked over to see a man's long figure slumped into an armchair against the wall. The man's pocket buzzed again, and Katie hurried over and pulled out the phone to silence it, apparently afraid the sound would wake him. What's he doing here? Riley glared at Dex Tremaine's slack face, outraged that Katie would bring the older married man into her office. Riley had made it very clear she didn't approve of the photographer taking advantage of her 23-year-old sister. And in return, Katie had refused to talk to Riley for the last 6 months. "Don't wake him up," Katie whispered. "He's been at the police station all night and he's exhausted." "The police station?" Riley refused to lower her voice. "What's he done now?" Katie narrowed her eyes, and Riley braced herself for a stinging comeback. Instead, her sister dissolved into tears, dabbing at her eyes and reaching for the box of tissues on Riley's desk. "You can save the tears for someone who doesn't know you better," Riley snapped, irritated by the attempt to distract her from the question at hand. "Now, what has he done?" "I haven't done anything." Dex's voice was groggy, and he yawned as he spoke. "But the police think I had something to do with Tina's accident. As if I could ever hurt anyone, much less my wife." Spinning to face Dex, the pieces began to fall into place. Tina Tremaine. I thought the name sounded familiar. She studied his thin face, noting the tired, bloodshot eyes. "It wasn't an accident," she said, turning to make sure Katie was listening. "Tina's death was no accident." A confused frown appeared on Dex's face at the words. "What do you mean?" he asked. "You think she jumped?" Riley ignored the question. "Where were you last night?" Her voice was hard. "Where were you when your wife died?" "He was with me last night." Katie stepped between Riley and Dex. "He'd already told Tina he wanted a divorce. He'd moved out. Now everyone needs to stop trying to make him feel responsible." A stubborn look had settled on Katie's face. It was the same look she'd worn as a 5-year-old, determined to get her way. Back then, Riley had never been able to hold out against her little sister's tantrums. But this was different. A woman had died, and the man Katie was involved with might very well be the killer. "Well, someone is responsible," Riley insisted. "And if it isn't Dex, then who could it be? Who would want Tina Tremaine dead?" That sounds like something my big sister, the scary state prosecutor, should be able to find out. Katie crossed her arms over her chest. Or have you given up on chasing the bad guys, just like you gave up on me? Stung by her sister's bitter tone, Riley's face flushed with anger. You're the one who gave up on your future and your family when you quit law school and got involved with a married man. Katie's eyes flashed, but Dex stepped forward, stopping her response. Riley saw pain in his eyes as he faced her.
I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused between you and Katie, but I swear to you, I had nothing to do with Tina's death. Now, Katie brought me here because she thought you could help us.
And how am I supposed to do that? Katie scoffed at Riley's words, but Dex didn't seem offended.
You're a lawyer and a state prosecutor. I'm sure you could help us fight whatever bullshit charges the police are trying to pin on me.
I'm a prosecutor, not a defense attorney. Riley tried not to sound as helpless as she felt. And the case, whatever case they might bring against you, is out of my jurisdiction. In spite of the crestfallen look on Katie's face, Riley forged on. She'd have to be honest if she wanted to be of any help to her sister. Any interference by me, whether in a personal or professional capacity, would only hurt your chances of getting fair treatment from the prosecutor in Miami. And it would be considered a conflict of interest that could cost me my career. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Your precious career is the only thing you care about. Katie took Dex by the hand. Let's get out of here. We'll find another way. Reaching out to grip Katie's arm, Riley knew she had no choice. I can't let my sister leave town with a man who may be a killer. Can I? You'll need to get a lawyer, she said to Dex, and a private investigator to find any evidence that could clear you. Riley felt Katie's hand settle over hers and squeeze. Thanks, Riley, she said. I knew I could count on you. Chapter 5. Frankie Dawson stuffed the last bite of his sandwich into his mouth and swiped a glob of melted cheese and tangy mustard off the wrapper with a skinny finger. He picked up his big gulp and sucked on the straw before tossing it in the trash when he realized that only a few melting ice cubes remained at the bottom. Looking around the sparsely furnished office, Frankie saw a tall bottle of water on Pete Barker's desk. He leaned over and snagged it, unscrewing the top and taking a long swig, just as Barker pushed through the door.
What the hell is this? Frankie sputtered, shoving the bottle back onto Barker's desk. You get this water out of the river?
Barker rolled his eyes and picked up the offending bottle.
This is coconut water, he said, taking a small sip. It's got antioxidants and potassium. It's good for you. Well, it doesn't taste good. And let me tell you something else. All that healthy shit you eat is a waste of time, Frankie said, shaking his head. Think about it. Cavemen didn't have coconut water, and they managed to survive.
Dropping into his chair, Barker laughed.
Actually, as far as I know, they're all dead now, Frankie.
They both looked over as the door opened, and sunlight filled the dank office, outlining the lean figure of a young woman. Frankie's eyes widened at her golden blonde hair and wide blue eyes. The woman stepped into the room, closely followed by a man with a head full of wispy hair that was even longer and shaggier than Frankie's. Hi, I'm Katie Odell. The woman paused as if her name should mean something to the men. Frankie stared at her, his mouth slightly open, while Barker stood and offered a smile.
Yes, come on in, Katie. Your sister just called and let me know you were gonna stop by. She said you need a private investigator.
Shooting his partner a reproachful look, Frankie jumped up to arrange 2 folding chairs in front of his desk, then gestured for Katie and the man to sit down. Riley said you run the best agency in Willow Bay.
Really?
Frankie couldn't hide his pleasure. He beamed at Barker.
The prosecutor recommended Barker and Dawson investigations?
Ignoring Frankie's outburst, Barker pulled out a notepad and pen.
Good to hear that, Ms. Odell. I'm Pete Barker, and that's my partner, Frankie Dawson. Now, what can we help you with?
Katie turned to the man next to her and laid a possessive hand on his arm. The man raised red-rimmed eyes to Barker.
I'm Dex Tremaine, and I'm the one who needs help, he said in a hoarse voice. I'm a photographer, and I own the Tremaine modeling agency. That's how I met Katie.
Looking over at Katie, Dex held her gaze for a long beat, making it clear to Frankie that the couple in front of him were more than just co-workers. Finally, Dex dragged his eyes away and sucked in a deep breath.
My wife fell from the Alta Vista Tower in Miami last night. The police are treating her death as a homicide.
Dex spewed the words out, as if they left a bad taste in his mouth.
They think someone pushed her and, well, from the way they questioned me, it seems I'm their #1 suspect.
Barker remained silent as he absorbed the information, but Frankie couldn't mask his disapproval.
Your wife just died and you're here with your friend to ask us to help you prove you didn't kill her?
Katie's back stiffened at Frankie's incredulous tone, but Dex just nodded. He ran a shaky hand through his long hair.
We were recently estranged.
Dex hesitated, then admitted,
I told Tina yesterday afternoon that I was leaving her for Katie. Tina was your wife?
Barker's tone was businesslike and unemotional, his pen poised over his notepad.
Yes, she was my wife, as well as a model with my agency.
Dex's voice rose in sudden agitation.
But I don't know why she went up on that rooftop or how she could have fallen off. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, she was upset, but...
Frowning at the unspoken implication, Frankie interrupted.
You saying she was upset enough to do something stupid? No, at least I don't think so.
Dex raised his shoulders in a helpless shrug.
But I can't be sure. She was often... dramatic. And you were with Katie the whole night?
Barker kept his eyes on Dex.
You used her as your alibi with the cops?
Katie's eyes flashed as she rounded on Barker. Dex isn't using me, Mr. Barker, she insisted. He was with me last night, which is what I told the police. Her chin lifted in a defiant tilt that reminded Frankie of another young girl he used to know. She too had gotten in over her head because she'd been too stubborn to listen to reason. That girl had ended up dead.
Okay, we'll take the case, Frankie said, surprising himself. First, we'll write up the agreement, and then we can schedule time to talk with you both separately.
Katie's face relaxed in relief. Then she narrowed her eyes. Why do you need to talk to us separately?
It's just protocol, Barker said, quickly picking up on Frankie's intent. We'll pull a full background on Dex, and you can both tell us anything that will help establish his whereabouts last night.
Chiming in before Katie could object, Frankie added,
We also need to know about anyone who might have wanted Tina out of the picture. Any enemies or rivals?
Katie dropped her eyes. A pink blush stained her cheeks. Are you saying I could be considered a suspect?
That's ridiculous,
Dex cried out, jumping up from the chair.
Katie would never hurt anyone. She had nothing to do with whatever happened to Tina.
Standing to face Dex, Barker raised a warning hand.
Calm down, Mr. Tremaine. We're only trying to think about this like the police will. That way we can seek out evidence to dispute any charges they may decide to bring against you or against Katie.
The mood in the room was subdued as Barker filled out an agreement and asked Dex to sign it. Frankie sensed a new tension between the couple as they left to get some sleep. The interviews would have to wait until the following day. He took a stick of gum out of his pocket and pulled off the wrapper. He stuck it in his mouth and began to chew as he watched Katie and Dex walk down Bay Street and disappear around the corner. When he turned to go inside, Frankie caught sight of a face he hadn't seen in years. He ducked into the doorway before peering to follow the woman's progress with resentful eyes.
What are you doing, Frankie? Barker came up to stand beside him. See that woman? Frankie pointed at the retreating back. She's one of the cops who arrested me. Yeah? Well, she's gone now. Barker looked down the now empty street. And you must be imagining things. The only woman we had on the force back then was Peyton Bell, and she left town years ago, long before I retired. Well, she's back now, Frankie insisted. I never forget a face.
He was still haunted by memories of being arrested and locked up for an armed robbery he hadn't committed. Even though he'd eventually been exonerated, the experience had changed his life and made him wary of trusting anyone, especially the police. Stepping out onto the sidewalk, Frankie forced his mind back to their new case. He wondered if he could trust Katie or Dex to tell the truth. Something about the way they'd looked at each other made him believe their feelings for each other were the real thing, despite the obvious age difference.
They could both be just as innocent as I was, but that doesn't mean the cops won't find a way to pin this on them if given half a chance.
The thought was unsettling. If Katie and Dex hadn't killed Tina Tremaine, then someone capable of pushing a lovely young woman to her death was still out there. Chapter 6. Xander kept his eyes trained on the tall, skinny man standing outside the unimpressive facade of Barker and Dawson Investigations. He wondered what Katie Odell was up to. The possibility that she'd asked the private investigators to track him down was unsettling, although he knew he had no reason to be worried. The clueless model knew nothing about him.
I may be a little rusty, but I'm back in the game now, and two small-town wannabe cops don't have a hope in hell of figuring out who I am.
Of course, it would take time for him to get used to being the subject of a high-profile manhunt again after so many years spent laying low and keeping out of trouble. He'd acted the part of a respectable citizen for so long, he'd almost forgotten the thrill of the chase and the adrenaline rush of always staying one step ahead of the cops. Waiting until the lanky PI had retreated into the little office, Xander slipped out of the shadowy alcove and hurried along the sidewalk. Katie Odell and her philandering boyfriend had gotten a head start, but he had a feeling he knew where they were headed. An electric charge snaked through Xander's body when he saw a flash of blonde hair. His prey was only a few yards ahead, and this time he was confident he had the right girl in his sights. The mix-up in Miami had been unforeseen, but it had given him a chance to get his feet wet. He hadn't killed anyone in a while, so the extra practice wouldn't hurt. Besides, it had ended up working out better than he could have hoped.
Tina Tremaine's death sent Katie running straight to her big sister, which means now I'll be able to exact my revenge right on her doorstep.
It hadn't taken Xander long to figure out that Riley Odell's greatest weakness was her little sister, and he was betting that the lovely young model's death would devastate the heartless prosecutor. It was to be his first act of retribution for the wrongs that she and her accomplices had committed against him. And once he'd finished with Katie Odell, there would be much more to follow. He had promised himself that he'd destroy everyone who'd been involved, and he intended to keep that promise.
They'll all suffer as much as I have before I'm through with them.
He was startled out of his dark thoughts when Katie and Dex abruptly stopped to stare at a display of designer handbags and shoes in a shop window. Sidestepping the couple, Xander continued down the street toward the tall, elegant towers of Sunset Terrace condominiums. He didn't look back, not wanting to draw attention to himself. He would find a discreet place to scope out the luxury high-rise where Riley Odell lived. He could use the time to plan his next steps. He wandered past the big building's main entrance, noting the security cameras and entry keypad as he kept moving. The building management had taken the usual precautions, but these didn't worry him. He wasn't planning on breaking through barriers or outwitting the security system.
Not when it's so much easier to outwit the users of the system.
Sunset Bridge glinted in the distance as Xander made his way to the corner of Sunset and Central. He slid into one of the weathered benches that lined the walkway toward the Sunset Nature Trail. Someone had left behind a copy of the Willow Bay Gazette, and he picked it up and opened it as a shield against curious passers-by. Scanning the headlines, Xander saw that Tina Tremaine's fall from Alta Vista Towers hadn't made the morning edition. That was the problem with print news. They had deadlines, and the last-minute tragedies and breaking stories that didn't respect those deadlines had to wait until the next edition. Footsteps crunched down the leaf-covered sidewalk in front of him, and Xander positioned the paper higher, hoping to dissuade a greeting or a smile. The footsteps slowed and paused.
"Sorry to bother you, man. Do you know what time it is?"
Xander lowered the paper and smiled at the disheveled young man who'd stopped in front of him. Wearing an ill-fitting t-shirt and baggy jeans, the man clutched a plastic bag from Bayside Market in one hand. A soiled backpack sagged over a bony shoulder.
"It's almost noon,"
Xander replied in a friendly voice, deciding the man wasn't a threat.
"Just about lunchtime."
"Oh, wow. I'm late for work." The man contorted his face into a worried grimace.
"You wouldn't have a few bucks I could use to catch the bus, would you? If I'm late again, I'm gonna get fired."
Reaching into his pocket, Xander pulled out a money clip full of bills. He glanced up with a benign smile and nodded, pulling off a crisp 20. The man's eyes widened, and he stuck out his hand, but Xander caught his emaciated wrist in a tight grip. "Does that pathetic line usually work for you?" The man recoiled at the disdain he saw in Xander's face, then dropped his eyes back to the 20, hovering only inches away. "If you want to hustle someone, you've got to look the part." Xander kept his voice low and wrinkled his nose. "And your story doesn't match your stench." The man wrenched his arm away, and Xander let him go with an amused chuckle. He couldn't afford to get into a confrontation outside Riley Odell's building. Besides, the man was probably on drugs. No point in giving him tips to up his game. My days of mentoring young talent are over now, thanks to Riley Odell. A sudden rush of anger caused Xander to clench his fists. He crumpled the 20 into a tight ball and threw it on the ground, watching with narrowed eyes as a man scooped up the wadded bill and scurried down the sidewalk, then turned to hold up a stiff finger in Xander's direction before disappearing around the corner. Lowering himself back on the bench, Xander looked at his watch. He didn't have much time before he'd be missed. Frustration simmered as he realized he'd have to bide his time. His experience with Tina Tremaine had rekindled these savage urges he'd held in check for so long, and now that his reason for enduring the monotony of a normal life had been taken from him, he was impatient to indulge himself once again. The newspaper still lay open on the bench, and Xander's eyes fell on a headline that caught his attention. "Community interest grows ahead of bail hearing for former Channel 6 reporter accused of racketeering and extortion." Scanning the article with narrowed eyes, Xander stopped on the name that seemed to be all over the press lately. Veronica Lee was named as one of the sources in the article. The popular reporter had been covering the story from the beginning, and she was always popping up on the news with a special bulletin about the case. The nosy bitch thinks she can just ruin people's lives and get away with it. Maybe I should have taken her out this morning when I had the chance. But he hadn't known if she would be at home or if she would be alone. Hunter Hadley was always sniffing around, and while he too would have to be taken care of eventually, the reporter looked dangerous. Definitely not the kind of man Xander was ready to take on one-on-one. Not unless he had to, and only if he was armed. So he'd stuck to the plan that morning and left the package on the doorstep. But Veronica Lee's turn would come soon, and she definitely wouldn't be prepared for what he had planned. She's about to find out how it feels to fail the one person you're supposed to protect. How much it hurts to be left alone on this earth without a family. Jumping up from the bench, Xander headed toward Sunset Bridge, striding past a pretty young woman walking her dog. The boxer growled and pulled on its leash as the woman scolded the animal, not sensing the danger that had narrowly passed by.
"Nice day, isn't it?" Xander called out in a cheerful voice. "It's finally starting to feel like fall."
The woman smiled and walked on, oblivious that she'd just encountered a serial killer who was wanted in several states for multiple murders. The same killer who had recently decided that Willow Bay was no longer off-limits to his deadly impulses. Xander felt a rush of pride at the thought of how he'd managed to fool everyone. He relished the stir of excitement at what lay ahead. "No one in this miserable little town can see through my disguise. I'll take my revenge and get away with it all, just like I always have before." Chapter 7. The fall sky was a brilliant blue as Hunter and Finn pulled up outside the decadently detailed building that housed the Tremaine Modeling Agency's offices. The pink and green trim on the oddly shaped structure fit right in with the rest of the buildings along the palm tree-lined street.
"I guess Art Deco never goes out of style in Miami."
Hunter shut off the news van's engine and pulled out his cell phone.
"I came here with my dad every winter when I was growing up,"
Finn said with a yawn, looking back to check on Gracie, who was napping between his old rucksack and an oversized cable reel.
"But I'd forgotten how loud this city can get."
The younger man looked tired after spending a restless night in a downtown hotel, and an airplane roared overhead as if to prove his point. Hunter waited for it to pass before lifting the phone to his ear.
"I want to check in with Veronica before Nick Sargent's bail hearing," he told Finn, surveying the busy parking lot through the front windshield. "Then we can go inside."
Picking up on the first ring, Veronica sounded tense. "You guys heading back?"
"We will be after one last stop."
A girl crossed in front of the van and scurried toward the building's double doors. Hunter followed her with his eyes, which had widened at her puffy cloud of bright blue hair. It reminded him of the cotton candy he'd eaten at the fall festival as a child, the kind that always made him feel sick to his stomach afterward.
"Yep, we're definitely in Miami," Finn murmured as Hunter turned his attention back to the phone. "We've decided to stop by the modeling agency where Tina Tremaine worked," Hunter explained to Veronica. "Her husband owns the place, but I doubt we'll get a chance to talk to him. Just thought we might as well see what else we can find out while we're down here."
Veronica responded with an unexpected laugh. "You and Finn just thought you'd go by and interview a bunch of gorgeous models?" she teased. "Wow, who thought up that idea?"
"Someone's got to do the dirty work," Hunter shot back, smiling in spite of himself. "And we need fresh footage. Spencer wants us to pull together another segment for tonight's broadcast."
Checking his watch, Hunter saw that it was close to noon.
"You ready for the bail hearing?"
"Yep, and I'm almost ready to show my report to Spencer," Veronica said, sounding relieved. "I just need to add in a bit at the end with the outcome from today's hearing." Hunter's jaw clenched as he thought of Nick Sargent potentially walking free. The former reporter's malicious attempt to ruin Hunter's career had ended up putting Veronica in grave danger.
"If the judge has any sense, he'll see that Nick Sargent is a clear risk to society and deny bail altogether."
Finn nodded his agreement at Hunter's words. As co-owner of Channel 10, he knew that Nick had tried to blackmail a potential investor, intimidated the station's employees and advertisers, and had stolen confidential information from Veronica in a plot to scoop her story and discredit Channel 10. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. Other charges against the disgraced reporter involved the exploitation of vulnerable young women and a role in the illegal distribution of prescription drugs. "I hope you're right," Veronica replied, but she sounded doubtful. "No, I'd better go. And you have models to interview. I'll let you know what happens as soon as the hearing is over." Pushing back the guilty thought that he should be in Willow Bay with Veronica for the hearing, Hunter jumped down from the news van and waited for Finn to retrieve his camera and gear from the back. Time to find out why Tina Tremaine was on that roof. Hunter recognized the bright blue hair as soon as he pushed through Tremaine Modeling Agency's glass door. The young woman from the parking lot was sitting behind a sleek reception desk, sipping from a Starbucks cup.
"Good morning."
Hunter tried not to stare at her cotton candy hair.
"I'm looking for Dex Tremaine. Is he in today?"
"You a cop?" The girl's kohl-rimmed eyes narrowed as she surveyed Hunter. She crossed her arms over her chest in a defiant gesture that meant it wasn't going to be easy to get the information he needed.
"No, I'm with Channel 10 News," he admitted with what he hoped was an ingratiating smile. "Actually, we both are."
He gestured back toward the door where Finn could be seen prepping the camera, hoping the hunky young cameraman might soften the receptionist's stance, but she was unmoved. "The office manager said no reporters are allowed in here." Catching sight of the name scrawled in black marker on the Starbucks cup, Hunter decided to try a different tactic.
"You're Ellie, right?"
Her eyes narrowed again, but she nodded.
"I hear you know everything that goes on around here,"
he said, inching closer as if he didn't want anyone else to overhear.
"In fact, my source said I should interview you for the segment that will be showing on tonight's broadcast."
Ellie's expression grew smug. She threw a furtive glance over her shoulder, checking the hallway behind her, then lowered her voice. "The cops barged in earlier wanting to see our bookings and client list, but the office manager said they'll need a warrant. She wouldn't give them anything without Mr. Tremaine's okay, and he's not around. So they left empty-handed." Raising his eyebrows with exaggerated interest, Hunter leaned forward and lowered his own voice to match Ellie's.
"Do they think one of your clients is responsible for Tina's fall?"
Ellie shrugged, but she pursed her lips as if holding back a secret. Hunter allowed his face to drop in disappointment and waited. As he suspected, she couldn't hold out for very long. All I can say is, if the cops are hoping to find out who booked Tina last night, they're not going to find anything in our records." She paused for effect, holding up a pale hand to study her fingers before continuing. Her fingernails had been painted a bright blue that matched her hair. "The man Tina went to meet last night was expecting a different model. He called after the booking agent left, so I picked up the call. He wanted to meet one of our other models at Alta Vista Tower." Hunter frowned and cocked his head.
"So how'd Tina end up on that roof, then?"
"The model he requested was Katie Odell." Dropping her eyes, Ellie's tone softened. "She's Mr. Tremaine's new girlfriend." A dozen questions hovered on Hunter's tongue, but he didn't want to risk spooking Ellie. She was just starting to loosen up, so he stayed still and waited. "Tina overheard me on the phone, and when she found out the job was a cover and that the guy had requested Katie, she went nuts. Said that Katie was too busy screwing her husband to go anywhere and that she would go instead." The door opened and Finn stuck his head in.
Hunter, we got a problem."
Trying to ignore the interruption, Hunter kept his eyes on Ellie.
Finn spoke again, his voice more insistent. "The security guy is telling me we can't film inside the building. Give me just a minute," Hunter called over his shoulder,
trying to keep his voice calm as he focused on Ellie.
"Where's Tina's husband? I just want to ask him for his side of the story."
A rough hand settled on Hunter's shoulder.
"You guys need to clear out."
Turning in surprise, Hunter saw a heavy-set security guard with long sideburns and a thick mustache standing behind him.
"I'm an investigative reporter with Channel 10, and I have a right to be here."
Hunter shrugged the guard's meaty hand off his arm and reached in his pocket to pull out his press pass.
"We're reporting on a crime which is of great interest to the public."
The guard smirked at the pass.
"Channel 10 in Willow Bay, Florida? Where the heck is that?"
Ellie reached out and grasped Hunter's arm. "You're from Willow Bay?" Before he could respond, the security guard inserted himself between them. Gesturing to the door, the guard put a big hand on his gun belt. Hunter could see he was hoping for an excuse to pull out the Colt 1911 resting in the holster.
"This is private property, and you and all the other reporters need to stay away or risk a trespass charge."
Shaking his head in disgust, Hunter turned and followed Finn out the door and back to the parking lot. The security guard watched from the lobby as they climbed back into the big news van.
"You want to get some footage outside the building?"
Finn asked as Hunter slid into the driver's seat.
"I got about 30 seconds of you talking to the chick with blue hair before the guard showed up."
A loud rap on the window made both men jump. Ellie stared through the window, her eyes darting to the building, then back to Hunter as she waited for him to roll down the window. "I'm not sure what's going on, but I thought you'd want to know that Katie Odell called first thing this morning and canceled the job she had scheduled for today. She said she was going to Willow Bay to see her sister. I'm pretty sure Dex went with her."
"Are you sure she said Willow Bay?"
Hunter asked, unable to hide his surprise at her words. "Yep, I'm sure. She's always bragging about her sister being some kind of hotshot attorney there." Connections started to fall into place in Hunter's mind.
"Could Katie's sister be Riley Odell, the state prosecutor?"
"That sounds about right," Ellie agreed. "I guess Katie thinks her sister can convince the police that Dex didn't push Tina off that building." Hunter detected a note of doubt in her voice. Or was it fear?
"You think Dex Tremaine is capable of murder?"
She hesitated, looking toward the building with wide eyes, as if she expected Dex to come running out to silence her at any minute. "When I first started working at the agency, I heard a rumor that his first wife died in some sort of freak accident, and that he never talked about her." Ellie wrapped her arms around her thin body and shivered, despite the balmy Miami weather. "They said she'd been a model, too, and that she'd looked a lot like Tina. So, now his second wife dies suddenly? Let's just say if I were Katie Odell, I wouldn't be volunteering to be the third Mrs. Dex Tremaine anytime soon." A car pulled into the lot, and Ellie turned and hurried toward the building without looking back.
"Tina Tremaine may not have been the intended victim," Hunter said, turning to Finn with worried eyes. "Tina went to Alta Vista Tower to meet a man who had expected to meet Katie Odell."
Leaning back in his seat, Finn processed the information.
"So, you're saying this guy killed Tina Tremaine thinking she was Riley Odell's sister?" "It's a possibility,"
Hunter said, starting the van.
"And I think Riley Odell needs to know what we've found out."
He nosed the van into traffic and headed for the highway, his mind racing with the new information. If Katie Odell had been the killer's real target, she might still be in danger. Perhaps the killer had even followed Katie and Dex to Willow Bay. His next thought made Hunter's blood run cold. Did the man who killed Tina Tremaine hand-deliver the package to Veronica's house yesterday? Is Veronica in danger too? Chapter 8. Turning the big red Jeep into the Willow Bay High School parking lot, Veronica checked the clock on the dashboard again. She still had a few hours before Nick Sargent's bail hearing was scheduled to begin, but her nerves were on edge with the worry she might miss it. I'll just drop off Ma's lunch and then head over to the courthouse. Maybe I can even ask Jack to meet me there early so we can get some footage outside before the hearing starts. The thought of Jack Carson's wide grin made Veronica feel a little less anxious. The seasoned videographer had worked at Channel 6 for years before following Spencer Nash over to Channel 10 the previous month, and he'd already demonstrated his competent professionalism both behind and in front of the camera. Yes, I'll call Jack as soon as I leave. He can keep me company and help me shoot additional footage for my segment on Nick Sargent. The idea soothed her. But first, she needed to drop off the lunch bag her mother had forgotten on the kitchen counter that morning. Ling Lee had seemed more forgetful lately, and Veronica suspected that without her special vegan lunch at hand, her mother would likely skip lunch altogether. Hurrying through the big double doors in the wide hallway, Veronica made her way toward the administrative offices, wincing at the echoing click of her heels in the empty corridor. The principal's door was closed as Veronica stepped into the guidance office, and she pulled up short at the sound of angry voices from within. She wondered if her mother was having to discipline a student, or if an unhappy parent had stopped by.
"Well, if it isn't the famous television star,"
the cheerful voice spoke up behind her, and Veronica whirled around to see Jai Patel, the school's assistant principal. The little man's eyes were shining with pleasure as she approached. "Your mother has been sharing all the news with us lately. She is so proud of the work you're doing. Everyone is quite impressed." Blushing, Veronica gave a modest shake of her head. "Thanks, Mr. Patel. That's very kind, but I'm just doing my job."
"Well, you're doing it very well. Now I'm guessing you're here to see your mother?"
His eyes dropped to the distinct flowered lunch bag that Ling always carried.
"Did she forget her lunch again?"
Jai's question caused Veronica's worry about her mother to grow. It seemed that she wasn't the only one that had noticed Ling's forgetfulness. "If she's busy, maybe I can just leave this with you and—" The raised voices interrupted her train of thought, and Jai's smile faded as he gestured to the closed door.
"Superintendent Chandler stopped by," he said, rolling his eyes. "Sounds like he's making an ass out of himself once again."
Surprised at the bitterness in Jai's words, Veronica couldn't help herself from trying to hear what was going on in her mother's office. Raising a slim finger to her mouth, she moved silently to stand beside the wooden door. Resting her cheek against a nameplate that identified the office as belonging to Principal L. Lee, Veronica could hear a deep voice.
"A principal in our district going on the local news to give interviews and to comment on sensationalized headlines makes this school look like a trashy reality TV show."
Veronica's mouth dropped open in outrage at the harsh words. Implying that Ling Lee's behavior was trashy? That was going too far. Veronica reached for the door, but Jai's startled gasp stopped her.
"No, your mother wouldn't want you to get involved."
His voice had dropped to a panicked whisper.
"Don't worry. She knows how to handle bullies like Superintendent Chandler."
Hearing the softer tones of her mother's voice, Veronica paused to listen, suspecting that Jai was right. Her mother didn't suffer fools, and she could be tough as nails when needed. "That's ridiculous," she heard Ling reply in a stiff voice. "I was simply asked about my daughter's role in a case, and I gave a brief answer. There was nothing sensationalized or trashy about it."
"Well, that's not how Mayor Hadley saw it," the man shot back. "I met with him yesterday, and he seemed very concerned about the impression left on our parents and students."
The mention of the mayor caused Veronica's irritation to rise even higher. Hunter's father had no right to be throwing aspersions on her mother.
The mayor need not be concerned, but feel free to have him call me directly if he'd like to discuss anything. Ling's voice drew closer to the door, sending Veronica and Jai scurrying across the room. The office door swung open as they reached Jai's desk. Ling emerged, followed by a tall man with broad shoulders that strained against his expensive suit jacket. The lunch bell will be ringing any minute, and I need to go out in the hall and supervise the students. Ling's voice was firm. Goodbye, Superintendent Chandler. Striding out of the office without a reply, the big man disappeared into the hall just as a shrill bell pierced the air. Doors banged open and students streamed past as Ling turned to see Veronica. Concern clouded her small face. "Ronnie, what's happened? Is something wrong?" "No, nothing's wrong, Ma." Veronica jumped up from the chair and crossed the room. "I just wanted to bring you your lunch bag. You forgot it on the kitchen counter." Relief flooded Ling's face as she grasped Veronica's hand in hers. "How silly of me. Thank you, honey." She turned to Jai with a rueful smile. Brock Chandler was in rare form today. He actually thought I'd be worried that Mayor Hadley is displeased with me. As if I care what that sleazy old politician thinks. He'll be lucky to hold on to his own job come election time. Turning back to Veronica, Ling sighed. "I'm sorry to talk badly about your boyfriend's father, Ronnie, but Mayor Hadley and his friends on the city council have intimidated everyone in this town for too long, and I've had about enough." "You don't need to apologize to me, Ma, and you shouldn't have to be bullied by that terrible man. Besides, Hunter wouldn't blame you. He knows the truth about his father." Her words hung in the air and echoed in her ears, resurrecting the question that was never far from her mind. Am I ready to learn the truth about my own father? Pushing the unwelcome thought away, Veronica handed her mother the flowered lunch bag, surreptitiously checking her watch. She didn't want to leave without assuring herself that Ling would be okay, but the bail hearing wouldn't wait. Jai spoke again before Veronica had time to say her goodbyes. "Superintendent Chandler is just jealous that your mother is getting so much attention," Jai insisted with a hint of pride. "The students, teachers, and parents all love her, and he hates that. Besides, that kind of man is always threatened by a strong woman." Ling Li brushed aside Jai's comment, but Veronica wondered if the assistant principal could be right. "Perhaps Brock Chandler thinks you're after his job, Ma," Veronica said with a grin. "Although I think if you're going to run for office, you'd make a better mayor." "That's a great idea." Jai's big brown eyes revealed his delight. "You know everybody in this town, young and old. You practically raised half of them. You might just be the town's only hope to finally get rid of Mayor Hadley." Waving away the suggestion with a small hand, Ling stepped out into the hall just as a boy trundled by on a skateboard. "Don't make me confiscate that board, Luke," she called out. "I've been meaning to get me a new one, so yours would come in handy." The boy grinned and hopped off the board, scooping it up without slowing down. Ling stared after him with an amused expression until he vanished around the corner. Veronica watched her mother, glad to see her run-in with Brock Chandler hadn't dampened her spirits. She decided not to ruin the mood by mentioning the upcoming bail hearing or the disturbing pictures she'd received that morning. She knew she would have to tell her mother about the disturbing delivery eventually, but it didn't feel like the right time. The truth would have to wait. The noon broadcast was almost over when Veronica entered the Channel 10 station. Jack Carson still hadn't returned her call, so she had decided to stop by on her way to the courthouse and talk to him in person. But the older man was nowhere in sight, and the crew was focused on the studio where the anchors were busy wrapping up. Hoping the videographer might be in with Spencer Nash, she walked down the hall to the newly renovated office he now occupied. Spencer's door was open, and he was at his desk, but the person with him was decidedly more attractive than Jack Carson. Tenley Frost sat across from the station manager. A relaxed posture and teasing smile made Veronica hesitate in the doorway, then step away without being seen. She didn't have time to explain her presence at the station to Spencer when she should already be at the courthouse. Besides, the besotted look on Spencer's face betrayed his interest in the beautiful media relations officer, and Veronica was sure he wouldn't appreciate the intrusion. And if rumors were true, Tenley Frost had also shown interest in the very married station manager, which only made the situation more uncomfortable.
Scurrying back down the hall, Veronica reminded herself that there had been many unfounded rumors about Tenley Frost's mysterious love life in the past, and that she shouldn't buy into the salacious stories the rumor mill loved to spread around. Veronica wasn't sure why so many people in town were obsessed with the single mother's love life, and why they all seemed desperate to uncover the identity of the father of Tenley's new baby daughter. The baby girl had been announced in the Willow Bay Gazette as Avery Lynn Frost. But that was as much as anyone had learned about the baby's identity thus far. Veronica felt an unlikely kinship with the little girl, even though they'd never met. "I know what it's like to grow up not knowing who your father is." She checked Jack's desk again, but it was still empty, so she continued out the front door. Her phone buzzed just as she was getting back into the Jeep, and her pulse quickened as she saw Hunter's name. If he was calling back this soon, he must have found out something interesting in Miami.
"Has the hearing started?" Hunter asked right away. "I can call back later if it has."
Glancing guiltily at the clock, she started the engine and backed out of the parking space. "I'm still on my way to the courthouse," she admitted, trying not to let him hear the growing anxiety in her voice as she saw the line of traffic in front of her. "What happened down there? You managed to interview any models?"
"No models, but I did talk to a very helpful receptionist who told me something I don't think can wait for us to get back."
His serious tone caught her full attention. "Okay, don't keep me waiting. What is it?"
"Well, I think the person who pushed Tina Tremaine off the roof might have killed the wrong woman."
Veronica wasn't sure she'd heard him right. "What are you saying?"
"The receptionist told me Tina Tremaine went to meet a man at Alta Vista Towers, but that he'd requested a different model. He thought he was meeting a model named Katie Odell, so I'm thinking she's the one he'd intended to kill."
Veronica felt a stir of recognition as she waited for the light. "Odell?" she murmured. "Could she—"
"Yes, Katie Odell is Riley Odell's little sister,"
Hunter confirmed before she could ask the question.
"And apparently Katie's headed to Willow Bay now with Tina Tremaine's husband to see Riley."
Confused, Veronica looked down at the phone, trying to process what Hunter was telling her. How is Tina's husband involved?
"Dex Tremaine owns the modeling agency where Katie works. According to the receptionist, he split up with Tina to be with Katie."
A horn sounded behind the Jeep, and Veronica snapped her eyes forward. She saw the light had turned green.
"I've tried to get both Nessa Ainsley and Riley on the phone to tell them that Katie Odell might still be in danger, and that the person who killed Tina Tremaine might be headed to Willow Bay, but neither of them has answered."
Remembering the hearing, Veronica looked at her watch. "They are probably already at the courthouse," she said, her heart dropping as she saw the accident ahead that must be causing the traffic backup. "I can try to talk to them when I get there." She didn't want to say what she was thinking. If I get there in time, if I don't screw this up and let everyone down.
"Yes, that would be good, but—"
Hunter hesitated. "But what?" Veronica's shoulders tensed as she imagined Hunter thinking that he didn't trust her to relay the information, that he knew she wasn't going to be there on time anyway.
"I'm worried that the person who took that video is in Willow Bay," he finally said, "and that maybe he was the one that delivered the package to your house yesterday."
Disturbed by the idea, Veronica shook her head in silent denial. "No, he was with a delivery company," she protested weakly, even as she visualized the man's plain white van and generic uniform.
"Yes, he could be," Hunter admitted, his voice gentle, "but it's best to assume the worst and take all necessary precautions."
Veronica didn't argue as she inched the Jeep forward. The man she'd seen outside her house had to be considered a suspect. After the serial killings she had covered since becoming a reporter and the very real dangers she had encountered in the course of her investigations, she knew that Hunter's fears were justified.
"If you get a chance to talk to Riley and Nessa, explain that Katie Odell is a possible target and needs protection," he urged her, "and make sure you tell them you need protection too."
"Protection?" Her mouth was suddenly dry. "You think he might come back? But why would he?" She heard Hunter's worried sigh. She imagined him running a hand through his dark hair the way he did when he was worried.
"All I know is that it's best to be safe, at least until we find out for sure who delivered that package and why it was sent to you."
A sense of foreboding settled over Veronica as a tow truck driver arrived on the scene. Veronica's eyes flicked again to the clock. The bail hearing would begin in less than 30 minutes, and there was no way traffic would be moving any time soon. Steering the Jeep to the side of the road, Veronica pulled onto the shoulder, feeling the big tires crunch over gravel. She rolled to a stop and turned off the engine. Gathering her computer bag and purse, she jumped out of the Jeep and began to walk toward downtown. Chapter 9. Ignoring the buzzing in her pocket, Nessa left her office and hurried toward the lobby. Mayor Hadley had been trying to reach her all morning, eager to discuss the candidate he had recommended for the open position in the WBPD Major Crimes Unit. Nessa was just as eager to avoid the conversation. She had already made up her mind about the kind of detective she was looking to hire, and the mayor's attempt to interfere only made her more determined not to give in to his pressure. "I can make my own hiring decisions. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor." Stepping out into the lobby, she glanced at the desk sergeant, who was busy chatting with an athletic-looking woman in form-fitting black jeans and a Memphis Grizzlies t-shirt. Nessa crossed the room to the notice board and pinned the job posting above a smattering of missing person notices and wanted posters. There. Now I can tell the mayor that the job has been officially posted. She heard the shuffling of feet behind her and looked around to see Andy Ford. The young uniformed officer strained to see past her, trying to read what she'd put up on the board. "You're looking for another detective?" His freckled face lit up with a hopeful expression. Nessa decided it was best to adjust his expectations before he set his heart on something that wasn't possible. At least, not yet. "We're looking for someone with at least 5 years of experience within a major crime or homicide unit." Nessa kept her eyes on the board so she wouldn't have to see his disappointment. "And I'm expecting the successful candidate to have a criminal justice degree." "I guess that leaves me out," Andy said, his brief dream of promotion dissolving as quickly as it had formed. Nessa adopted the same cheerful tone she used with Cole or Cooper when one of them struck out at bat or missed an easy catch in their Little League game. "With a few more years of experience on patrol and some more of those classes you've been taking at Willow Bay Community College, I'm sure one day you're going to make a fine detective, Andy." "Well, if you're looking for someone in the meantime, Chief Ainsley, I may be able to help." Spinning around, Nessa saw that the woman in the Grizzlies t-shirt was now standing beside her, studying the job posting. Her wide amber eyes were guarded as she slid her gaze to Nessa. "Sorry to butt in on your conversation." The woman's voice was polite, but she didn't offer a smile. "I heard there's a position open in major crimes, and I was hoping to put my name in the hat." Nessa raised her eyebrows. The woman didn't look familiar. She'd be willing to bet she hadn't seen her around town. "How'd you hear about it?" Nessa asked. "I just posted it up on the wall 2 minutes ago." "Sorry, I should have introduced myself. I'm Peyton Bell." She held out a hand. "I used to work for the WBPD. It's been quite a while, but I still have a few friends left in the department." Giving the offered hand a firm shake, Nessa tried to think. Had she ever heard of the town hiring another female detective? "Glad to meet you, Peyton. Although I thought I'd been the first female detective in Willow Bay. Guess I'm not an original after all." "Oh, I wasn't a detective here, just a uniform," Peyton replied, giving Andy an uncomfortable glance as she explained. "I moved to Memphis and got promoted to detective there. I've been working missing persons for the last 5 years, but I had to come back home." Nessa refrained from asking further questions, not wanting to give Andy anything to gossip about. She gestured toward the door leading to the back. "Let's go talk in my office." She ignored Andy's disappointment for the second time. "It'll be more private." Leading Peyton down the hall, Nessa smiled as she felt her pockets start to vibrate once again. Mayor Hadley would have to wait. 30 minutes later, Nessa walked Peyton Bell back to the lobby, satisfied with the woman's qualifications and no-nonsense attitude. She knew that hiring a young female detective would piss off Mayor Hadley, but that was just an added bonus. "You can start tomorrow as long as your references and background check come in clean," Nessa said, sensing the woman's relief. "I'll let HR know you'll be down to see them." "Okay then," Peyton said. "I'll see you in the morning." Watching Willow Bay's newest detective walk away, Nessa felt a stir of sympathy and admiration. It couldn't have been easy for the ambitious young woman to leave a job she loved and come back to this little town. Peyton's stoic words echoed in Nessa's head as she made her way back to her office. "My mother's sick, and she needs my help. I didn't think I'd ever move back here, but, well, sometimes life doesn't give you a choice." Nessa had decided then and there that the young woman would be a good fit for the kind of department she was trying to build. It was just a shame that Peyton would be saddled with Mark Ingram as her partner. At least Mayor Hadley wouldn't get to choose for her. And who knows, maybe Peyton Bell will be a good influence on Ingram. The hopeful thought faded as she imagined telling Mayor Hadley the news. She'd have to return his calls soon. She couldn't keep avoiding him forever, no matter how much she wanted to. Pulling out her phone, Nessa was surprised to see the last few calls hadn't been from the mayor, but from his son. Hunter Hadley had tried to call her twice in the last hour. Tapping on Hunter's name, Nessa held the phone to her ear and checked her watch. She'd planned on attending Nick Sargent's bail hearing, but realized it had probably already started without her. If she hurried, she might still catch the tail end.
"Nessa, thanks for calling me back,"
Hunter said, picking up on the second ring. "Well, I don't have much time." Nessa grabbed her purse and slung it over her shoulder. "I'm already late for a hearing." Pushing out the back exit, she began to make her way along Elm Street as a gust of wind sent her red curls flying.
"I'm glad I caught you. I need you to get a message to Riley Odell."
Hunter sounded tense, and Nessa had to strain to hear his words over the noise of the traffic as she turned the corner onto Main Street. "What's happened? What message?" A police car sped by, its siren blaring just as Hunter spoke. Nessa waited, then asked again. "What's going on, Hunter?"
"I've been in Miami investigating Tina Tremaine's death. I found out something about Riley's sister that I think she needs to know."
Reaching the crosswalk, Nessa stopped and held the phone closer to her ear, thinking she may have misheard his words. "Riley's sister? Did you say—"
"I can explain later, Nessa, but Riley needs to know that her sister may have been the real target of whoever killed Tina Tremaine."
The crowd jostled forward as the crosswalk light turned green, and Nessa tightened her grip on her phone as she crossed the busy street. When she looked up, she saw the courthouse straight ahead. "I didn't even know Riley had a sister," Nessa said, startled by the urgent request. "But then, I guess I don't really know much about her at all."
"Well, her sister may already be in Willow Bay, and she could be in danger," Hunter insisted. "Make sure you let Riley know as soon as you see her."
Stepping into the security line outside the courthouse, Nessa dug in her purse and prepared to show her badge. "Okay, I'm at the courthouse now," she agreed. "I'll try to get a word with Riley as soon as possible."
"One other thing, Nessa."
Hunter spoke quickly, trying to get out the words before she hung up.
"I'm also worried about Veronica. Whoever dropped off the package at her house yesterday might be involved in some way."
The security guard smiled at Nessa and waved her through without examining her badge. She walked directly to the bank of elevators and waited, her mind spinning with all the things she needed to do. "Okay, once the hearing is over, I'll ask a patrol car to keep an eye on Veronica's house," Nessa said, thinking Andy Ford would probably be available. "And you can fill me in on what you learned in Miami." The elevator doors slid open. Nessa stepped inside and thumbed the button for the third floor. Hopefully, Judge Eldridge's courtroom hadn't moved since the last time she'd had the misfortune to testify in front of the unpleasant old man.
"Thanks, Nessa. The Xavier Grayson case may be over for you, but Veronica is still dealing with the fallout. The last thing she needs is to become the target of another psycho."
Thinking of Alma's recent revelation, the impulse to tell Hunter about the call from the FBI was too strong to ignore. Hunter had helped take down Xavier Grayson. He'd watched the man die. Didn't he have a right to know if there were new questions in the case? "I'm not so sure the Xavier Grayson case is closed," Nessa said, already wishing she had waited for a better time to drop the information on Hunter. "Our lab got a call from the FBI about a DNA profile we submitted to CODIS. Apparently, Xavier Grayson's DNA is a partial match to an old homicide in D.C. The feds are interested." The elevator doors opened, and Nessa saw a crowd of people standing outside a courtroom at the end of the hall. A few reporters and a cameraman hovered in the background, ready to pounce as soon as the judge made his ruling. "Sorry, Hunter, but I gotta go. Looks like the hearing is in full swing. I'll call you back once this is over." Disconnecting the call, Nessa wove her way through the crowd, stopping at the closed door, which was blocked by a stern-looking security guard. He didn't look impressed when she showed him her badge, but he moved aside and eased the door open so that she could slip through. Judge Eldridge was seated behind the raised bench at the front of the courtroom. Nessa noted that he wore his usual plain black robe and sour expression. All the seats in the gallery seemed to be taken, so Nessa found an empty spot along the back wall. She surveyed the defendant's table, immediately recognizing Nick Sargent's broad shoulders and dark hair. She watched as he leaned over to whisper something to the defense attorney next to him, and winced. Norman Price was one of the best lawyers in town. I just hope he's not good enough to get Nick Sargent back on the street. Chapter 10. Riley Odell held her breath as she waited for Judge Eldridge to make his ruling. She'd done all she could to convey the danger Nick Sargent posed to the community. Now it was up to the unpredictable old jurist to determine if bail should be set for a man who had exploited the town's most vulnerable women, many of whom still lived in fear of reprisal for speaking out.
"I've heard arguments from both sides and have decided to set bail for Mr. Sargent at $10,000.
The judge pronounced in a scratchy voice. Riley gasped in outrage, jumping up from her seat behind the prosecution table as the courtroom erupted into raised voices. "But the state has requested denial of bail," she called out, even though she knew it was pointless to object. "The amount is ridiculously insufficient based on—"
"Sit down, Miss Odell."
Banging the gavel on the big wooden bench in front of him, Judge Eldridge scowled in her direction, his face red with indignation.
"Any further outbursts from you and I'll have you removed from my courtroom."
He turned to Norman Price, who stood beside a beaming Nick Sargent.
"My ruling is final. Court is adjourned."
Riley sagged back down into her chair with a heavy sigh. She couldn't bear to look over at the defendant's table, where Nick Sargent waited to be escorted back to the holding cell.
"Your plan to take down my cousin is already failing, Miss Odell."
The deep, gravelly voice interrupted Riley's grim thoughts. Looking up, she saw that a big man in a black leather jacket had slipped into the vacated seat behind her. His dark eyes blazed above a hard jawline and a nose that hinted at his fondness for fighting. "Your cousin?" Riley studied the big man's features. He was older and less polished than Nick Sargent, but she could see a rough resemblance.
"This way, Mr. Sokolov."
Nick Sargent's attorney hovered at the man's shoulder.
"We need to arrange for the bail."
"Hold on a minute," he muttered, keeping his eyes on Riley.
"I want to introduce myself to the prosecutor. Make sure she knows just who she's messing with."
Sticking out a big hand, he produced a sardonic grin, revealing an uneven row of surprisingly white teeth.
"I'm Ivan Sokolov. I'm the guy who's gonna expose all the lies you've been telling about my cousin."
Riley ignored the hand, turning to see that Nessa Ainsley had come up beside her. The chief of police's angry expression matched her own, and Nessa addressed Ivan with ill-concealed fury. "If you're trying to intimidate the prosecutor, or anyone in this town for that matter, Mr. Sokolov, I'd advise against it." Nessa slid her disapproving stare to Norman Price. "And I think you'd better remind your client that associating with known criminals could violate the conditions of his bail." Ivan raised a hand to stifle the lawyer's response.
"I'm a respectable businessman, Chief Ainsley, not a criminal, and I know my rights, so your threats don't worry me."
Norman shrugged and returned Nessa's gaze.
"I have to agree with Mr. Sokolov, Chief," he said, his tone light. "There's absolutely nothing wrong with a man supporting a family member through a rough time. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have a meeting with the bondsman to get to."
Watching the men wind their way toward the exit, Riley wondered what she'd done wrong. How had she allowed a man like Nick Sargent to be released to do more harm? "I know this may not be a good time, but I got a strange call from Hunter Hadley. He wanted me to pass on information he found out in Miami while he was reporting on Tina Tremaine's death." Riley held up a tired hand to stop Nessa. "If it was so important, why didn't he tell me himself?" Nessa shrugged with impatience. I think he tried to call you, she said, but he couldn't get through. Now listen, let's step outside Where's my phone? Riley felt in her pockets, only half listening to Nessa's words. I took it out earlier, but where did I leave it? Listen, Riley, this is about your sister. She may be in trouble. Recalling suddenly that Katie was in town and that she was indeed in trouble, Riley focused her attention back on Nessa. How does Hunter know about Katie? He talked to someone at the modeling agency where Tina worked earlier today. Nessa lowered her voice and looked around the courtroom, clearly not wanting to be overheard. He found out your sister works there too, and that she may be coming to Willow Bay. Riley frowned, not sure what Nessa was implying. She's already here, Riley confirmed, her stomach tightening as she added, she drove up yesterday with her boyfriend. Gripping Riley's hand, Nessa leaned closer. I don't know all the facts, but Hunter thinks your sister may have been the real target of whoever pushed Tina Tremaine off that roof. What? Why would he think that? I'm not sure, but you need to call him and find out. Just then, a deep voice called out across the courtroom. The bailiff stood at the edge of the gallery, gesturing toward the door.
Sorry, ladies, but I've got to clear out the room now. I need to ask you both to gather your belongings and head toward the exit.
Spinning around to the prosecution table, Riley searched for her phone. Lifting the stack of files on the desk and rummaging through her briefcase and purse, she pushed back the chairs and peered under the table without much hope. I can't find my phone. Riley hated the panic in her own voice. I thought I had it with me, but maybe I left it in the office. She tried to think back to the last time she had the slim black smartphone, but the morning now seemed like a blur. You can use mine, Nessa offered, putting a soothing hand on Riley's arm to tug her toward the open doors in the back. But let's go out in the hall first. The reporters took Riley by surprise, sticking microphones toward her as cameras flashed in her face. Squinting against the bursts of light, she was reminded of the images she'd seen of Tina Tremaine's last moments. Several had shown the doomed model blinking into an unforgiving flash as she'd tried to smile. Anxiety swelled in Riley's chest, and her throat constricted, strangling the response the reporters expected. She clutched at Nessa's hand in alarm, needing to escape the swarm of faces and cameras around her. No comment, Nessa called out, guiding her toward the elevator. The prosecutor will not be taking any questions today.
Are you kidding? An older man holding a bulky camera shouted over the other moans of protest. We've been out here for over an hour, and you're not going to give us anything? Come on, prosecutor. What's your reaction to the ruling?
Check with a media relations officer for an official statement, Jack, Nessa replied, as she propelled Riley into the waiting elevator and positioned herself at the front, blocking anyone else from entering until the doors slid shut. Shaking with relief, Riley leaned against the wall of the elevator and sucked in a deep breath. She looked up to see Nessa staring at her with a worried expression. I'm sorry, I just got a bit shaky. She dropped her eyes, knowing how pathetic she must look. I guess I should have eaten lunch, and maybe breakfast. Nessa's worried look remained as the doors opened to reveal the quiet lobby. Taking out her phone, she handed it to Riley. I think you better call Hunter and get the details. He made me promise I'd have you call him as soon as possible. Taking the phone, Riley tried to tell herself that she was fine, that her anxiety was a natural response to the judge's outrageous ruling, especially after she'd spent so much time preparing. But as she held the phone to her ear, Riley knew it wasn't true. It's always like this whenever Katie's around. She always does something to cause trouble. She brings chaos wherever she goes. Anger at her younger, irresponsible sister began to build up inside her. By the time Hunter's voice sounded in her ear, Riley had worked herself into a state of fury. Katie has gotten herself into her own mess. Her words were ice cold. She's screwed around with a married man, and now she'll have to live with the consequences. She sensed Hunter's hesitation and saw Nessa's eyes widen. If she or her new boyfriend are suspects in
Riley.
Recoiling at Hunter's shout, she stared at the phone.
Please just be quiet and listen to me, Riley, he called out. Your sister's life might depend on it.
I'm sorry, Riley murmured. as all the color drained from her already pale cheeks. "Go ahead. I'm listening."
Tina Tremaine went to meet a man on the rooftop of the Alta Vista Tower Sunday night. I don't know who he was yet, but I know that he had specifically asked to meet Katie Odell. He thought he was meeting your sister on top of that building.
A band of fear tightened around Riley's chest as his words sunk in. She tried to think of an argument, tried to figure out a way to disprove his theory. But there was only one way to prove to herself that her sister was okay. "I've got to go, Hunter." She handed the phone back to Nessa. "I need to see my little sister, and I think I know where she is." Chapter 11. Frankie stood and stretched long, skinny arms over his head. His back was sore and cramped after hours spent bending over the computer, creating a timeline with Katie and Dex. Every minute of their time on Sunday evening had been accounted for, and unless one of them was lying, they'd provided each other with rock-solid alibis. Rubbing his eyes, Frankie decided he needed another cup of coffee. He'd been up most of the night. Flashbacks of his time in prison had kept him tossing and turning. He assumed the glimpse of the woman cop the day before had revived bad memories that had been buried deep but were not yet dead.
Maybe a man can never really get over being caged up like an animal, especially for a crime he didn't commit.
An unsettling thought had occurred to him as he'd stewed in the dark over the injustice. If his persistent young lawyer hadn't gotten him a new trial, he might have spent the last 10 years in prison. He might still be in prison right now. He didn't know whether to be grateful for escaping that horrible fate, or furious that his life and potential had been forever damaged by the unfounded charges brought against him by the WBPD. Of course, that had been long before Nessa Ainsley had taken over as chief of police, and after he'd met his new partner, Pete Barker. Since then, he'd gotten to know some of the detectives in the town's small department, and had learned that some cops were good, and some were crooked. As his grandma in Memphis had always told him, there were bad apples in every barrel. A rumble from his stomach reminded him that Barker still wasn't back with his lunch. He checked his watch, then opened the door and stepped outside. Dex Tremaine stood on the sidewalk smoking a cigarette. His long hair wafted around his thin face as the warm wind picked up the smoke and carried it away. Reaching into his shirt pocket, Frankie pulled out a stick of gum and tore off the silver wrapper.
"I used to smoke too," he said to Dex, "back before I knew the shit it does to your lungs. I mean, it's pretty disgusting."
Dex continued to stare down the street as if he hadn't heard Frankie. He took another long drag on his cigarette, then threw it on the sidewalk and ground it out with the heel of his designer shoe. The photographer's faraway stare worried Frankie. He'd seen that look in the eyes of men who'd given up, men who'd been sentenced to 20 years to life and had lost hope of ever getting out. Trying to snap Dex out of his daze, Frankie looked around.
"Where's Katie? I thought she was out here with you."
Dex shrugged. He took out another cigarette and stuck it between his thin lips, but made no effort to light it.
"She said she needed to get some air," he mumbled past the cigarette, "but I think maybe she just wanted to get away from me." "Why's that?"
Another shrug of Dex's thin shoulders made Frankie want to shake him. Instead, he waited.
"You get better answers from waiting patiently than you do from asking a bunch of leading questions."
Barker had been trying to teach him the art of patience, and Frankie was starting to learn.
"Tina's death, this whole fucked up situation," Dex finally said. "It's made me realize I'm no good for Katie. She'll figure that out too, sooner or later."
Taking the cigarette out of his mouth, Dex crushed it in his hand.
"I just ruin everything I touch." He swallowed hard. "If I stick with Katie, she could be the next one to die."
Footsteps sounded on the sidewalk, and Frankie looked up to see Riley Odell charging toward them. The look on her face was almost as miserable as the one Dex was wearing. "Where's Katie?" she asked, still a yard away. "I need to see her." Frankie raised a hand in greeting. He wished Barker would return. The retired detective would know how to handle an upset prosecutor better than he did. But Dex stepped forward to intercept her.
"Katie needed some space."
Frankie heard a protective tone enter Dex's voice. The man obviously cared about Katie, even if he'd given up on himself.
"She'll be back."
Dex didn't sound very confident, but Riley appeared to accept the information. She turned her penetrating gaze on Frankie. "Where's Barker? I need to talk to him."
"He's grabbing some lunch," Frankie replied. "We've been working on establishing a timeline for Sunday night and—"
But Riley had already walked to the door and was pushing her way inside the little office. Frankie shrugged and followed after her, leaving Dex alone on the sidewalk. Rounding on Frankie as soon as the door closed behind him, Riley lowered her voice to an urgent whisper. "I have reason to believe Katie may be in danger." She looked toward the door, then back at Frankie. "Dex is already a total mess. There's no telling how he'll react when he finds out that whoever pushed his wife off that building might have really been targeting Katie." The prosecutor pushed back a wayward lock of dark hair as she paced the room, her body tense and her jaw set.
"You think somebody's after Katie? But why?"
"Katie was supposed to be on the roof that night," Riley snapped, "but Tina went in her place. Now Tina's dead and Katie's... well, I don't even know where she is, do I?" Tears shone in Riley's dark eyes as she clenched her fists by her side. Frankie crossed to the coffee machine and picked up the only clean mug on the little counter. The mug was slightly chipped and had a Memphis Grizzlies logo on the front. Pouring warm coffee into the mug, he turned and offered it to Riley. She stared at the offered mug with watery eyes, then sank into a chair and covered her eyes with a shaky hand. "She always does this." Frankie strained to make out the muffled words. "Katie always manages to drive me crazy." She looked up at Frankie with a pained expression. "You know she quit law school to become a model? I mean, all that education down the drain. Our parents still haven't recovered from the shock." The mug was growing heavy in Frankie's hand, so he sat it on the desk next to Riley and lowered himself into a chair.
"Little sisters can be hard to deal with,"
Frankie said, pushing back the pang of grief that always surfaced at the thought of his own little sister.
"I bet Katie will go back to law school eventually, once she's had a chance to rebel a little."
Riley gave a distracted nod and stood up. "I need to find Katie."
"Why don't you call her? I'm sure she's around here somewhere."
Striding to the door, Riley pulled it open, then stopped to look back. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but dry. "I'm going back to my office to get my phone. When Katie comes back, make sure she stays here. I'll be back soon." The door swung shut behind her, and Frankie breathed a sigh of relief. His abilities to comfort a distraught woman obviously needed some work. He opened the front door to ask Dex if he wanted the coffee Riley hadn't touched, but the sidewalk was empty. Only a few mangled cigarette butts revealed that Dex had ever been there. Leaning against the building, Frankie crossed his arms over his chest and exhaled, wondering what he should do next. He considered searching for Dex or Katie, or maybe calling Barker.
Or maybe I should go inside and take a nap. I need one after last night.
Instead, he pulled out his phone.
What does a pretty girl do when she's wandering around a new town on her own? She takes a selfie and shares it with the whole damn world.
Tapping on the Instagram app, Frankie searched for Katie Odell. The search revealed a page full of results, so he narrowed the search, adding Miami model. Katie's face popped up on his screen. Her latest post sent a jolt of alarm through him. Katie smiled into the camera. She held up her fingers in a peace sign as she posed on the edge of the Willow River with Sunset Bridge in the background. Frankie recognized the picturesque bridge right away. It was a local landmark, serving as a prop for countless selfies. Frankie's stomach tightened. He didn't like the idea of Riley's sister roaming around the area on her own, and he figured the already worried prosecutor wouldn't either. Why would Katie go all the way down to the river? A disturbing thought flashed in his head. She still doesn't know she was the one the killer wanted to meet. Picturing the park and nature trail next to the bridge, his hand tightened around the phone. It was the ideal place for a predator to hide and strike. If Riley was right and Katie was in danger, Sunset Park was the last place she should go.
"Why are you hanging around on the street?"
Frankie jumped at Barker's sudden appearance, causing the big man to step backward into the path of a young woman rushing past on the sidewalk. Her purse caught on the edge of the brown paper bag Barker carried, and Frankie just managed to leap forward and snag the bag before it fell to the ground.
"Whoa there,"
Frankie called out.
"Where's the fire?"
When he looked up, he was surprised to see Veronica Lee staring back at him, her breath coming in small gasps. "Sorry, I'm trying to get to the courthouse before Nick Sargent's bail hearing is over, and I'm so late."
"Oh, you missed that already," Barker said, adjusting his suit jacket. "Sorry to say, but Judge Eldridge granted bail, so that creep's probably leaving the jail as we speak."
Anger flooded through Frankie at the news.
The people who actually deserve to be behind bars get all the breaks.
But now wasn't the time to sulk. He needed to find Katie and bring her back safely to the office.
"I gotta go,"
he muttered, shoving the paper bag toward Barker.
"Katie's off playing tourist, and Riley Odell's gonna have my ass if I don't get her sister back here in one piece."
A frown formed between Veronica's wide green eyes. Katie Odell's already in Willow Bay? Raising an eyebrow, Barker studied the young reporter.
"How does the press already know about Katie Odell?"
Frankie raised a hand to stop the questions.
"I don't have time for this. Katie's down by Sunset Park, and Riley's desperate to find her and make sure she's safe, so I gotta go."
Spinning on his heel, Frankie started down Bay Street at a quick walk with Veronica close on his heels. If they hurried, they could be at the trail in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and they could be on the bridge. He only hoped they wouldn't be too late.
"Hold tight, Katie, and don't talk to any strangers until we get there."
Chapter 12. Sunset Park was quiet when Xander strolled up to his favorite bench. Weekday afternoons normally attracted only a few dog walkers, joggers, or mothers with strollers. He decided no one at the tranquil spot posed a serious threat to him or the big event he had planned. Settling himself on the bench, he looked out over the dark, choppy water of the Willow River and admired the bridge's graceful steel arches outlined against the cool blue of the sky. An elderly couple walked past him, heading toward the pedestrian walkway that led up to the bridge. He held his breath, hoping the slow-moving couple wasn't about to disrupt his plan now that it had been set in motion. He couldn't risk leaving any witnesses. But the couple continued past the walkway, and Xander exhaled. So far, everything was going as planned. He'd managed to swipe Riley Odell's phone at the courthouse without detection. Using the tried-and-true tactics of distraction and deception he'd learned as a young man, Xander had been able to prove to himself he still had the knack for theft, as well as for murder.
"It's just like riding a bike. Once you learn how to kill, you never forget."
And now Katie was on her way to meet her sister. At least that's what she thought. Pulling out Riley's slim black iPhone, Xander tapped in the 6-digit passcode. He'd gotten it by using the same tactic he often used to get computer passwords and ATM PIN codes. All it took was patience and a camera with a zoom lens. He smiled at the thought that it was now easier than ever to record a potential target without arousing suspicion.
Everyone takes a selfie or photo to post every 5 minutes, so it's no big deal to aim a camera in public. Not if you can blend into the scenery.
Surveying the park, Xander glimpsed a blonde head in the distance. A surge of adrenaline flooded through him when he saw the figure of a young woman coming closer, but he forced himself to remain still, to keep sitting on the bench as if he didn't even notice the woman approaching. He'd promised himself he wouldn't make his next move until he was sure Riley Odell's little sister was in sight. The unsuspecting model wouldn't be spared a second time, and her cold-hearted sister's turn to face his vengeance would come soon enough.
Riley destroyed the one person I vowed to protect. Now she'll start to pay.
The blonde stopped at the crosswalk, then dashed to the other side of the street and disappeared around the corner onto Central. The woman wasn't Katie, and she wouldn't be his next victim. The unknown blonde had been luckier than the ill-fated Tina Tremaine. Xander clenched his fists by his side, impatient to get started, ready to feel the rush he knew was waiting for him at the top of the bridge. He was desperate to relive the power and the thrill he'd experienced as Tina Tremaine had struggled to survive. Her death had lit a fire in Xander's belly that he hadn't felt in a long time. Now that he was truly alive again, he wanted more.
And why not? What do I have to lose now that Xavier is gone?
His reason for enduring a mundane life and for concealing his true identity was gone. He'd given up the exciting life he'd led before to protect Xavier. The police had been too close, and he couldn't risk going down and taking Xavier with him. Xander's sacrifice hadn't been his alone. His plan had required him to take the life of an innocent man. For once, he hadn't killed for pleasure, gain, or revenge. He had killed to protect Xavier, the only family he'd ever had, the only one who shared his blood. Now those who killed Xavier will pay for his death with their own blood. Feeling the phone vibrate in his hand, Xander looked down. His eyes gleamed with hot anticipation as Katie Odell's name and text message popped up on the screen. "At the bridge now. We'll wait at the lookout." He resisted the urge to jump up and race toward the pedestrian walkway. Instead, he carefully thumbed in a message. He'd read through enough texts on Riley's phone to mimic her blunt style. "Almost there. Don't leave." Rising from the bench, Xander held the phone in front of him, as if taking a touristy photo of the bridge ahead. He recognized Katie Odell's tall, slim figure right away. She wore a brilliant blue dress and strappy sandals, letting the wind off the river blow her blonde hair around her pretty face and slim shoulders. Holding up her own phone, she snapped another selfie, unaware of the killer standing only yards away. Xander smiled as he also snapped a photo, imagining Riley looking at the picture later, knowing that she would see her sister's last few moments on Earth and that she'd hate herself for doing nothing to save her. A dog growled suddenly at his feet, and Xander looked down to see the same boxer he'd encountered the day before, straining at his leash. Resisting an impulse to deliver a swift kick to the dog's snarling face, he glanced up at the attractive woman struggling to control the animal. "Hey there, big fella," he said, forcing the sides of his mouth up into a smile. "No need to worry. I'm not gonna bite." The woman didn't return his smile. Her brow furrowed into a suspicious frown as she pulled the dog along the sidewalk. Xander stared after her, deciding he may come back to the park another day. "I could follow the snotty bitch home and teach her how to control that dog. I bet we could have a lot of fun." But it wasn't the right time to pursue new interests. He had Katie Odell in his sights, and he couldn't lose focus now. Thrusting Riley's phone in his pocket, he adjusted his baseball cap and sunglasses before walking directly toward the bridge. Positioning the camera so that the river was behind her, Katie was engrossed in her own reflection as he sauntered by. She didn't glance over as he proceeded up the ramp to the walkway that provided a safe way for pedestrians to cross the wide river. The lookout deck was located at the midpoint of the half-mile-long bridge, providing a perfect photo opportunity for anyone unafraid of the dark water swirling below. But Xander didn't bother stopping to look out at the vista beyond as he approached at a fast walk. He observed the deserted deck, made sure no one was approaching from either direction, then slid into a recessed nook next to the massive pylon that marked the halfway point. A permanent shadow concealed the small alcove from anyone casually walking by. The mask and coil of rope lay undisturbed, just as he'd left them earlier after parking west of the river and crossing the pedestrian bridge toward the park. Leaning his back against the cool concrete of the pylon, he removed his cap and glasses and slipped on the generic black ski mask he'd purchased in Colorado the winter before. Winding the thin nylon rope around one hand, he held Riley's phone in the other. Tension hardened the muscles in his arms, and his jaw clenched under the wool mask as he started to sweat. Buzzing from the phone in his hand announced another message had come in.
"Why won't you answer? What's going on?"
The message was from Tucker Van Zinger, and a grim jolt of satisfaction flashed through Xander as he thought of Riley's brawny boyfriend. The ruthless man who had shot Xavier down like a dog would soon find out exactly what was going on. "Your turn's coming soon, detective. Just be patient." Scuffling sounds on the deck made Xander forget about everything but Katie. He peered out at the deck, ready to act quickly, but Riley's sister wasn't anywhere in sight. 2 ospreys had landed on the deck railing, their long talons clutching at the metal handrail. Xander glared at the big birds as they flew off into the blue sky, leaving him behind in the shadows to wait for Katie to arrive. Chapter 13. Katie decided that the sun was too high in the sky to take a flattering selfie, Dex had always warned her that natural midday light created harsh shadows, and that it was best to shoot outside during something he called the golden hour, but she always tried anyway. Maybe just a few of the bridge behind me to post to my timeline. The view from Sunset Bridge was impressive, although it was nothing like the view from the Golden Gate Bridge. Katie had been awed by the sweeping views of the harbor when she'd gone to San Francisco with her family. It had been the last vacation they'd taken before she'd started college, and the last time she remembered them all being happy together. Back then, Katie had been convinced she would be a lawyer, just like her big sister, and just like both of her parents. Her future had seemed set in stone, and she thought there was no way of getting out of it, not unless she was willing to be disowned by her family. Glancing around, she couldn't see Riley yet. Her always busy sister was probably managing another crisis, or saving the world again. There was always something important going on for Riley to brag about, always something more impressive than Katie's modest modeling success. Heading toward the pedestrian walkway, Katie silently rehearsed what she was going to say to Riley. Somehow, she had to make her sister understand that she loved Dex, and he loved her, that they were meant to be together, no matter what had happened before. Age doesn't matter when two people are in love. Dex is a good man who's made some bad decisions, and I don't want to live without him. Katie sighed in frustration as she stepped up on the walkway. All her planned words sounded cheesy and cliched. How could a practical, hard-edged woman like Riley understand true love? A pang of guilt made her look over her shoulder, as if Riley might be coming up behind her, as if her big sister might overhear her uncharitable thoughts. But the pedestrian bridge was empty. From where Katie stood, she could see a broader view of the park, which appeared to be deserted. Only a few people had crossed her path since she'd arrived, and she suspected the rush of dog walkers and joggers wouldn't begin until people had gotten out of school and off work. Relieved that she had a few more minutes to prepare her argument and to silence the doubts and fears whirling around in her head, she stopped to take another selfie, then checked her phone to see if Riley had texted again. She'd been surprised to get a curt text message from Riley asking to meet at the bridge. She knew her sister wanted to talk about her career plans and about her relationship with Dex. Katie understood why Riley wanted to meet her alone, and for the first time in a while, she was hopeful they could finally mend the rift that had started when she'd dropped out of law school to give modeling a shot. She can't stay mad at me forever, can she? She's got to accept what I want for my life at some point. After all, it is my life, not hers. A chirp from her phone let her know that Dex was calling. She silenced the phone and sent the call to voicemail. She hadn't told Dex where she was going. He had enough to worry about without getting caught up in her argument with Riley. Katie felt a surge of sympathy for Dex, who had been torn with guilt for weeks before telling Tina he was leaving her. Now that Tina was dead, he was in shock, and Katie was the only one who could help him find a way past the debilitating pain and remorse. Of course, she had also been stunned by Tina's sudden death, and the fear that it had been all her fault was eating away at her. What if she wasn't pushed? What if she jumped? If I hadn't started an affair with Dex, would Tina still be alive? Did Dex and I cause her to break? Refusing to accept that the love she shared with Dex was somehow responsible for Tina's violent death, Katie shook her head and blocked the unwanted thought. No one understands what Dex and I have. Maybe no one ever will. Her relationship with the older photographer had started the year before, when she'd gone home to Miami for summer break. A friend had taken her along to a modeling job, and Dex had been the photographer on the shoot. He'd told her right away that she could be a model, that she had what it took to make it in the business. She had quickly dismissed his comments as polite flattery, but the idea of them living a life far from the hard work and heavy books at law school sounded like a dream. Unable to forget his words or the shine of interest in his kind blue eyes, she'd impulsively Googled him and discovered that he owned a successful modeling agency and that he had a solid reputation. Showing up at his studio unannounced, she'd asked Dex to help her put together a portfolio, and he'd agreed with an easy smile. After that, it had all happened so naturally, so slowly, that she hadn't even realized she was in love until it was time to return to law school. The falling out with her family had followed soon after. and she had run to Dex in tears, soothed by his murmured assurances that modeling wasn't a waste of time, and that she could always go back to law school later after she'd had a chance to see something of the world while she was still young. While Riley and her parents had tried to shame her, Dex had made her feel like anything was possible. And when he had confessed that he'd married Tina in an attempt to heal his broken heart after his first wife had died, Katie had finally understood the haunted look that sometimes appeared in his eyes when he thought he was alone. She'd known then that they could save each other from living a life that was based on lies. She didn't want to be a lawyer, and Dex didn't want to be married to Tina. Together, they could build a new future built on truth and love. Is that so wrong? Should we be punished for wanting to be happy? Two big birds swooped down in front of Katie's face, their wings beating the air as they soared above the water and disappeared into the clouds gathering in the west. Startled, she glanced up to see the lookout deck only a few yards ahead. It appeared to be empty. Even with all her stops for selfies along the way, Riley hadn't beaten her to the meeting place. At least she can't complain that I kept her waiting this time. Standing at the rail, she looked down to the water 80 feet below, enjoying the cool breeze in her hair and the warm sun on her skin. She turned to survey the deck, noting the deep shadow provided by a towering pylon behind her. Looks like the perfect spot for one last photo. The shadow would soften the light around her face, even if the day hadn't yet reached the magical golden hour Dex raved about. Raising the camera, she smiled at her reflection, snapping yet another selfie. This one was perfect. Her skin glowed, and her eyes shone with a brilliant blue that matched her dress, as well as the glimpses of sky visible behind her. The image was definitely worthy of sharing. She uploaded the picture to Instagram, adding a caption that sounded more cheerful than she felt. Enjoying the view. It's finally feeling like fall here in Florida. Admiring her post, Katie noticed an odd shape in the shadowy background. Frowning, she zoomed in closer, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. The faint outline of a man's head and shoulders were visible. Katie squinted, then whirled around as she realized the two specks of light in the photo were the gleaming eyes of a man standing in the shadows behind her. The man leaped forward without warning, a black ski mask hiding his features as he looped a rough rope around Katie's neck and pulled tight, stopping the scream that had risen in her throat before it could escape into the silent afternoon. Dropping her phone, Katie clutched at the rope with frantic hands, gasping for air as the sky blurred and faded in front of her bulging eyes. He wrenched her around so that her back was pressed to his heaving chest as he shoved her forward. Katie's legs buckled underneath her, and she stumbled, feeling the rope tighten around her neck. Regaining her footing, she kicked back hard, connecting with the man's shin. But the thin sandals she wore had no effect, and he continued to drive her forward, forcing her body up against the steel railing of the lookout deck.
Tina wasn't the one I wanted, the man gritted out between clenched teeth. It's you I want, Katie O'Dell. I want you dead.
Hearing his hot whisper in her ear, Katie tried to turn away.
And I want your sister to suffer before I kill her, too.
His hands continued to tighten the rope as his words sunk in. He's the one who killed Tina, and now he's going to kill me and Riley. Her fear turned to rage, and she reached back to claw at the snarling face behind the mask, holding on to the woolen material with a death grip as she felt her feet leave the ground. No, please, no. Riley, where are you? Why didn't you come? The desperate voice in Katie's head screamed for her sister, even as she gasped helplessly for air. Using her last surge of strength, she lifted her hand again and grasped a handful of the man's hair just as he heaved her up and over the rail. Suddenly, the rough hands were gone, and the wind and the sky rushed past her as she plummeted toward the water below. Chapter 14. Veronica heard the terrified scream just as she and Frankie reached Sunset Park. A woman stood on the edge of the river pointing toward the bridge as a figure in blue plummeted down into the water, sinking from sight with an ominous splash. Letting out another scream, the woman on the riverbank spun around to see Veronica and Frankie running toward her on the path. "Help!" the woman yelled, pulling her dog behind her as she ran toward them through the grass. "That woman fell off the bridge! Call for help! Call 911! Veronica already had her phone in her hand. She tapped out 911 and held the phone to her ear as Frankie charged toward the water. "Frankie!" Her frantic shout didn't slow him down as he pulled off his baggy shirt and tennis shoes. A man on a bike skidded to a stop beside Veronica as the woman with the dog began to cry. "She hasn't come up yet," the woman moaned. "She hasn't come up for air." "This is 911. What's your emergency?" The operator's voice sounded in Veronica's ear just as Frankie splashed into the water. His lanky frame was quickly submerged, first up to his waist and then up to his chest. "A woman fell off Sunset Bridge," Veronica said, her mouth dry as she watched Frankie begin to wade further out into the dark water. "She's in the water, and we can't see her moving. I'm sending a rescue unit to your location right now." The operator's voice was calm. "Please stay on the line until they arrive." Pedestrians walking on Sunset and Central began to gather as the woman with the dog continued to cry and point out to the water. "There are alligators in that lake," the man on the bike said, making no move to dismount. "I wouldn't go in there if I were him." Rushing forward, Veronica again tried to stop Frankie. "Wait, Frankie. They're sending a rescue team." But he had already begun to swim toward the middle of the river, his long arms splashing through the water in clumsy strokes. A siren sounded in the distance, and Veronica raced back to the edge of the park, waving one arm toward the fire engine that barreled toward her while holding the phone to her ear. "They're here," she told the operator, "but we may need another ambulance. A man's gone in the water to try to save her, and I'm not sure he knows what he's doing." Disconnecting the call, Veronica shoved her phone into her purse and watched as two men climbed out of the big truck. "A woman fell off the bridge. She's still out there in the water." Veronica's voice was raspy from shouting, and her arm trembled as she raised a hand toward the river. The taller of the men looked down at Veronica, a worried frown creasing his brow. He put both hands on his substantial hips. "We're gonna have to wait for the rescue boat, miss." "But how long will it take?" Veronica protested, panic building as she thought of the amount of time that had already passed since the woman had dropped into the water. "She hasn't come up for air, and Frankie is trying to swim out there to help her, but he can hardly swim, and—" The shorter firefighter had begun to unload a big bag and a lightweight stretcher. At Veronica's words, he looked up in alarm. "Someone's trying to swim all the way out there?" Swallowing hard, Veronica nodded, her mouth too dry to speak. Both men hurried down the riverbank and looked out over the water. Frankie's head was visible about 100 yards out, but he'd stopped splashing and appeared to be treading water. "What's he doing?" the shorter firefighter asked, shaking his head. "He's bound to get all tangled up in the weeds and branches." The bigger man stepped to the edge of the water and raised his voice to a loud shout. "Come out of the water, sir!" Frankie's face turned toward the shore, but he didn't move. "I said come out! Now!" The sound of sirens turned all heads back toward the road, and Veronica's heart leaped with hope as she saw the lightweight boat hooked on the back of a red truck with the words Willow Bay Fire and Rescue emblazoned on the side. Pulling up onto the sidewalk, the truck jerked to a stop, then began to reverse toward the riverbank. Once the boat was in position, the woman driver jumped out of the cab, followed by a young bearded man in aviator sunglasses. "We got a female jumper in the water about halfway across the river," the tall firefighter said. "Went off the bridge more than 10 minutes ago, so it's not looking good. We gotta hurry." The term jumper made Veronica frown. Why was he assuming the woman had jumped? None of them even knew who she was, much less what had happened to send her flying over the rail. "A man tried to swim out to save her," the firefighter continued as he followed the woman back to the boat. "He actually got pretty far, but now he's stuck about 100 yards out." Working together, it took only minutes to have the boat in the water. The rescue crew motored toward the middle of the river, pausing briefly to check on Frankie, who was dragging himself back toward the shore. Veronica stood on the riverbank, glad to see that Frankie at least was going to make it out alive. Looking past him, she doubted the woman who had gone into the water would be as lucky. "What were you thinking of?" she scolded, as he collapsed onto the grass beside his shirt and shoes. "Why would you—" The despair in Frankie's eyes stopped her words.
"You don't understand, do you?"
Frankie choked out. "Understand what?" Veronica stared into his miserable face, confused. "What are you talking about?" Pushing a lock of wet hair out of his eyes, he picked up his shirt and tugged it over his head. His phone lay on the grass beside his shoes, where he'd dropped it, but he didn't pick it up.
"The woman that fell was wearing a blue dress."
His voice faded as Veronica leaned closer, struggling to hear over the growing commotion around them.
"Katie Odell was wearing a blue dress today," he said, his voice hoarse, "in the picture she posted from Sunset Park."
Before Veronica could react, a familiar voice sounded behind her. Spinning around, Veronica saw Jack Carson standing on the path, a bulky camera at the ready.
"I came down as soon as I heard the call for a rescue boat on the police scanner. How'd you get here so fast?"
Staring at the older man with a dazed expression, Veronica ignored his question and turned back to Frankie. "Are you saying that woman was—" She couldn't make her mouth form the words, couldn't believe that the woman in the water was Riley Odell's little sister. If that really is her sister out there, it's going to destroy her. Jack Carson cleared his throat.
"I'm gonna get some footage of the boat out there. There's a good spot by the bridge. Once they pull out the body, we can—"
"I need a few minutes, Jack," Veronica said, interrupting him as she kept her eyes on Frankie. "You go ahead without me." Waiting until the videographer had walked away, Veronica sat down beside Frankie on the grass and tried again. "You're telling me the woman who fell was Riley's sister?" Instead of answering, Frankie scooped up his phone and tapped on the screen. He swiped a few times, then held the screen toward Veronica. A beautiful blonde woman smiled into the camera. She wore a bright blue dress that matched the color of her eyes.
"Recognize the dress?"
His voice was grim, and his hand shook as he held the phone. When he raised his eyes to hers, she knew they were both thinking the same thing. How are we going to tell Riley what happened to her sister? Pushing herself up to her feet, Veronica winced. She had struggled to keep up with Frankie's long stride as they'd made their way through the city, and now her feet were aching and sore in the new heels she'd decided to wear to the bail hearing. She winced again at the thought of the missed hearing. Her panicked race to the courthouse seemed to have happened long ago, and the unhappy outcome no longer seemed as important. Veronica knew the fact that Nick Sargent was free to walk the streets should make her nervous, but after witnessing Katie Odell's nightmarish fall, she was too stunned to think about anything else. Looking out to where the rescue boat was bobbing in the water, she thought she could make out the young, bearded man strapping on an air tank and adjusting a diving mask. She lost sight of the boat when a police cruiser bumped up onto the curb, blocking her view. 2 uniformed officers climbed out of the black and white car and began to herd the growing crowd back as they set up a perimeter around the path leading up to the bridge. Jack Carson appeared again at Veronica's shoulder.
"The cops roped off my spot by the bridge,"
he said, his eyes bright with excitement as he aimed his camera toward the policeman.
"But I can get the boat in the background if you're ready to shoot some footage. We could even go live if you—"
"No," Veronica cut in. "Let's shoot some footage first using what we already know. I don't want to go live without knowing more about what's happening." Shrugging his agreement, Jack dug in his backpack and pulled out a slim microphone, then held it out toward Veronica. She waved it away, digging in her purse for a mirrored compact and brush. Only after smoothing back her long dark hair and blotting the sweaty shine from her face did she reach for the microphone. Inhaling deeply, she met Jack's encouraging gaze as he began the countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is Veronica Lee with Channel 10 News, reporting from Sunset Park. A dramatic story is playing out here this afternoon after a woman fell off Sunset Bridge into the Willow River. Gesturing to the river behind her, Veronica kept her voice steady. A Willow Bay fire and rescue team is on the scene now, conducting a search in the area where witnesses saw the woman go into the water. No word yet on the woman's identity or what caused her fall, But we'll stay on the scene to provide further updates as this breaking story develops. Jack cut the shot and gave Veronica a thumbs up. Over his shoulder, she saw the Channel 10 news van pull up to the curb. Rushing forward, she handed the microphone back to Jack, then pushed past him. Her eyes brimming with tears as she saw Hunter's tall figure coming toward her through the crowd.
"What's happened, Veronica?"
Resisting the urge to throw herself into his arms, Veronica managed to hold back a sob. She lowered her voice and leaned in close enough to smell the familiar, soothing scent of his cologne. "A woman fell off the bridge. She's still out there," she whispered, turning her green eyes to the river. "It's Katie Odell." Hunter's body stiffened, and he reached out to grip her hand.
"Are you sure?"
"Yes, Frankie and I saw her, but there was nothing we could do."
"Did you see who pushed her?"
Shaking her head, Veronica tried to think of anyone she'd seen in the park, but her full attention had been focused on trying to help Katie, and she couldn't remember seeing anyone suspicious hanging around. It had all happened so fast.
"We've got to let the police know that this wasn't an accident,"
Hunter said, guiding Veronica toward the big news van where Finn stood with Gracie.
"The man who killed Tina Tremaine did this. He must already be in Willow Bay. They have to find him and stop him before anyone else gets hurt."
Chapter 15. The streets around Sunset Park were backed up in all directions as Nessa activated her siren and navigated the black Dodge Charger past a long line of cars. She turned onto Central, edged the car past a bulky news van, and brought the Charger to a stop between a fire engine and a red pickup truck. Stepping out, Nessa saw that Van Zinger and Jankowski had pulled up behind her in a black Dodge that matched her own. The detectives jumped out and weaved through the crowd to join her.
"What's going on, Chief?"
Van Zinger's eyes were darting around the park as he spoke, assessing the situation. Nessa pointed to the boat in the middle of the river. A man could be seen in the water, but they were too far away to make out exactly what was going on. "A woman fell off the bridge." Nessa turned to Van Zinger with a grim expression. "I have reason to believe it was Katie Odell."
"What reason?" Van Zinger demanded. "How do you know?" "I told her."
Hunter Hadley appeared beside Nessa, his handsome features marred by a deep frown.
"I found out that Katie Odell had been the intended target of a murder down in Miami 2 days ago. When I heard she was headed to Willow Bay, I told Nessa that Katie might be in danger, that the man might come here looking for her."
Raising a hand to stop Hunter, Nessa addressed the detectives in an urgent voice. They didn't have time to get into the details now. "I'll fill you guys in on the background later. For now, all we know is this may be the scene of a homicide, and that the perp may still be in the area. We need to act accordingly." Noting the stunned expression on Van Zinger's face, Nessa turned to Jankowski and motioned to the pedestrian pathway. "She fell from the lookout midway over the bridge. Jankowski, you take one of the uniforms and make sure the lookout is secure."
"You have a description of who we're supposed to be looking for, Mr. Hadley?"
Jankowski asked, shading his eyes with a big hand.
"Man, woman, you got any idea at all?"
Nessa held back a sarcastic comment. Jankowski was right. How were they supposed to search for someone they knew nothing about? The perp could be standing next to them right now, and they would have no idea.
"It's a man," Hunter replied, "and he's capable of lifting a grown woman up and over the rail up there."
"Just check out the pedestrian bridge and the lookout, Jankowski," Nessa said. "We don't know who might be up there, so be careful. And don't disturb any evidence. I've already called Alma, and I assume she'll be here shortly." Jankowski threw her a sardonic salute, then charged away, his broad shoulders and fair hair visible above the crowd as he went. "Van Zinger, you okay?" She eyed the detective beside her with concern, wondering if his relationship with the potential victim's sister constituted a conflict of interest. Would he be able to focus on the case at hand if he were worrying about Riley?
"Yeah, I'm fine."
The strain in his voice indicated otherwise, but he didn't give her a chance to question him further.
"I'll start talking to the witnesses and try to identify who else was in the park when Katie fell."
"Veronica saw the fall," Hunter admitted, nodding toward the news van where the reporter stood with a young black man and a white Labrador retriever.
"She was here with Frankie Dawson at the time. They'd come looking for Katie." "Then I need to talk to both of them," Van Zinger said, his voice all business. "If we can determine..." A shout echoed over the water, stopping his words. "They found her!" An excited voice in the crowd called out. "They've got her in the boat now!" Nessa's heart jumped with hope as she strained to see what was happening in the rescue boat. The man in the dive mask was still in the water, but the rest of the crew had gathered around to stare down into the bottom of the boat. A sick certainty settled in her chest when the crew sat down, and the boat began to motor slowly toward shore. That boat would be going a lot faster if they'd found her alive. Turning to Van Zinger, she saw that all the color had drained out of his face. He knew what the crew's slow journey back to shore meant, and he knew that the woman he loved was about to hear the worst news of her life. The crowd was silent as the crew unloaded the small, still body, lowering it gently down on the grassy riverbank. The uniformed officers urged the crowd back as Nessa and Van Zinger approached, along with the ambulance crew that had been waiting. The motionless woman on the ground had matted blonde hair and wore a sodden blue dress. A bearded man knelt next to the lifeless figure. He looked up at Nessa and shook his head. "We were too late," he said, his voice thick. "She got caught up on something near the bottom. I had to cut this rope to get her up." He held up one end of a lightweight rope. The other end was looped around the neck of the young woman on the ground. "It's Katie." Van Zinger's voice choked on the words as he sank to the ground. "I wish to God it wasn't, but it is. It's Katie Odell." The pain in his voice brought a lump to Nessa's throat. She watched as a paramedic covered Katie with a white blanket. Then she swallowed hard and shouted to Dave Eddings, one of the uniforms holding back the crowd. "Officer Eddings, find out where the crime scene team is. Escort them here if necessary. I want a tent put up right away." Nodding, Eddings parted the crowd to make his way to his squad car. As Nessa watched him go, her eyes fell on a figure walking toward her in the opening Eddings had created. Riley Odell stood at the edge of the crowd, her face the color of chalk, and her dark eyes wide with fear. "Nessa?" The hint of hope she heard in Riley's voice broke Nessa's heart. "That isn't—" The prosecutor's voice gave out when she saw the tears welling in Nessa's eyes. She stumbled forward, and Van Zinger hurried to catch her, holding her tight as she sagged against his chest, using his big body to block her view. Shaking her head, Riley struggled to escape his arms. "I need to see her, Tucker." "No, Riley. Please let me take you home," Van Zinger begged, trying to hold her back. "You don't want to remember her this way." But Riley wasn't listening. Wrenching herself free, she pushed past Van Zinger, then came to a sudden halt as she saw the white blanket covering the figure on the ground. "Let Van Zinger take you home, Riley," Nessa said, putting a hand on Riley's trembling arm. "You shouldn't be here." Eyes fixed to the white figure before her, Riley knelt in the grass and slowly pulled back the blanket. Staring down at the pitiful figure of her little sister, Riley dropped her head into her hands and began to weep. The crime scene team worked in solemn silence. No one seemed to feel like talking after Van Zinger had led Riley away. The crowd of onlookers had begun to disperse once the tent had been set up to protect the body, and a wider perimeter had been established around the pedestrian bridge and surrounding pathways. Nessa was determined to prevent the contamination of any trace evidence left at the scene. She'd need every bit of available evidence she could find if she was to have a hope of hunting down and bringing in the man who had taken young Katie Odell's life. "Nessa, Hunter said you and Detective Jankowski needed to talk to me about the fall." Veronica Lee stood barefoot on the path, her shoes in her hand. "Is this a good time?" "Yes, you need to tell me what you saw while it's still fresh in your mind," Nessa agreed, taking her little notepad and pen from the pocket of her suit jacket. "So, you were in the park when Katie fell?" Veronica swallowed hard and nodded. "I'd followed Frankie Dawson here to look for Katie. We'd just gotten here when a woman screamed." She shivered at the memory. "I looked up and saw someone falling into the water. I didn't know who it was. Not until Frankie told me." "You said a woman screamed. Did you see anyone else around?" "A man on a bike came up when I was calling 911, Veronica said, "but he didn't see the fall. At least I don't think so." Nessa cocked her head. "Why were you and Frankie trying to find Katie in the first place?" she asked. "And what made you look for her at Sunset Park?" "Frankie said Riley was trying to find her, and that she could be in danger," Veronica explained.
He saw a picture of Katie at Sunset Park and wanted to make sure she was safe. I decided to follow. Holding up a hand, Nessa frowned. Frankie Dawson saw a picture of Katie at the park? Veronica nodded. That's why he knew she was wearing a blue dress. That's how he knew it was Katie that had fallen. We saw her blue dress. Veronica closed her eyes, as if blocking the remembered image. I need to see that picture. Nessa looked around for Frankie. I need to see what she was doing, and if she was with someone. Frankie isn't feeling very well. Veronica pointed toward the road, so he's resting in the van with Hunter and Finn. Making her way across the grass, Nessa had just stopped outside the Channel 10 van when her phone buzzed. She hesitated when she saw the area code. It must be the FBI agent Alma had mentioned. This is Chief Ainsley, Nessa said, holding the phone to her ear. I've been expecting your call, Agent Day. Please call me Charlie. The voice on the other end of the connection didn't sound like any Charlie she'd ever met, but Nessa didn't have time to ask questions. I'm sorry, Charlie, she said, but now's not a good time. I've just pulled a young woman out of the water and— I understand, Chief Ainsley, but I need to talk to you about Xavier Grayson as soon as possible. Yes, and I'm curious to hear how Xavier Grayson is connected to your case, Agent, Charlie. But I'm at a crime scene, and I'm not sure how long this is gonna take. I'll try to find time tomorrow. After Nessa had disconnected the call, she turned to see Hunter Hadley standing directly behind her. You scared the life out of me, she said, sticking her phone back into her pocket. I'm looking for Frankie Dawson.
What does that FBI agent want to know about Xavier Grayson, Nessa? What's going on?
Hunter's eyes were hard.
I think Veronica and I have a right to know.
Nessa tried to control her impatience. I understand why you're concerned, she said, not liking the stubborn set to his jaw. But this isn't the time or the place. We both know Xavier's dead. Whatever the connection is between the FBI case and Xavier Grayson won't change what he did to this town. And right now, I need to focus on finding whoever killed Katie Odell. Catching sight of Frankie's ashen face peering out of the window, Nessa motioned for him to come outside. He opened the van door and attempted to smile.
These vans are really cool,
he said, gesturing to a flashing panel on the wall.
Maybe I should have been a reporter instead of a PI.
Ignoring his comment, Nessa pinned him with a hard stare. I need to see the picture you have of Katie, she said. The one of her at Sunset Park that you showed Veronica?
Oh, you mean the pic she posted up on Instagram?
Frankie pulled out his phone.
The one in the blue dress.
A deep voice yelled out before she could get a good look.
Hey, Nessa!
Jankowski waved for her to join him on the bridge. She could see from the excitement on his face that they'd found something. Send me the link to that pic, Frankie, she said, starting toward Jankowski. And don't go anywhere. I still need to talk to you. Following Jankowski's retreating back along the pedestrian bridge, Nessa stopped short when she saw Alma taking photos on the lookout deck. We've got a smashed-up phone and a ski mask, Alma said, snapping another photo. And I'd bet my next paycheck we'll find hair on the mask. There's bound to be hair. Her words gave Nessa new hope. Maybe they would be able to track down the perp after all. They had the rope used to strangle Katie, and now they also had a phone to track, and the mask the killer had likely worn. Looking over the rail, Nessa tried not to imagine Katie's struggle and the horror of her last moments before she went over the side. Lifting her eyes, Nessa watched as two white birds glided past her in the blue sky above. Shifting her gaze back toward the town, Nessa wondered if the man who had pushed Katie to her death was still in Willow Bay. Is he done with our little town now, or is he just getting started? Chapter 16. Riley felt the bed shift beside her as Benzinger sat up and slipped out from beneath the covers. Her eyelids felt too heavy to open, and she snuggled deeper into the pillow, resisting her waking consciousness, not ready to dispel the fog of sleep that enveloped her. Katie's dead. The memory of her sister's death the day before crashed over her with fresh, excruciating pain. The reprieve of sleep had been temporary, and now the grief that had driven her to take a sedative the night before renewed its attack. Opening her swollen eyes, Riley stared up toward the ceiling, listening to the water running in the bathroom. Benzinger had stayed with her as she'd fallen into a drugged sleep, and she remembered waking in the night to see him watching over her. I'm awake, she murmured as he crept back into the room, trying to be quiet. Although I wish I wasn't. He crawled onto the bed behind her and pulled her against his warm, broad chest, as if trying to shield her. But she knew nothing he did could stop the pain or take away the hurt that filled every cell inside her. You need to get to work, she said, wriggling out from under his arm and sitting up, and I need to make arrangements. Her stomach tightened at the thought of the dreadful call she'd had to make to her parents the night before. They'd gone up to New York for a conference, and it had taken several attempts to get them both on the phone. Katie's gone, she'd said, unable to force out the word that made it sound so real, so final. She came to see me in Willow Bay, and she was attacked. They couldn't save her. The truth had been too painful to admit. I couldn't save her. She came to ask me for help, and I couldn't save her. Squeezing her eyes shut, Riley tried to block out the accusing voice inside her head, but she knew this time the voice was right. She couldn't lie to herself, not about this, even if she hadn't been honest with her parents. She was the one who had failed Katie, and it was up to her to make it right.
I can't leave you like this. Benzinger's voice was soft. I'll call Nessa and tell her that I won't be in today. I'll stay and help you.
No, you'll go to work and help Nessa find the man who did this to Katie. Riley tried to sound firm. I need you to help me find him. Benzinger tried to pull her back into his arms, but she stood and moved across the room. It would be too easy to let Benzinger take over. Too easy to stay in bed and cry while he stood guard and protected her from reality.
Are your parents coming? He finally asked, pulling on his shirt. Will they be here to help you?
I told them not to come here. Her voice was defensive, but she knew it had been the right thing to do. I don't want them in Willow Bay while I'm trying to catch the man who did this. Putting a big hand on her arm, Benzinger pulled her around to face him. His worried eyes met hers, but she couldn't let him distract her or tempt her to be weak. She needed to be strong now, more than ever before. She needed to be strong for Katie.
You know they won't let you near the case, Riley.
Riley shrugged off his hands and backed away. She glared at him, wanting to tell him he was wrong. Tempted to scream at him to leave her alone. But screaming wouldn't bring Katie back. Nothing would. I have to try to make it right, Tucker, she said, hating the tremor in her voice, and the only way I know how to do that is to catch the bastard. Buttoning his shirt, Benzinger shook his head in frustration. He lifted a hand to smooth back his red crew cut, then picked up his phone and keys from the bedside table. Riley followed him into the living room. She watched him take his jacket off the back of a chair, pull it on, and adjust it over his wide shoulders. Checking to make sure his badge and wallet were still in his pocket, he sighed and stared at Riley.
I can stay, you know.
His blue eyes pleaded with her, but she looked away.
At least promise me you'll be careful.
He sounded miserable, but Riley refused to give in. Go on, Tucker, and do your job, she said, opening the front door. Go catch the bad guys, and I'll do whatever it is I have to do. Once the door had closed behind him, Riley crossed to the big window and pulled back the blinds. Her 12th floor unit in the elegant Sunset Terrace condominiums overlooked the park, and she stared out toward the big bridge in the distance, now hating the view she'd once loved. I'm sorry, Katie. I'm so sorry I let you die. Riley took a deep breath and opened the door to Barker and Dawson Investigations. She was surprised to see a man slumped over the desk on the far side of the room. Dashing forward, Riley put a hand on the man's shoulder and shook him, sure that he would be dead, just like Katie.
What the hell?
Frankie Dawson sat up with a start, then squinted at Riley with bloodshot eyes. The smell of alcohol hung in the air around his head, and she took a step back, her fear draining away.
Riley, what are you doing here?
Frankie rubbed his eyes and wiped his mouth with the back of a shaky hand. I should ask you the same thing, she said, pointing to the empty whiskey bottle on the floor. But I can guess what you're doing. Picking up the bottle and throwing it in the trash can under his desk, Frankie shook his head.
You shouldn't be here. You should be with your family.
She crossed her arms across her chest and glared at him. Where's Dex? Her question seemed to take Frankie by surprise. He shrugged and glanced around as if maybe it was a trick question, and the photographer was actually there in the little office with them.
I saw him last night, Frankie finally said, still looking confused. He was pretty torn up, and, well, I think the police took him in for questioning.
You think?
Riley tried to contain her anger. Frankie dropped his head back on the desk. Man, I can't believe I'm so stupid, he said. After being sober for so long, now I go and screw it all up. Barker's gonna kill me.
He winced and looked up at Riley with wide eyes.
Shit, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
Shut up, Frankie, Riley ordered. I need to talk to Dex, but I lost my phone and I don't have his number. Digging in his pocket, Frankie pulled out his phone and held it up as if he'd just won a prize.
I've got Dex's number,
he said, tapping on the phone and sliding it across the desk to Riley.
Here, talk to him.
The call had already rolled to voicemail by the time Riley picked up the phone and held it to her ear. She waited for the beep. Dex, this is Riley. I need to see you. She thought for a second, then added, I lost my phone, but Frankie's going to let me borrow his for the time being, so call his number when you hear this. She ended the call and stared at Frankie, not sure if she should be angry with him or pity him. She thought of the empty bottle in the trash can and frowned. You were at the park yesterday, weren't you? You saw what happened. You saw Katie? Looking away, Frankie nodded.
I'm sorry,
he said, banging his fist on the desk.
I tried to get there in time, but I was too late. I should have run. If only I'd gone faster, maybe.
His voice faded, and he wiped his mouth again.
I know you don't need to hear this right now, he said. It's just so fucking hard to stop thinking, what if, you know?
A lump threatened in Riley's throat. She knew too well.
Why do you want to see Dex anyway? He asked. You think he was involved? You think he could have done this to your sister?
Riley had been asking herself the same question all morning. She kept coming back to the same answer. No, Dex didn't kill Katie. I'm sure of that. But we need to find out everything he knows if we're going to find the man who did. She didn't feel like telling Frankie that she also wanted to make sure Dex was safe. It would make her sound soft, and it wasn't really any of the PI's business anyway. I know it's what Katie would want me to do, and that's all that matters. Frankie scratched at the patchy stubble on his chin and frowned, as if he didn't quite understand.
What did you mean when you said if we're gonna find the man? He asked. Are you saying what I think you're saying?
I'm saying my sister hired you to help Dex. Riley sank into the chair across from Frankie and stared into his red-rimmed eyes. You haven't done that yet, but maybe you still can. Maybe together we can catch the man who really killed Tina and Katie. Frankie leaned back in his chair, suddenly alert.
You think you know who may have wanted Katie dead?
No, I don't know anyone that would have wanted to hurt my little sister, Riley admitted. Unlike me, she didn't make many enemies. Standing up to pace the room, Riley thought back to all the people she had prosecuted over the years. Plenty of them would love to see her dead. Xavier Grayson had just been the latest in a long line of scumbags that she had tried to put away. A terrible possibility crept into her mind. Had the man who killed Katie been trying to get to me? Her mind turned to Nick Sargent and his goon of a cousin, Ivan Sokolov. Could someone like Ivan hate her enough to go after Katie? The office door flew open before she had time to think through the idea. Dex stood in the doorway, his hair disheveled and his designer clothes wrinkled. Dragging his feet, he crossed the room to lower himself into the chair Riley had just vacated.
Okay, I'm here,
Dex said, his voice a raw croak.
You want to accuse me and abuse me like the other cops have done?
I'm not a cop, Dex, Riley said, stopping her pacing to look down at him. And I know you didn't kill my sister. He glared up at her with the eyes of a wounded animal.
What do you want with me? Why did you call me here?
She stared into his faded blue eyes, trying to understand what it was that Katie had seen in him, but all she saw was a broken man. I want to find the man who killed Katie, she finally said, but I can't get involved in the investigation. At least, not officially. So, I'm counting on Frankie and Barker to help me, and I need you to tell them everything you know. Dex's shoulders sagged, and he looked down at his hands.
I already told the cops everything I know, which is pretty much nothing, he said, a grim determination coming into his voice. And if I did know who killed Katie, I'd find him myself, and I'd kill him.
Riley wondered what she would do if Katie's killer was standing in front of her. Would she turn him in to the proper authorities? Or was she capable of killing a man in cold blood? I'm not sure what I'd do, but I hope I'll get the chance to find out. Chapter 17. Barker burst through the office door, his big frame moving faster than usual as he strode over to Frankie's desk. Darting a guilty look at his trash can, Frankie wondered if Barker somehow already knew he'd fallen off the wagon the night before.
You made the front page, Barker said, slapping a copy of the Willow Bay Gazette down in front of him. That's you, all right.
Picking up the paper, Frankie studied the headline. Woman has fatal fall from Sunset Bridge. His chest tightened as he saw the picture beneath it, and he looked over to where Riley and Dex stood by the coffee machine. Barker followed his gaze, then flinched.
Riley, I didn't see you there.
He threw Frankie a furious glare before turning back.
I'm so sorry about your sister. Really, I am.
Riley ignored Barker's condolences and crossed to the desk. Frankie reached for the paper, but she put out a hand to stop him. He watched her eyes moving over the headline before dropping to study the photo. Her voice cracked as she read the caption aloud. Local man's attempt to reach woman who fell in Willow River is unsuccessful. Rescue crew arrives too late to save 23-year-old Katie.
We'll be back with more in just a moment. Until then, take this time to simply relax and enjoy this peaceful tune. Thank you for listening.
Odell. The photo showed the chaotic scene at Sunset Park the previous afternoon. A thin man sat wet and despondent on the grass as the big bridge rose up ominously in the background. You tried to save Katie? Riley turned stricken eyes to Frankie as shame flooded through him at the memory of his pathetic fight against the river. He'd tried to swim against the current to reach the middle, but the long grass and weeds had twisted around his legs and dragged him down before he could even get close. His defeated struggle to make it back to shore had been soul-crushing.
I wanted to get to her, Frankie finally said, but I couldn't.
At least you tried. Riley's voice shook. It's more than I did for her, and I was her sister. You barely knew her, and you tried. Frankie dropped his eyes, not sure he should tell her why he'd gone into the water and what he'd been thinking. He didn't usually like to talk about the past, especially his.
It may sound weird, but I kept thinking about you, Riley, he found himself saying. I lost my little sister, so I know it's hard.
The room fell silent. When Frankie looked up, he saw surprise and pity in Barker's puppy dog eyes. The retired police detective had suffered his own heartache after losing his wife, but Frankie had never shared his own sad story.
Thanks, man.
Dex stood next to Frankie's desk. He held out a hand, and Frankie thought he could feel the photographer trembling as they shook.
I'm glad you were there with her, Dex said. I wish I had been.
Clearing his throat, he crossed to the door.
I've got an appointment with a lawyer, he said, and then I need to get some sleep. The police kept me up most of the night.
I'll talk to Nessa about that. Riley followed Dex to the door. It sounds like the WBPD is wasting their time while the man who killed my sister is still out there. The door closed behind them, and Frankie felt Barker's stare.
There's something you want to tell me?
Deciding Barker must have smelled the stench of alcohol in the room, He decided to just come clean. He didn't have the energy or the will to make up a lie or an excuse. Reaching into the trash, Frankie pulled out the empty bottle and set it on the desk.
Okay, you got me. I was feeling like crap and I needed something to help me sleep. So sue me. That's not what I meant. Barker kept staring. I meant, why didn't you tell me you had a little sister? That you lost her.
Frankie shrugged.
I don't like to talk about it, he admitted. Now, what are we going to do to find the fucker who killed Katie Odell?
The Blue Ribbon Diner was crowded when Frankie and Barker walked in. Frankie slipped past the hostess stand when he saw Veronica Lee waving to them from a table by the window.
How are you holding up?
Frankie asked as he slid into the booth across from her, followed by Barker.
You managed to get any sleep?
Not much, the young reporter confessed. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see Katie Odell coming out of the water. Frankie shivered and looked around for the waitress.
I need some coffee.
He rubbed his eyes and yawned.
As you can tell, Frankie didn't sleep well either,
Barker said, picking up a menu.
I don't know how anybody in this town can sleep, knowing that a man's running around pushing people off bridges.
The door to the diner opened again, and Frankie saw Nick Sargent walk in with 2 other men. He recognized one of the men as Nick's lawyer, Norman Price, but the other man didn't seem familiar. The handsome ex-reporter caught sight of Veronica at the same time she looked up and spotted him. Don't forget we also have predators like Nick Sargent to worry about, Veronica said, not bothering to keep her voice down. Barker looked toward the door and gave a disapproving shake of his head. Nick caught the gesture and frowned, before turning away.
You'd think he'd have the decency to stay at home, Barker muttered, after everything he's done.
I can't believe the judge granted bail to a man who's tried to intimidate, extort, or victimize so many people in this town. Veronica said, her green eyes flashing. What does he think will happen now that he's back out to confront his victims?
Barker snorted. You'd believe it if you knew Judge Eldridge.
Throwing Nick another dirty look, Veronica picked up the steaming mug in front of her and blew on the dark liquid within. So, what is it you guys wanted to ask me?
Riley Odell told us about the video you got, the one of Tina Tremaine right before she fell. We're hoping you can send us a copy.
Veronica took a tentative sip of coffee. Riley asked you guys to investigate her sister's murder?
Technically, we're working for Dex Tremaine, Barker said. He retained us to help him prove he didn't kill his wife.
Frankie put his elbows on the table and leaned forward, not wanting to be overheard in the crowded diner.
Unfortunately, Katie was killed before we could really get started. Now the cops think he killed his wife and his girlfriend.
And you're sure he didn't? Sitting back, Frankie considered the question. Before he could answer, Barker cleared his throat. The server was standing next to the table, her pencil poised over her order pad. What can I get you all?
Just a glass of water for me.
Frankie fought back a wave of queasiness at the thought of food.
I'll have a black coffee for here and one to go, Barker said.
Once the server had walked away, Barker looked toward the door.
I asked Nessa Ainsley to join us, Barker explained, seeing Veronica's curious expression. But as you can imagine, she's busy. I had to bribe her with coffee. She's coming, but she can't stay long.
You never answered my question, Detective Barker, Veronica said in a tone that reminded Frankie that she was a reporter.
This is all off the record, right?
Veronica frowned. If that's what you want, but what does your client have to hide?
Nothing, Barker said. Dex didn't kill Tina or Katie, but we still need to find out who did. And we're asking you to help us, not splash our faces on the nightly news. Will you send us the video?
Nodding grimly, Veronica drained the last bit of coffee in her cup. Okay, I'll email it to you, she agreed. Whoever sent me that video wanted the people of Willow Bay to see what he had done. If we want to find out who he is, we need to figure out why he chose me, and why Willow Bay. She stood and pulled her purse over her shoulder, not looking toward Nick Sargent's table. You still have that photo of Katie in the blue dress? She asked Frankie. The one you showed me yesterday?
It should still be up on Instagram, Frankie said, unless someone took it down or deactivated her account.
Whose account? Nessa stood behind Veronica. Frankie noted that her red curls hadn't been combed, and her eyes were almost as puffy as his own. Sorry, but I've got to run, Veronica said, checking her watch. I should already be at the station. I can't stay either, Nessa added, watching Veronica disappear through the door before turning to Barker. You got my coffee?"
"It's on the way."
Barker gestured to the booth where Veronica had been sitting.
"Just give me a few minutes."
Hesitating, Nessa glanced around. Her eyes stopped on Nick Sargent, who appeared to be deep in conversation with the men at his table. She sank into the booth with a disgusted sigh. "Can this week get any worse?" she muttered, then looked around the table. "On second thought, don't answer that."
"Okay, then how about you answer my question?" Barker said.
Nessa raised her eyebrows and waited, obviously not in the mood for Barker to play games.
"Do you and your detectives really think Dex Tremaine killed Katie Odell?" he asked. "Because Riley doesn't think he did."
"What I think is that Riley needs to be careful." Nessa's tired eyes showed genuine alarm. "I know she's torn up and grieving, but she can't interfere with the investigation. If it looks like there's some sort of misconduct, the state or the feds will come in and take over." The server set a paper coffee cup on the table and Nessa grabbed it, immediately removing the lid and inhaling the rich aroma.
"You look like you need that with everything going on,"
Frankie said, studying the police chief's strained face.
"I bet that shit-heel Nick Sargent getting out on bail doesn't help."
"Oh, it gets even better than that." Nessa rolled her eyes and stuck the lid back on the coffee. "Mark Ingram has been reinstated to the department as of today, against my protests, of course."
Barker groaned. "You gotta be kidding me."
He raised an eyebrow at Nessa.
"Let me guess, this was Mayor Hadley's idea?"
Nessa nodded and gave Barker a weary smile. "The good mayor managed to bring that little weasel back, but what he doesn't know yet is that I've hired in a woman to be Ingram's partner. She starts today, which means I have to go."
"Good for you," Barker said. "Anyone I know?"
"Actually, you might," Nessa replied. "She used to be a uniform at the WBPD before she moved away. Her name's Peyton Bell." Stifling a laugh, Barker turned to Frankie.
"That's the woman you saw the other day." Barker grinned at Nessa. "Apparently, your new detective and Frankie have history."
"You knew her?" Nessa asked. "What did you think of her?"
Barker shrugged. "It was a long time ago, but she seemed like a good cop. Of course, the guys gave her a hard time, but she could hold her own."
Picking up her coffee, Nessa moved to stand up, then paused as her phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out, checked the number, then dropped it back in her pocket.
"You avoiding calls again?"
Barker teased. "I am if it's the FBI calling about a closed case, when I have a new case to handle. It seems that Xavier Grayson's come back to haunt me."
The name made Frankie's skin crawl. "Xavier Grayson? Why is the FBI involved with the Grayson case?"
"That's what I need to find out," Nessa said, standing up. "Apparently, Xavier Grayson's DNA matches an old John Doe homicide up in D.C. The agent considers it a new lead on her case." Frankie's eyes followed Nessa to the door. The sick feeling in his stomach grew stronger as he considered her comment about Xavier Grayson coming back from the dead. He could think of several people in town that would be on the dead killer's hit list if he were resurrected.
If evil spirits really could walk the earth, Xavier Grayson would definitely choose to haunt Willow Bay. He'd have plenty of scores left to settle.
But Frankie didn't believe in ghosts, and he suspected if the man who killed Katie wasn't caught soon, the reality of what would happen to the town would be more frightening than anything an evil spirit might conjure. Chapter 18. Xander smiled, recalling Veronica Lee's grim face and downcast eyes as she'd left the Blue Ribbon Diner. She'd obviously been disturbed by Katie Odell's death, but was still blissfully unaware of the starring role she was about to play in the plan he was orchestrating. Imagining the reporter's lovely face filled with despair, Xander felt the anticipation grow inside him. He'd almost forgotten the rush of deciding who lived and who died. Now, after years as a nobody in a nothing town, he once again had the power to control the destiny of anyone unfortunate enough to cross his path.
We'll see how Veronica Lee reacts to being the subject of a tragic story instead of the one reporting on it. Then it'll be time for me to move on.
Surveying the Blue Ribbon Diner with contempt, he compared the modest establishment with the elegant restaurants he'd dined in on his travels around the country. The diner, like the rest of Willow Bay, was unimpressive when matched against the rest of the big, exciting world that lay beyond.
Yes, definitely time to travel. Perhaps I'll even go back to D.C. for a visit.
But first, he needed to finish up what he'd started. After his first botched-up attempt had ended up with him killing the wrong woman, his second attempt had worked like a dream. The thrill of sending Katie Odell soaring over the rail had been electrifying. He'd controlled his impulse to lean over and watch her vanish into the water, and the scream from below had sent him scurrying down the west side of the bridge. He'd forced himself to walk back to his car at a normal pace before releasing an exuberant shout of victory once he was safely in his car. Driving to the next overpass, Xander had been careful to adhere to the speed limit as he circled back to the park. The 5-minute journey seemed to take forever, and his excitement had reached fever pitch by the time he'd pulled into a parking space a few blocks down from the nature trail. He'd kept his expression properly solemn as he joined the growing crowd, hiding his delight as the drama unfolded around him. He'd had a brief scare when the rescue team pulled Katie's body up from the depths of the river, but then had witnessed the slow return of the boat to shore with relief. Ecstatic at his success, he'd watched Riley's priceless reaction, and had silently congratulated himself on getting his revenge. An eye for an eye. Isn't that what's fair? Riley took someone from me, and now I've taken someone from her. But I don't plan to stop there. Sure, he'd managed to kill Katie and thus devastate Riley and her redneck cop boyfriend as a result. But he wanted so much more. Riley was the one who started the family feud, and he would be the one who would end it. But first, he'd have his fun. The urge to make Riley suffer had prompted him to smash her phone and leave it on the bridge. He liked the idea that the self-important prosecutor would know it was her own carelessness that had allowed him to kill her sister. He enjoyed the thought that her error had been his lucky break. If she hadn't left her phone unguarded, I wouldn't have been able to snatch it and send Katie the text that lured her to the bridge. Now Riley would be blaming herself for not protecting Katie, just as he had blamed himself for what had happened to Xavier. Xander's self-satisfaction began to fade as he drove away from the diner. He'd only managed to activate part of his plan so far. He still had plenty of work to do if he hoped to bring Veronica Lee to justice. He'd known her interfering boyfriend would be a problem, but now that he'd seen her at the Blue Ribbon Diner meeting with private investigators, as well as the chief of police, he feared getting to the young reporter might not be as easy as he'd planned. Pulling his car into an empty parking space along Elm Street, Xander shut off the engine and pulled out his phone. Navigating to the page on the Channel 10 website he had previously bookmarked, Xander waited for the video to load. He'd watched it so many times, he could repeat the story word for word. Rage simmered in his chest as Veronica Lee's pretty face filled the screen. She stood in front of Willow Bay City Hall, her dark hair blowing around her in the breeze as she held up a microphone. I'm here outside City Hall with State Prosecutor Riley Odell, who announced today that no charges would be filed against the police detective who shot and killed serial killer Xavier Grayson. Veronica Lee addressed the camera with grave eyes. As most of our regular viewers know, I witnessed the events leading up to the shooting and was a victim of Xavier Grayson's crimes. While I personally believe that Detective Enzinger had no other choice than to shoot to kill and that it was the right thing to do, I realize the state prosecutor is the only one who can make the final decision. Xander clenched his fist as Riley turned bored eyes to the camera. The state prosecutor's office, working in cooperation with Willow Bay's chief of police, have determined that the officer involved in the shooting acted in accordance with the policies of the WBPD and used justifiable force to stop Xavier Grayson from killing more innocent people. Xander narrowed his eyes as the camera shot widened to show both Veronica Lee and Riley Odell as they faced each other. Thanks to Detective Enzinger, Willow Bay and the entire state of Florida is a safer place to live, Riley concluded. Zooming in for a close-up, the camera focused on Veronica Lee's face as she responded to the prosecutor's comments. Well, you heard it here first. Riley Odell has determined Xavier Grayson's shooting death to be justifiable, and the detective involved has been cleared to return to duty. Xander stared with hatred at the reporter's cold green eyes as he listened to her words. Her voice was filled with satisfaction, and she showed no remorse for the injustice that had been done. Reporting live from Willow Bay, this is Veronica Lee. Thank you for tuning in to Channel 10 News. See you next time.
Oh yes, you'll definitely be seeing me very soon, Xander muttered. But first, I need to pay someone you love a little visit.
Starting the car, he nosed back onto Elm Street and drove north. He had a meeting to attend. It was time to get back to work. Chapter 19. Hunter Hadley leaned over Finn's shoulder to watch the segment he'd put together on Katie Odell's murder. Spencer Nash walked up to peer over Finn's head as the video started. All three men stared at the monitor as a story headline appeared.
"Death on Sunset Bridge," Spencer read aloud. "I like that."
They watched the segment in rapt silence, and when it ended, Hunter dropped a paternal hand on Finn's shoulder and squeezed.
"That's good work, Finn."
He glanced over at Spencer.
"Jack managed to get some excellent footage. He's certainly not afraid to get in and do what's needed to get the shot."
"Morning, everybody." The three men turned to see Veronica standing behind them.
"I thought you need a break after the day you had yesterday,"
Hunter said, searching her face for signs of stress or fatigue. "I'm fine." Her voice tightened as she glanced at Spencer. "And I need to finish up my story on Nick Sargent." Hunter stopped himself from protesting. He'd have to wait until they were alone to express his concerns, but he was determined not to let Veronica make the same mistakes he had. Traumatic scenes often took a terrible toll on a reporter, and the emotional fallout could last for years if not dealt with properly. His own experience witnessing carnage as a correspondent in the Middle East had left Hunter with a debilitating case of PTSD that still came back to haunt him. Paws scuffling against the concrete floor announced Gracie's arrival at Veronica's side. Hunter smiled, thinking the big lab seemed eager for a scratch behind the neck.
Or maybe Gracie can sense Veronica's anxiety, too.
Veronica bent to stroke the soft white fur, her voice softening. "Hey there, Gracie. How are you doing, girl?" Hunter met Spencer's eyes over Veronica's head. The station manager looked as worried as Hunter felt. Jumping up from his chair, Finn faced Veronica and gestured toward the screen they'd been watching.
"We've got a segment on Katie Odell's fall. We'll run it at noon. You and Jack really nailed it with your footage from the park."
He sounded impressed.
"Looks like it was pretty intense."
"Thanks, but it was mainly Jack's work. I just tried to keep up." Hunter heard the strain in Veronica's voice, remembering how upset she'd been the evening before when he'd gone to her house to check on her. She'd put on a brave face until her mother had gone up to bed, but once they were alone, she'd dissolved into tears as he held her tight against him and whispered that everything would be okay. Of course, they both knew the words weren't true. The world was a cruel and dangerous place, especially for a reporter who routinely witnessed the brutal after-effects of crime and tragedy. Nothing was ever okay for very long.
"Well, it looks like Finn's got the piece on Sunset Bridge all done," Spencer said, "and I've asked Jack to work up a quick segment on Nick Sargent's bail hearing since he was there."
Frowning up at Spencer, Veronica opened her mouth to protest, but the station manager lifted a well-manicured hand to stop her.
"You had your chance to produce the story and it didn't work out."
His voice was firm but not unkind.
"It's also clear to see you're on edge, and no one here blames you. Take the day off to catch your breath so you can hit the ground running tomorrow."
Irritated by Spencer's placating tone, Hunter was tempted to argue that Veronica could make up her own mind. But she didn't give him the chance. "Nick Sargent is out on bail, and you want me to sit at home doing nothing to hold him accountable?" The quiver in Veronica's voice betrayed her outrage. "Not to mention that I witnessed a woman fall from Sunset Bridge, and you want me to watch the report from my living room?" Arranging his face in a disapproving grimace, Spencer waited for Veronica to finish her outburst before responding.
"See? You're obviously too emotionally exhausted to function at an optimal level today. You need to get some rest."
Veronica didn't respond as a high-pitched chirp sounded in her pocket. She pulled her phone out and glanced down. Her body tensed as she read the message. "I've got to go." She was already moving toward the door. "There's trouble at the school. My mother needs me." Grabbing his bag from under his desk, Finn started after her.
"I'll go with her and make sure she's okay." he called back to Hunter and Spencer. "Besides, Gracie and I need some fresh air."
At the sound of her name, Gracie scurried after Finn. Once the door had shut behind the dog's white tail, Spencer turned to Hunter.
"I'm worried about Veronica," he said, crossing his arms over his chest. "I know you two have a special relationship, but I think it needs to be said. The girl's been through a lot, and her mental state is shaky at best. She's probably in some sort of shock, and that's enough, Spencer," Hunter said, incensed by the station manager's patronizing tone. "First of all, Veronica isn't a child. She's an adult and a very competent reporter, none of which has anything to do with the relationship we have."
Aware of furtive looks from the crew outside his office, Hunter inhaled deeply and forced himself to lower his voice.
"We don't operate in a stress-free environment, especially not out in the field. Our reporters have to be able to show emotion without being penalized or labeled as unstable." "Agreed," Spencer said, "but we also need to recognize when someone on the team needs to take a break, which is why I asked Jack to take over the Nick Sargent story, and why I plan to send him to shoot a follow-up segment on the Sunset Bridge homicide."
Hunter wanted to say more, but his phone buzzed in his pocket.
"You take that,"
Spencer said, turning toward the door.
"We'll finish this conversation later."
Pulling out his phone, Hunter recognized the area code. He'd worked in D.C. for a few years before taking an assignment overseas.
"Thank you for returning my call, Special Agent Day."
"Thank you for reaching out, Mr. Hadley." The soft, feminine voice on the other end of the connection surprised him. He'd been waiting for a call from Special Agent Charlie Day. Based on the name, he'd expected to hear the deep rumble of an older male agent's voice.
"I was hoping we'd get a chance to talk about the case you're working on," Hunter said after a slight pause. "Chief Ainsley in Willow Bay told me you're running a cold case homicide investigation, and you've uncovered some type of connection to Xavier Grayson."
"Yes, that's right," the agent said, "and I'd be interested in hearing any information you have about Grayson. I understand you were there when he was killed."
The woman obviously had already done her homework. "Is this a good time to begin?" he asked, "or would you like to schedule time to talk later? I could even fly up for a meeting if there's information or evidence to review."
"No need for that," she said, sounding amused. "I've taken the liberty of flying down to Willow Bay. In fact, I'm at the airport now."
Hunter hesitated, then laughed. "You don't waste any time, do you, Agent Day?"
"Please call me Charlie," she said. "And no, I'm not a very patient person, Mr. Hadley. Or can I call you Hunter?"
"Of course," he replied, his mind filling with questions. "I'm guessing you've come down for a meeting with the police chief or state prosecutor that worked on the Grayson case?"
An announcement sounded in the background as she responded. "Sorry, I'm still at the terminal. It's a bit noisy. But to answer your question, no, I don't have anything scheduled with the local police or the prosecutor's office. At least not yet. I can't get either one to commit to a time to talk, so I thought I'd come down and push the issue."
Checking his watch, Hunter wondered how quickly he could get to the airport. If he played his cards right, before the day was over, he might discover how the homicide in D.C. was linked to Xavier Grayson.
Special Agent Day was waiting outside of the arrivals lounge when Hunter pulled up in his black Audi sedan. The agent wore a white blazer and dark jeans that appeared to have been tailored for her willowy figure. Her fair, shoulder-length hair was pulled back into a loose bun that accentuated fine, patrician features. Hunter hid his surprise as she hefted her small rolling suitcase into his trunk. Charlie Day appeared to have stepped out of the society pages of a magazine rather than an FBI field office in Washington, D.C. "Thanks for the ride," she said, as he pulled away from the curb and merged the sleek car into traffic. "Although I could have arranged for a rental."
"It's a quick drive to the hotel." He glanced over to offer a guilty smile. "And, of course, I did have a selfish motive for picking you up."
"I'm not surprised," she countered. "Most people have a self-serving motive for everything they do. Why should you be any different?" Her tone was light, but Hunter thought he detected a hint of bitterness under her words.
"I was hoping to hear all about the connection between your case and Xavier Grayson," he admitted. "It sounds like you probably already know why I'm interested."
Looking out the window, Charlie nodded. "Yes, I ran a background on you before coming down here," she said bluntly. "You and the other people involved in Grayson's death?" Hunter absorbed the words, wondering what she'd thought about his arrest record, and if she'd been able to access his medical file. "Don't worry," she said, still looking out the window. "Your background is tame compared to most of the people I look into."
"Can you tell me about your case?" he asked, deciding to jump right in. "And what it has to do with Xavier Grayson?"
She turned to him, and he saw that the sunlight coming through the windshield lent a silvery shine to her light gray eyes. "I've already told you more than I should have without getting an okay from the local police or state prosecutor's office to talk to the press," she admitted. "The Grayson case is high profile, and it's their call as to what they want to share."
Her words caused his stomach to drop. "You know, I used to be a correspondent in the Middle East and Asia. I was even embedded with a regiment in Iraq. So I know all about red tape and jumping through hoops in order to cover a story."
Looking to see if the agent was still listening, he again met Charlie's steely gaze. This time he smiled.
"My working with law enforcement on this case wouldn't be much different than that, would it? And I'd get a chance to show the public how smart you all are at the FBI."
Charlie couldn't hold back a matching smile. "You missed your true calling, Mr. Hadley. You would have made a wonderful politician. You'd certainly have my vote."
Her playful words stung. "I consider that an insult," he said, focusing on the road ahead. "My father is a politician, and let's just say I won't be following in his footsteps."
Raising a smooth eyebrow, Charlie didn't respond. She stayed silent as they sped down the highway, and Hunter suspected he'd offended her. But he wasn't ready to give up. Once he'd taken the agent to the Riverview Hotel to check in, they'd go to see Nessa. He planned to find out everything he could about Xavier Grayson's past and anyone connected to it. Chapter 20. Veronica brought the Jeep to a jerking stop in the wide bus lane outside Willow Bay High School. She didn't wait for Finn as she opened the door and hurried toward the front entrance. Wrenching open one of the double doors, she almost collided with a teenage boy carrying a stack of textbooks.
"Wait up, Ronnie,"
Finn called, coming up behind her.
"I don't think dogs are allowed in the school,"
the student mumbled as Gracie trotted in after Finn.
"She's no ordinary dog,"
Finn said, giving the boy a dazzling smile.
"And she'd make a great school mascot."
Grabbing Finn's arm, Veronica pulled him behind her toward the administration office. "Stop playing around and stop calling me Ronnie," she ordered through clenched teeth. "Now, come on." The door to the guidance office was open, but the room was empty. Rushing forward, Veronica pushed open the door to her mother's office. Ling Li sat at her desk, staring at her computer monitor. Her eyes watered as she looked up to see Veronica in the doorway. "Ronnie, you're here." "I came as soon as I could, Ma. What's happened?" Turning back to the computer, Ling's voice faltered. "Someone wants me dead." A shiver ran up Veronica's spine at the softly spoken words. She felt Finn and Gracie come up behind her and stepped forward to allow them to crowd into the little office. Lifting a small hand, Ling turned the monitor toward Veronica. A newspaper clipping had been taped to the big screen. Leaning closer, Veronica saw that the clipping contained a black-and-white photo of Ling Li. Her mother's face had been circled, and angry words had been scrawled in red marker across the paper. "She dies next." Gasping in outrage, Veronica lifted her hand to rip off the threatening message, but Finn caught her arm and held it back.
"Leave it, Veronica,"
he said, his voice low.
"You need to call the police and let them see this before you touch anything."
Footsteps sounded outside the office, and they all turned to see Jai Patel's worried face in the doorway. The assistant principal sighed with relief as he saw Veronica standing beside her mother.
"Thank goodness you are here."
Jai looked over at Finn, then down at Gracie, and adjusted his round-framed glasses. A puzzled smile appeared.
"Is this one of those sniffer dogs? Can it track down the person who left your mother this terrible note?" "Actually, Gracie is a sniffer dog,"
Finn interjected before Veronica could respond.
"She was trained in the army as a puppy, but only for sniffing out dead bodies. She's not trained to find people who are still alive."
Circling around behind the desk, Veronica knelt in front of her mother's chair and reached for her hands. "Who could have done this, Ma? How'd they get into your office?" Ling Li shrugged and shook her head. "I don't know, Ronnie. Why would anyone want to kill me?" Detecting a defensive tone in Ling's voice, Veronica stared at her mother's flushed face. Was she trying to hide something?
Could it have been one of the students? Finn suggested, studying the clipping and the scrawled words. Maybe someone you expelled, or even some dumbass kid who likes to pull pranks?
Jai cleared his throat in disapproval at Finn's words, but Ling nodded slowly, her face brightening. Yes, it's probably just a prank, she said, looking into Veronica's worried eyes. Report cards went out last week, so maybe someone is angry and is playing a cruel trick. Veronica frowned at the words, unconvinced that a disgruntled student would have the initiative to find a newspaper clipping, sneak into the principal's office, and leave the threatening message. If it is a student, the child must be a sociopath, Veronica said, standing and smoothing down her skirt. In any case, I'm calling the police. No way am I letting this go. Ling reached out and grabbed Veronica's hand. Her grip was fierce, and Veronica stared down in alarm. No, Ronnie, no police, Ling insisted. That would only give whoever did this the satisfaction of knowing they've upset me. Besides, it would draw unwelcome attention to the school. Are you saying this because of Superintendent Chandler? Are you scared he'll make a stink about this to the mayor? Dropping her eyes, Ling released Veronica's hand. I'm not scared of Brock Chandler, but I want us to handle this without causing more trouble. She stood and ripped the newspaper clipping off the monitor. Now I think I'm going to go home. I'm not feeling well. Veronica watched as Ling gathered her purse and lunch bag, then followed her out into the guidance office, where Jai hovered with an anxious expression. Don't mention this to anyone, Jai, Ling said, pausing to give the little man a smile. I'll check in with you later. Walking Ling to the sensible white sedan she'd driven for the last 5 years, Veronica couldn't shake the feeling that her mother knew more than she was admitting. What is it, Ma? What aren't you telling me? But Ling only patted her cheek and sighed. I want to go home now, Ronnie, she said. We can talk later. Finn was waiting by the jeep with Gracie, and he could sense her unease. He didn't seem surprised when she pulled into traffic behind the white sedan and followed her mother as she headed east on Park Avenue. Just need to make sure she gets home all right, Veronica said, but Finn only nodded and began checking messages on his phone. Unlike Veronica, he didn't see Hunter's black Audi waiting at the light to turn into the Riverview Hotel, and he didn't notice the attractive woman sitting in the passenger seat. A horn honked behind Veronica's jeep, and she pulled her eyes away from Hunter's car and back to the road, reminding herself that she needed to make sure her mother got home safely. She didn't have time to worry about Hunter Hadley or what he was up to, but the ache in her stomach grew as she pressed her foot on the gas and accelerated past the hotel. The house on Marigold Lane sat undisturbed as Veronica pulled into the driveway. She looked up and down the quiet street, but could see nothing out of the ordinary. Why don't you take Gracie for a walk around the block? She told Finn, knowing her mother wouldn't be happy when she realized she'd been followed home like a wayward teenager. Hopping down from the jeep, she saw Ling already standing on the front porch, an annoyed frown on her forehead. Why are you following me home, Ronnie? Ling put both hands on her narrow hips. I told you I'll be okay. Besides, I should be taking care of you, not the other way around. You must still be upset from yesterday. Her mother's tone softened as she opened the door. At least you're safe at home now. Veronica winced. She still hadn't told her mother about the video of Tina Tremaine's last moments. Her mother didn't know about the frightening package that had been delivered to their doorstep. I need to tell you something, Ma. But her mother had disappeared down the hall. Making sure the front door was locked, Veronica went into the living room, expecting to find Winston in his usual spot on the windowsill, but the window was empty. Her mother was already filling the tea kettle with water when Veronica walked into the kitchen. She frowned when she noted that Winston wasn't near his bowl or on the counter. The big tabby cat was a creature of habit, and he usually hung out in the same few spots around the house. Where's Winston? She muttered, more to herself than to her mother. He's usually downstairs when I'm not home. Ling picked up the container of kibble and shook it. The sound normally brought Winston running from wherever he might be. Veronica listened, but she didn't hear the sound of paws on the floor. Turning to the back door, she saw immediately that it wasn't locked. Rushing forward, she noted a small gap between the door and the frame. Ma, the door was left open. Veronica's voice was louder than she'd intended, and Ling jumped in fright. She crossed the room to gaze down at the gap, where a sliver of sunshine shone through. But
I always lock up when I leave for school, she said. Of course I was distracted this morning and worried. Her voice trailed off, and a wave of guilt flooded Veronica. I'm sorry, Ma. I didn't mean to shout. I guess I am a little upset about yesterday and everything else that's happened. What else has happened? Ling was instantly alert. What is going on, Ronnie? But Veronica was already heading out the back door. She stood on the steps and called out in a high-pitched voice, Winston, here, kitty kitty. The backyard was peaceful. The only sounds came from the shadows under the big magnolia tree as a squirrel darted up the trunk and disappeared into the thick branches. Ling appeared by her side and put a hand on Veronica's arm. He'll be back, Ling said. He's just out exploring. Nodding, Veronica waited until her mother had gone inside, then circled around to the front yard, hoping to see the orange tabby. But the porch was still empty as she sank down on the top step to wait for Finn and Gracie. She knew she'd have to tell her mother about the package, and that they'd have to call Chief Ainsley and tell her about the threatening note left in her mother's office. The possibility that the threat was somehow connected to the deaths of Tina Tremaine and Katie Odell was real. If she and her mother had become the targets of a deranged predator, she needed to let Nessa know. Maybe I can even tell Nessa that Winston is missing. She tried to smile at the silly thought, but instead, the tears she'd been holding back began to brim over, and she dropped her head in her hands and let herself cry. Chapter 21. Nessa listened to the message from Veronica Lee with mounting frustration. Katie Odell's homicide investigation was currently the WBPD's top priority, but she couldn't just drop everything else that was going on. Too many people were needing her help. Something had to give. A threat or prank or whatever it is that happened at the school just doesn't make it to the top of my priority list right now. There was no way she could ask Van Zinger and Jankowski to follow up while they were lead detectives on the Katie Odell case. And she needed to be working the investigation with them, while also helping Riley prepare the pending case against Nick Sargent. Nessa couldn't let the prosecutor down when she was still reeling from losing her sister. And she also couldn't put off Special Agent Day from the FBI forever. The woman was very persistent, and she claimed to have information involving Xavier Grayson that Nessa felt compelled to hear. The man had terrorized her town, and she wanted to make sure there was nothing about him or his crimes that would come back to haunt her. Gritting her teeth, Nessa knew she was going to have to assign the department's newest detectives to their first case. They could investigate the threatening note that had been left for the principal of Willow Bay High School. Nessa looked at her watch. She had about 20 minutes until she needed to be at the medical examiner's office for Katie Odell's autopsy. Forcing herself to get up and walk down the hall, Nessa stopped outside the door to the office she'd assigned to Mark Ingram and Peyton Bell. "Good morning, detectives." Both detectives were sitting in front of their computers as Nessa appeared in the doorway. Peyton Bell stood and offered a greeting. Her Memphis Grizzlies t-shirt and the jeans she'd been wearing the last time Nessa had seen her had been replaced by a pressed blouse and slim-fitting pants. A matching jacket was draped over her chair. Ingram looked up at Nessa with wary eyes. His pale hair was styled in the close-cropped crew cut she remembered, and his narrow face was clean-shaven. "I hope you're both settling in," she said, ignoring Ingram's sour expression. "I need you two to investigate a reported threat made against the principal at Willow Bay High School." Picking up a pen, Peyton sat down and prepared to take notes. Her amber eyes glowed with interest as she waited to hear more. "Ling Lee is the principal at the school," Nessa explained, liking the way Peyton immediately wrote down the name. "Apparently, someone left a death threat on her computer. Her daughter called and gave me the basics, but I need you two to follow up and find out what's going on." "So, this is how it's going to be?" Ingram muttered, shaking his head. "You're going to send me out to check on high school pranks? What's next? Chaperoning the prom?" Meeting his insolent gaze, Nessa stepped further into the room and pinned Ingram with a hard stare. She knew this would be the only chance she got to make a first impression on Peyton Bell. If she allowed Ingram to disrespect her, then the new detective wouldn't be able to respect her either. "You'll be assigned to whichever case needs investigation, Detective Ingram," she said, her voice laced with steel. And if chaperoning the prom is needed to keep this town safe, then that's just what you'll do. Nessa moved back to the doorway and paused, then turned to meet Peyton's wide eyes. "I'll expect your first report on my desk sometime tomorrow," she said. "I also expect you to treat this matter seriously. The death threat was left for Veronica Lee's mother, and Veronica recently received a video of a homicide that took place in Miami. We need to see if there's any possible link." Jotting down more notes, Peyton looked up with a curious frown. "Which homicide, Chief?" "A woman named Tina Tremaine was pushed off the roof of a Miami high-rise. The next day, someone delivered a video of her fall to the Lee residence." Peyton seemed to consider the information, then nodded, and scribbled a few more notes. "The Miami homicide? Is that linked to the Katie Odell homicide?" Ingram asked, still scowling. "I mean, they both fell to their deaths, right? So, looks like the killer used the same M.O. Nessa didn't like the thought of Ingram butting into the Odell investigation, but she reminded herself that whether she liked it or not, he was back on the team. "We aren't sure yet, but I'm on my way to attend Katie Odell's autopsy," she said, already feeling queasy at the thought of what lay ahead. "Hopefully I'll know a lot more after that." Nessa recoiled as Iris Newen lifted back the white sheet that covered Katie Odell, trying to mask her horror at the grisly sight. The once beautiful model's face was discolored and swollen, and the rope around her neck had fallen away to reveal a hideous wound. "Wesley, you ready?" "Yep. The recorder's ready to go. Just tell me when." The husky forensic technician waited for her signal, then clicked on the handheld recorder as Iris began to dictate in a clear voice. "The body is that of a well-developed, well-nourished white female, measuring 69 inches and weighing 118 pounds. Overall appearance is consistent with the victim's age of 25 years. The body is cold and unembalmed." Resisting the urge to look away, Nessa tried not to imagine what Riley's reaction would be when she came to the medical examiner's office to identify her sister's body. Instead, she focused on Iris's calm, steady voice as the medical examiner worked her way down the body. "A thin rope is looped around the neck, and a ligature mark of approximately 1 inch wide encircles the neck below the mandible." Iris continued the external exam, methodically moving to the chest, torso, and then the limbs. When she examined Katie's hands, her voice rose with excitement. "Several strands of hair are wrapped around the left hand." Nessa's pulse quickened as she watched Iris use long tweezers to pull a hair from Katie's lifeless hand and place it carefully into a small container. After she'd collected several more hairs, Iris signaled to Wesley, and he stopped recording. "That's it for the external exam," Iris said, her voice grim. "It's going to get pretty messy once we open her up. She's suffered massive internal injuries, and I'm not sure you're going to want to be here for that." Nessa didn't argue, but she hesitated. "You able to figure out the cause of death yet?" Nodding, Iris stepped back from Katie's body and sighed. "I suspect her cause of death is massive pulmonary contusion caused by the fall. I believe the internal exam will confirm that." "Then she didn't die before she went into the water?" Nessa asked. "He didn't strangle her to death first?" Iris shook her head. "The ligature around her throat wasn't fatal, but it certainly was a contributing factor," she explained. "That and the multiple defensive wounds indicate the manner of death was homicide." "And the hair you found in her hand?" Nessa asked. "How long until we can find out who that belongs to?" This time Iris shrugged. "I can ask Alma to run it through her rapid DNA machine, so it should only take a few hours to get a profile," she said. "But at that stage, we'll have to submit it to the state and federal databases to see if there's a match. And that can take days or even weeks if there's a backlog." Nessa stewed on the autopsy findings as she made her way back to police headquarters, feeling a glimmer of hope. They might know who killed Katie within days. Stepping into the lobby, she heard a familiar voice. Hunter Hadley stood at the front desk. An attractive blonde woman stood next to him. They both turned to stare at Nessa as she tried to hurry across the room, hoping to make it to the back before they spotted her. "Nessa, I was just asking for you." Hunter waved to her, and the blonde hurried in her direction. "Chief Ainsley, I'm Special Agent Charlie Day. I haven't been able to get you on the phone, so I thought I'd drop by in person." The agent produced a friendly smile that Nessa felt obliged to return. She opened the door to the back and ushered them through. "Follow me," she said.
leading them through the narrow hall to her office. "I was meaning to call you, but, well, it's been hectic." Nessa sat at her desk and gestured for her uninvited visitors to have a seat. Turning to Hunter, she studied his innocent expression. "Okay, Mr. Hadley, would you mind telling me what your role is in this meeting?" Before he could answer, she shifted her attention to the woman next to him. "Is he with you, Agent Day?" "Officially, no, but I don't mind Hunter sitting in if he keeps what he hears off the record," she replied. "And please, call me Charlie." Raising an eyebrow at the agent's coy remark and her familiar use of the handsome newsman's name, Nessa decided she didn't have time to play games or to argue. "Okay, Hunter, you can stay. But nothing we say leaves this room without our express permission." Nodding solemnly, Hunter took out a notebook and pen. "Now," Nessa said, turning to Charlie, "tell me why you're here." "I've been working a homicide from back in 2010. Some college kids pulled a man out of the D.C. Canal near Georgetown. He had a knife in his back." Charlie's voice had lost its playful quality. "I always suspected the homicide was related to a string of unsolved murders in the same area, but I could never prove it." Nessa frowned as she processed the information. "So what's the link between your cases and Xavier Grayson?" "We managed to get a DNA profile off the knife, but could never get a hit in any of the national or state databases." Producing a grim smile, Charlie met Nessa's impatient gaze. "That is, not until last week. After 10 years of running periodic searches, I finally got a hit. It seems your crime lab uploaded Grayson's DNA to CODIS after his autopsy, and bingo! Xavier Grayson's DNA matched your victim's profile?" Shaking her head at the question, Charlie leaned back in her chair. "No, the victim is still a John Doe," she admitted. "From defensive wounds on the victim, it's clear there was a struggle, and we believe the second DNA profile on the knife belongs to our killer. Grayson's DNA profile is a partial match to John Doe's killer."
"What do you mean by partial match?"
Hunter asked. Nessa nodded. She had the same question. "I mean, the DNA profile from the knife matches most, but not all, genetic markers of Xavier Grayson's DNA profile. This tells us that the DNA belongs to someone closely related to Xavier Grayson." Looking up from his notepad, Hunter frowned.
"So your killer is someone in Xavier Grayson's family?"
Charlie nodded. "That's why I need to know everything you've got on Grayson. If I track down this relative, I've got my killer." The words sent a shiver down Nessa's back. It appeared that Xavier Grayson hadn't been the only cold-blooded killer in his family. A terrible possibility began to take shape in her mind. Was the man Charlie had been searching for all this time still out there somewhere, carrying on Xavier Grayson's legacy of devastation and murder? Chapter 22. Riley waited until Venzinger crept out of the room before sitting up in her bed and turning on the light. She didn't want to play nice when she felt so angry and helpless. At least Venzinger had the chance to go to work and track down the man who'd killed Katie. How can I do nothing when I should be hunting down Katie's killer, too? Opening her bedroom door, Riley peeked out to see if Dex was still on the couch, but the room appeared to be empty. The only sign Dex had been there at all was an open pizza box and a few wadded-up napkins on the coffee table. The photographer had resisted her invitation to stay at her condo after the WBPD had told him not to leave the area, but had given in when the press started camping outside the Riverview Hotel, hoping for an interview with the prime suspect in Katie Odell's murder. Riley knew Dex was anxious to leave Willow Bay, but it was strangely comforting to have someone close by who had loved Katie, too. As much as Venzinger tried to comfort her, he just couldn't understand her grief and guilt. At least Dex knew what she was going through, even if there was nothing he could do to help. Crossing to the kitchen, Riley poured herself a glass of water and stared into the empty refrigerator. She hadn't gone to the store since Katie had died, and she didn't have an appetite in any case. But her stomach was protesting the lack of sustenance, and she searched through the sparse content of her cabinets and came up with a box of granola bars. Taking one out, she ripped off the wrapper and headed back to her room. When she entered the bathroom, she saw that Venzinger had left her a note. She picked up the paper and saw the cardboard box underneath it. Raising an eyebrow, she read the message. "I picked you up a replacement phone. Hope that's okay. I didn't want to go all day without talking to you. Love, Tucker." Pulling open the box, Riley stared in at the slim black phone with resentful eyes. She still hadn't found her own phone, but she hadn't really missed it. It had actually been a relief not to have to answer a million calls and talk to people who asked stupid questions that made her want to scream. How the hell do they think I am? My sister's dead and I let it happen. The screen lit up as Riley reached in and picked up the lightweight device. Van Zinger must have talked the phone store into switching her old number over. There were already missed call messages and text alerts waiting. She dropped the phone on the counter and stared into the mirror over the sink. I can't deal with that now, not on the day I have to identify Katie's body. Studying the dark circles under her puffy eyes, Riley wondered how she would possibly get through the day ahead. Iris Nguyen had performed the autopsy on Katie yesterday, and now it was Riley's turn to provide the official identification before Katie's body could be released to her family. Her family's always just been me and Mom and Dad. We're all she had, and we let her down. Too busy with work, too busy judging her to save her. Splashing cold water on her face, Riley suddenly realized why Dex had got up and left the condo without saying goodbye. He couldn't bear to see her. He isn't strong enough to go with me. Her heart squeezed in panic at the thought of facing the ordeal on her own. Maybe she should have told her parents to come to Willow Bay. Perhaps they should all be together now. But it was too late for second thoughts. She was the only one who could claim Katie's body. She looked down at the phone on the counter, and then read Van Zinger's note again, tempted to call and ask him to meet her at the medical examiner's office. A voice inside her head stopped her. Tucker never lost a sister, and he doesn't understand. I guess no one can. But the thought triggered a memory. Words that had been spoken to her just the day before. Taking the phone with her, Riley went back into the bedroom to get dressed. She needed to make a stop before she went to see her sister's body. The blue sky had begun to cloud over as Riley approached the door to Barker and Dawson Investigations. Raising a shaky hand to smooth back her unbrushed hair, she squared her shoulders, opened the door, and stepped into the room. Frankie gave a guilty start at her sudden appearance. He thrust the bottle he was holding under his desk and jumped up.
Prosecutor, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm not here to bust you for drinking on the job, Riley responded, shaking her head. But I did want to ask for a favor. Slumping back into his chair, Frankie sighed.
Sure, whatever you want,
he said, lifting his eyes to hers.
Just don't tell Barker what you've seen here today. He'd have a shit fit.
I want you to go with me to the medical examiner's office, Riley said, dropping her eyes as she spoke. I need to identify Katie today, and I don't want to go. Not on my own. The stunned look on Frankie's skinny face morphed almost immediately into one of concern.
Oh, Riley, you need to go with your parents or Van Zinger or somebody. I'm not the right person to tag along.
You wouldn't be tagging along, Frankie. Riley heard the plea in her voice, but didn't care. You're the only person I know that's been through what I'm going through. My parents aren't here, and if they were, I just have to act all brave and fake about it. Standing up, Frankie circled around to Riley.
What about Detective Van Zinger? He asked. You two are an item, right? And I bet he's worried sick about you.
He's working, Riley muttered, turning away. If you don't want to go, just say so. I understand. It was a stupid idea anyway. Sighing dramatically, Frankie held up his hands.
Okay, you talked me into it. Let's go.
Riley felt tears threaten as Frankie opened the door and ushered her out onto the sidewalk. The clouds overhead had grown darker, and Frankie stared up at the sky with bloodshot eyes.
Great. Looks like rain, and I didn't bring my umbrella.
For some reason, his gloomy tone made her feel slightly better. No need to put on an act with Frankie. She had a feeling he would see right through it in any case. By the time they'd reached the medical examiner's office, heavy raindrops were starting to dot the pavement around them, and water dripped off their clothes as they stepped into the big concrete building that housed the medical examiner's office. Iris Nguyen was already waiting for Riley in the lobby, which was filled with the same sickly smell of decay Riley remembered. She gave Riley a tight hug and nodded a friendly greeting to Frankie before guiding them down the hall to a narrow viewing room. Staring at the wide glass window that dominated the left wall, Riley pictured the gurney with Katie's body that she knew lay just on the other side of the window. She assumed Wesley would be there too. The forensics technician would need to open the blinds when the time came. I know this is hard, Iris raised her kind brown eyes to Riley's. "Take your time and tell me when you're ready." Riley nodded, but her legs suddenly felt weak, and she couldn't catch her breath. She swayed, and Frankie stepped closer, his thin body offering support as he steadied her. When she felt him give her hand a soft squeeze, she swallowed hard and turned to Iris. "Okay, I'm ready." Iris walked to the window and pulled on a cord. The blinds opened to reveal a gurney covered in a crisp white sheet. Wesley Knox stood next to the gurney wearing scrubs and a protective mask. Iris nodded at Wesley, and he pulled down the sheet to reveal Katie's discolored face. Riley cried out in anguish, unable to look away from the pitiful sight. Her sister's blonde hair had been cleaned and brushed back off her face, and her eyes were closed, but she looked anything but peaceful, with the deep ligature mark encircling her thin neck. A wave of dizziness washed over Riley, and she struggled to keep upright as she stared through the cold glass. It was true. It hadn't just been a terrible mistake or a nightmare. Katie was dead. "My sister," she murmured in a thin voice that she didn't recognize as her own. "That's Katie. That's my little sister." Iris nodded to Wesley. He pulled up the sheet as she closed the blinds, then turned to look at Riley with a worried smile. "I'm sorry you had to go through this," Iris said. "So very sorry." Wincing at the medical examiner's kind words, Riley didn't trust herself to speak. She rushed to the door and back up the narrow hall to the lobby. She made it outside just as her stomach heaved up the remaining bits of granola she'd managed to get down. The rain had stopped for the time being, but angry clouds still hovered overhead. And as she stared down, Riley realized she was standing in a shallow puddle. "You want me to hold back your hair?" Frankie asked as she looked up, only half joking. "No, I want you to bring back my sister," Riley said, straightening and wiping a trembling hand across her mouth. "If you can't do that, then I want you to find the bastard who killed her." Heels tapped across the pavement and stopped next to her. Riley looked over to see Alma Garcia. The crime scene technician's face was pulled into the same sympathetic grimace that everyone seemed to be wearing lately. "I'm so sorry for your loss," Alma said, shifting the files she carried to her other arm. "But at least we've got something to work with now, and with the DNA match, Nessa's team will have a better idea of who they're looking for." Staring at Alma in confusion, Riley tried to make sense of what the technician was saying. "What do we have to work with?" she asked, grabbing Alma's arm. "What DNA?" Alma tried to step back, but Riley refused to let go. "We managed to get a DNA profile from the hair Iris found during the autopsy," Alma explained. "I ran it through our local database this morning and got a hit. I thought you knew." "Tell me who," Riley gritted out, tightening her grip on Alma's arm. "Whose DNA was on my sister's dead body?" Frankie put a hand on her shoulder, but Riley shrugged it off. She felt like shaking Alma, but the crime scene technician already looked ready to bolt. She couldn't scare her off before she had the information she needed. "Please, Alma, who was the match?" "Well, it was only a partial match," Alma admitted, her voice faltering. "Xavier Grayson's DNA came up as a partial match." The words vibrated in Riley's ears. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Xavier Grayson was dead. She had seen him die with her own eyes and had read every line of his autopsy report. "How?" she whispered. "How is that possible?" Alma shrugged. "A partial match indicates a familial connection, so—" "Do Nessa and Van Zinger know yet?" This time Alma nodded, obviously relieved to be able to give a positive answer. "Yes, they do. I sent them all the details this morning." Anger burned in Riley's chest at the thought that she was the last one to find out something so vital to solving her sister's homicide. Releasing Alma, she dug in her purse and pulled out the replacement phone Van Zinger had left for her. "Oh, I see you got a new phone," Alma said, massaging her arm. "That's probably best because yours looks like a total write-off." "What do you mean?" Riley was barely listening as she tried to think what the DNA match could mean. "Your phone was on the bridge," Alma said. "It was broken, but we tracked it back to you through the serial number." Alma backed away when she saw the stricken look on Riley's face. I thought Van Zinger would have let you know," Alma stuttered. "I mean, it was your phone, and—" But Riley wasn't listening. She was looking down at the text messages on her phone. The data from her old phone had been stored in the cloud and was accessible from the new phone Benzinger had set up for her. The texts between her and Katie the day she died were all there. Only she hadn't sent them. The killer had. Chapter 23. Frankie struggled to keep Riley in sight as she stomped back to the parking garage. He'd barely made it into the passenger seat of the white Land Rover when she reversed out of the parking space and squealed down the exit ramp and out onto Main Street. She pressed her foot on the gas and headed west.
"Where are we going?"
he asked, strapping on his seatbelt and sliding the seat back to accommodate his long legs.
"My office is back that way in case you want to give me a ride."
"Katie thought I wanted to meet her at the bridge to patch things up," Riley said, her eyes on the road. She got a text that she thought was from me, but it was from him, whoever he is. Trying to think of something to say that wouldn't piss Riley off, Frankie looked out the window at the people on the sidewalk. He dug in his pocket for a stick of gum, but came up empty. When the car jerked to a stop at a red light, he looked over and sighed.
"You've finally got some evidence that can help you find the guy who did this," he said. "That is, if you stop with the temper tantrums and you quit fighting everyone who's trying to help you."
Riley turned right onto Sunset Place, and Frankie noticed a black and white cruiser parked along the curb just before the Rover made another sharp right into the parking garage under Sunset Terrace. He unbuckled his seatbelt as Riley pulled the Rover into the parking spot reserved for Unit 1208 and shut off the engine.
"Did you see that cop car outside your building?" Frankie asked.
Riley didn't answer as she stepped out of the Rover and headed for the elevator. The doors were already sliding shut when Frankie slipped between them.
"I can come back later if this isn't a good time," he said, trying to lighten the mood. "But I'm guessing you wouldn't let me in."
"Shut up and come on." The doors opened onto the 12th floor, and Riley stepped out. "I need to check emails and make a few calls." Hesitating at the door to her condo, Frankie was beginning to think it might not be a good idea to be alone with a grieving woman. Grief could make people do things they normally wouldn't do.
"Maybe I should get out of here before the shit really hits the fan."
But Riley waved him inside and shut the door before he could think up an excuse. She motioned for him to stay quiet as she took out her phone and tapped on the screen. Crossing to the window, Frankie looked out toward the river. His eyes fell on the bridge, and he glanced back to see Riley looking past him. She stared at the scene of Katie's death with wounded eyes, then turned away as a voice sounded on the other end of the connection. "Damn, it's her voicemail," she muttered. "Agent Day, this is State Prosecutor Riley Odell returning your call. Sorry it's taken me a while, but I need to speak to you at once. Please call me back." Frankie unlocked the door to the balcony and stepped outside. The sky had cleared, but a stiff wind still blew, lifting his shaggy hair. Standing a few feet back from the ledge, he leaned forward and looked down 12 stories to the street below. The sidewalk was empty, and only a few cars were in the street next to the park. A subtle movement on the edge of the park caught his eye. Frankie squinted to get a better look. A man was sitting on the park bench directly across from Riley's building. Training his eyes on the little figure, Frankie could see that the man was holding something up toward the building. Was it a phone or maybe a small camera? "What are you doing out there?" Riley stood just inside the balcony door. Her eyes were bright as they flicked first to the bridge and then back to Frankie. "I don't want you out there," she said in a strained voice. "In fact, I don't want you in my house at all. Now go." Frankie opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again. He wasn't going to argue with a woman who made her living by winning arguments. Besides, Riley had a long road ahead of her, and she might need to walk some of it alone. He understood that need better than most. After all this time, he was still making his way through the pain of his past on his own. Some days he thought he would always be alone. Closing Riley's door behind him, Frankie rode the elevator down to the lobby and walked outside. Looking around, he saw that the black and white cruiser was still parked at the curb. He glanced over at the park and saw that the bench across the street was now empty. The man with the camera was gone.
"Hey, officer," he called out, approaching the cruiser. "You wouldn't be watching this building by any chance, would you?"
The young officer leaned over to look out the window.
"Hey, Frankie, it's me, Andy Ford." "Officer Ford?"
Frankie bent down to see Andy Ford's freckled face.
"What are you doing out here?" "Detective Benzinger has me watching the building." Andy replied. Wants me to keep an eye on the prosecutor after, well, you know, after what happened to her sister. Nodding solemnly, Frankie held up a skinny thumb. Sounds like a good idea to me, he said. You keep an eye on her and make sure she stays safe. But as he began the long walk back to his office, Frankie looked back at the silhouette of the big bridge in the distance, wondering if anybody in Willow Bay was really safe. By the time Frankie reached his office on Bay Street, Barker had already started in on his lunch. A sandwich and chips were spread out on his desk, and he was wiping mustard off his chin with a napkin sporting the Bay Subs and Grub logo. "Where the hell have you been, Frankie?" Barker asked after he'd swallowed his bite. "We're supposed to be helping Dex prove he's not a wife killer, and you're off screwing around." Before Frankie could answer, Barker reached under his desk and pulled out the empty whiskey bottle. "Is this going to become a habit?" Throwing the bottle back in the trash, Barker sighed. "I don't know what's going on with you, but if anyone gets wind that you're working cases while under the influence, our license will get pulled and Barker and Dawson Investigations will close up shop." Shame flooded through Frankie at the reprimand. Barker was right. He was risking their new enterprise. He needed to get control of himself before he ruined everything. "Don't worry, partner." Frankie threw Barker a sarcastic salute. "Message received loud and clear. I won't let the troops down again." Giving Frankie a long, suspicious glare, Barker finally nodded and turned back to his sandwich. "I actually spent the morning with Riley Odell," Frankie said, eager to change the subject. "You heard the latest news?" Barker's mouth was full, so he just shook his head. "They linked Xavier Grayson's DNA to Katie Odell's murder." Barker blinked as he swallowed a big bite of the sandwich. "How's that possible?" Barker demanded, his voice wary as if he thought Frankie might be trying to trick him. "Xavier Grayson's dead, so I don't think he's still going around killing people." "No, but Alma said the match was some kind of familial match with Grayson. So that means someone in his family is the guy they're looking for." Sticking the last bite of his sandwich into his mouth, Barker wadded the wrapper into a ball and held it in his clenched fist. "Nessa must be pulling her hair out about now," Barker said, worry for his ex-partner showing in his big brown eyes. "If someone related to Xavier Grayson is out for revenge, there could be a whole lot of people on his hit list." Frankie nodded and plopped down in his chair. "Remember what Nessa told us at the diner?" Barker asked. He paused, but the blank expression on Frankie's face prompted Barker to answer his own question. "She said that some FBI agent was calling her because Xavier Grayson's DNA matched an old John Doe homicide up in D.C. "Oh yeah, I know all about that," Frankie said. "Riley was trying to get a hold of the agent earlier when I was at her place." Recalling Riley's anger at being the last to know about the DNA match and about her phone being found on the bridge, he suddenly remembered that he'd never told Riley about the pictures Katie had uploaded to Instagram the day she died. He didn't want to face the prosecutor's wrath if the photo turned out to be important and he hadn't mentioned it. Tapping on the Instagram icon, Frankie waited for the app to open. Suddenly, Katie appeared on the little screen, vibrant in the bright blue dress and very much alive. So different than the pitiful figure he'd seen on the gurney at the medical examiner's earlier. Zooming in on Katie's brilliant smile, Frankie shook his head at the thought that the smile had probably been her last. Then his eyes fell on the outline of a man's head and shoulders in the picture's shadowy background. He squinted and zoomed in even closer. Yes, there was definitely a man standing in the shadow behind Katie. Frankie shivered as he made out two specks of light. He was looking into the eyes of a killer. Chapter 24. Xander looked in his rearview mirror, keeping an eye on the cop car outside Sunset Terrace condominiums. He'd followed Riley and Frankie Dawson back to the big building, surprised to see that the WBPD had set up surveillance on the prosecutor. Someone in the department must not be as dumb as he thought. The cops hanging around will make it harder to get to her, but not impossible. Besides, that means Riley must be scared, so my plan is working. It wasn't enough just to take Riley's sister and her life. He needed to ensure maximum suffering along the way. He wanted to enjoy knowing he'd inflicted as much pain as he'd had to endure. Starting the car, Xander pulled away from the curb and nosed the vehicle into traffic. It wasn't time for Riley Odell to die.
Not yet. Besides, he had to get back in time for his next meeting to avoid uncomfortable questions. He had to play it cool and act normal, even as he moved forward with the next phase of his plan. It wasn't a good time to attract attention or arouse suspicions. Driving down Bay Street toward downtown Willow Bay, Xander slowed as he passed the modest Barker and Dawson Investigations office. He didn't like how the skinny PI had stopped to talk to the cop on the way out of Riley's building. He was getting too close for comfort. Frankie Dawson might end up being a problem, especially if he kept hanging around Riley Odell like a love-struck teenager. Xander wondered if it was time to put an end to the PI and his meddling. It would give me great pleasure to end the pathetic bastard's life. Continuing up the street, Xander reminded himself that Frankie was only a few years older than Xavier would be now if he'd been allowed to live. It didn't seem fair. Why should that idiot get to walk around when Xavier is 6 feet under? Xavier was the only person Xander had ever sacrificed for, and the only blood relative he'd ever known. He'd given up his greatest pleasure to protect Xavier, and it had all ended up being for nothing. Parking his car in the lot near City Hall, Xander thought back to the glory days in D.C., the days before he'd gone into hiding. He'd had the city living in the grip of fear, and it had gone to his head. The heady pleasure of wielding power and inflicting pain had caused him to take one too many chances and to make one too many mistakes. His hands gripped the expensive leather steering wheel as he recalled the long-ago night he'd almost gone too far. The girl was beautiful, with lush, shiny hair and soft, enticing curves under her Georgetown sweatshirt. She was also drunk and alone. Xander had first spotted her at one of the many bars in the area and had immediately decided that she was perfect for what he had in mind. She would be the next victim of the D.C. Canal killer, maybe even the last. He knew his winning streak was bound to come to an end, and that eventually the cops would figure out that he was the one who had killed 3 college co-eds in as many months. Luck couldn't hold out forever, even for a man as cunning and clever as he was. And Xavier was a young man now, who was just beginning to make his own way in the world. Xander knew if he went down, he'd likely take Xavier with him, and that was one thing he wasn't willing to do. Xavier had always been his only responsibility, and his only weakness. But one more girl wouldn't hurt, not when the girl had left her friends and was walking alone by the canal. It was almost too good to be true. One last lovely girl to remember his time in D.C. Then he could move on to another town and another life. His heart quickened as he made his way through the darkness, binding his time in the shadows as the girl weaved along, oblivious of the danger lurking behind her. Each of the 3 girls he'd chosen before her had also been young and unaware of the evil that waited for them in the dark. They'd been privileged college girls that were just starting to spread their wings and live a little. Then he had decided it was their time to die. Following the girl across the old stone bridge, he had a rope around her pretty little neck before she had a chance to scream. Twisting with practiced efficiency, she was slumped against his chest within minutes, and offered no resistance as he dragged her to the stone ledge and pushed her over to the dark water below. Pulse racing, Xander heard a splash and couldn't resist leaning over to take one last glimpse of the lovely girl. But he wasn't the only one who had heard the sound of her body hitting the water. A policeman looked up at Xander from the path running alongside the canal. The cop was only 50 yards away, and his hand was already on his holster as he ran toward the bridge. Shouting into his radio, the cop was calling for backup, and his words sent a chill down Xander's spine. "Canal killer suspect spotted on Stone Bridge. In pursuit now. There's a woman in the water. Send backup and an ambulance." A bullet whizzed past his head as Xander started toward the opposite side. Racing down the stairs, he turned to see the cop aiming straight at him. "Stop right there or I'll shoot." Realizing the cop must have been patrolling the area in hopes of catching him, the man they'd named the D.C. Canal Killer, Xander continued to run. He knew the area like the back of his hand. If he could make it only a little further. Another shot rang out, and a blast of pain radiated through his arm. Staggering to the side, he stumbled close to the edge of the canal. Then felt his knees give way under him. He hit the water hard and sunk toward the bottom. Pushing himself forward with his one good arm, he held his breath as long as he could, then came out of the water with a gasp close to the edge. Looking behind him, he saw the cop racing back toward the spot where the girl had fallen. Moving through the dark water, Xander made his way toward the opposite side of the canal, grasping onto the rough canal wall and pulling himself up with one arm, using his legs as leverage to lift himself up and over the edge. Laying in a thick patch of grass, he gritted his teeth as the wound on his arm throbbed. Sirens sounded in the distance as Xander rolled back onto the path and forced himself to his feet. Sticking to the shadows, he slunk away into the cover of the night, knowing that his reign of DC was over. The memory of his near capture ignited a dull ache in Xander's arm where the bullet had torn off a chunk of flesh. It also brought back the fear of being captured and unmasked as the DC Canal killer. If they'd caught me, Xavier's role as my apprentice might have been revealed, and we both might have ended up in the electric chair. Not willing to let Xavier pay for his mistakes, Xander had known he'd had to get out of the game before it was too late. He'd had a good run, and it was time to move on. He'd already taught Xavier everything he'd learned along the way, and it had seemed like the right time to pass on the torch. But Riley Odell and Veronica Lee had seen to it that Xavier died before he'd gotten the chance to fulfill his destiny. Now the only legacy Xander could leave Xavier was revenge against everyone responsible for ending his life too soon. Opening his glove box to assure himself that the mask and rope were still inside, Xander decided after his meeting he would go to the school. He'd let Veronica Lee stew in her own fear long enough. Time for Veronica to say goodbye to Mommy Dearest. Chapter 25. Ling Li went to the kitchen and checked the back door as soon as she got home from school, reassured to see that it was still closed and locked, just as she'd left it that morning. Her relief was short-lived, as she remembered Winston still hadn't come home. Unlocking the door, she pulled it open and looked out on the back porch, hoping to see the big cat curled up on the top step. Winston had become a vital part of their little family over the last few months, and while Ling had never considered herself a cat person, the thought of losing the orange tabby told her she'd been wrong. "Winston!" Her voice pierced the silent afternoon, and she felt a shiver of unease as the only answer to her call was a rustling of leaves from under the big magnolia tree that dominated the backyard. The overcast sky lent a gloomy feel to the day, and Ling was tempted to shut the door and lock it safely behind her. But she needed to get back to school in time for the PTA meeting that evening, and she didn't want Veronica to come home to an empty house. Ling worried that her daughter was already dealing with too much anxiety to have to worry about finding Winston, too. Stepping onto the porch, Ling again heard a faint sound in the shadows under the big tree. The same branches that provided a refuge of perfumed shade in the summer months now seemed darkly ominous. The sudden crunch of leaves started Ling's heart pounding, and she hurried back inside, her nerves on edge. After the events of the previous day, Ling had been tempted to call in sick from work for the first time in years, but had ultimately decided against it. She couldn't let whoever left her the threatening note have the satisfaction of knowing they'd gotten to her. If it's just one of the students, it's best not to react to their pranks. But as she walked upstairs to her bedroom, Ling had the uneasy feeling that whoever had left her the note wasn't a student, and that eventually they would be back to act out on their threat. Personal experience had taught her that there were evil people in the world who walked around in the disguise of an average next-door neighbor, or a harmless co-worker, or a loving husband. Ling's own brief marriage to Veronica's father had convinced her not to take anyone at face value. At first, she had been fooled by the all-American man who swept her off her feet after she'd arrived in the U.S. to attend graduate school. She never imagined that the handsome man who seemed too perfect to be true was living a lie, and he'd been so good at deceit. He'd gained her trust and used her in the most hideous way. Shuddering at the memory of his violent reaction when she'd uncovered his web of lies, Ling crossed the room to her bedside table and pulled open her drawer. The Glock lay nestled inside, its shiny black surface giving her an instant sense of calm. Lifting the gun out of the drawer, Ling held it tightly, liking the heavy weight of it in her hand. The gun made the memories and the fear easier to handle. Learning how to use the weapon had been the only way Ling had been able to feel safe again after she'd escaped Veronica's father to start a new life in Willow Bay. But her husband's threat to kill her and Veronica if she left him still echoed in Ling's dreams. He'd vowed he wouldn't rest until they were both dead and buried, and she had believed him. Since the day she'd left, Ling had been terrified that someday he would find her and Veronica, and she'd tried to prepare them both for that day. Together, they had gone to the gun range and learned how to shoot, and Ling had warned her daughter over and over about not trusting strangers. Recently, Ling had even started going to therapy, trying to find peace with the past, but she still couldn't bring herself to tell Veronica the whole story. How can you explain pure evil to a girl who is so full of light? She looked down into the drawer and saw the letter she'd written to Veronica. The whole terrible story was included in the letter, and Ling had offered Veronica the chance to read it if she wanted to learn the terrible truth about her father. So far, Veronica had let the past stay hidden. And now, after 25 years had passed, Ling wondered if the man described in that letter had finally found her. Had he left the note on her computer? Was it his way of letting her know that he was coming to take his revenge? Dropping the gun into her big purse, Ling hurried down the stairs. She wanted to get to the school before the PTA meeting was scheduled to start. She needed time to prepare before Brock Chandler and the rest of the school board representatives showed up. Putting a hand on the front door, Ling paused and listened. Was that furtive movement outside? She leaned forward and put one eye to the peephole, but could see nothing. Again, a soft scraping against the door made the hair on the back of Ling's neck rise. Reaching into her purse, she put a shaky hand on the Glock. Would she have the nerve to use it if her ex-husband was standing outside her door? Wrenching back the lock, Ling flung open the door and stared out at the empty street. A flash of orange fur darted past her feet. "Winston?" Ling clasped a hand to her chest and turned to stare after him. "You scared me to death, you little rascal." Winston patted down the hall toward the kitchen, his orange fur ruffled, and his tail held high. Ling shut the door with a sigh and followed Winston into the kitchen to pour him some fresh kibble and water. Patting the cat's soft head, Ling began to feel better. Maybe she was overreacting to the recent events in town. Even so, she checked the locks on the front and back door one last time, before getting into her white sedan and heading toward the school. Jai Patel's green Toyota was the only other car in the teacher's lot when Ling arrived. Pulling into the spot reserved for the school principal, Ling felt the same warm sense of pride she felt on the first day she'd started working at the school as a substitute teacher. By the end of her first year, Ling had been hired in as a permanent history teacher, and she'd quickly become a favorite of both the students and the other teachers. She'd been happily teaching for 10 years when the school principal had called her into his office and told her he was retiring. By the time she'd walked out of his office, she had agreed to become the first woman principal in the history of the school, and her new career in school administration had begun. And while she was still inspired to lead the school she'd come to love, she had to admit she sometimes missed the classroom. Especially on a night like this one, when she was set to have a PTA meeting that would be anything but inspiring if it turned out to be like the last meeting she'd had with Brock Chandler. The newly hired superintendent had been insufferable since he'd started in his new role, and Ling figured this meeting would give him yet another opportunity to flaunt his authority. But as much as he annoyed her, she thought she knew the underlying cause of his confrontational behavior and was determined not to react. Jai Patel had heard from a friend on the school board that they had been split on their decision of who should be offered the superintendent job, and that Ling Li had been a close contender for the role. Ling imagined Brock Chandler must have heard the same information. Surveying the empty campus with a wary eye, Ling pushed back a sense of foreboding. As she stepped out of her car and crossed the asphalt, she scolded herself for not asking the school's liaison officer to attend the PTA meeting. She should have ensured someone would be available to guard the campus against unwanted intruders. The feeling that something wasn't right grew stronger as Ling approached the front door and found it slightly ajar. Had Jai left it open in case one of the attendees showed up early? But the assistant principal was nowhere in sight, and there were no welcoming lights to greet Ling as she entered the building. Spooked by the echo of her own footsteps in the empty hall, Ling hurried toward the administration office. The door was closed when she reached the guidance office, but she could see something on the floor as she looked through the glass pane. Trying the doorknob, she was surprised to find it locked. She jiggled the knob again, just to make sure it wasn't stuck, then pulled out her set of keys, searching for the right one. Inserting the big silver key in the lock, Ling pulled the door open, then hesitated as she heard a noise. Had it been movement from within? Peering into the dimly lit room, she could see a small body crumpled on the floor. "Jai!" The assistant principal didn't react to Ling's hoarse cry. He lay still, a pool of blood spreading underneath his motionless body. Before Ling could rush forward, a sound from behind the closed door of the principal's office stopped her. Someone's hiding in there, or maybe waiting for me. A strange calm settled over Ling as she reached in her purse and drew out the big gun. She'd been preparing for this moment for the last 28 years. Ever since she'd discovered the truth about Veronica's father, she'd known that someday she might need to fight for her life, or that of her daughter. Okay then, let's get this over. Aiming the gun at the door, Ling put a shaky finger on the trigger. Chapter 26. Veronica jammed her foot down harder on the gas pedal, weaving around the other cars on the road as she raced toward Willow Bay High School. Her decision to go home early and check in with her mother had led her upstairs, where she'd found the bedside drawer open and her mother's gun missing. Her worry had turned to panic when she called her mother's phone and heard it ringing downstairs on the kitchen counter. The joy at seeing Winston curled up on the counter beside the phone was short-lived, as she realized her mother must have left in a rush, forgetting her phone and taking her gun with her in response to the threatening note. Telling herself not to overreact, Veronica remembered the PTA meeting Ling had mentioned that morning. Her mother had said she wouldn't be home for dinner, but that she'd leave food in the refrigerator for Veronica to heat up, and had hinted that she'd made enough for two, probably hoping Hunter would join her. But Veronica had avoided seeing Hunter the night before, and she still didn't know if she was ready to see him and ask about the blonde woman in his car. They had never specifically defined their new relationship as exclusive, and she couldn't bear hearing that he was seeing someone else. Not when she was already emotionally drained. Most likely her mother was fine, but Veronica knew she'd have to make sure. She could do that by taking her mother her phone, just in case she needed it. The drive to the school had taken longer than usual. Rush hour had been in full swing, and cars seemed to be clogging every road, but Veronica finally turned into the school parking lot just as the sun began to set over the big two-story building. Driving around to the teacher's lot, Veronica was relieved to see Ling's white car parked in the usual spot. Jai Patel's green Toyota was parked nearby, and Veronica told herself to relax. Jai and her mother must have arrived early to prepare for the meeting, and her mother was rightfully scared by the death threat and had decided to carry the gun for protection. It made sense, but Veronica still couldn't shake the feeling that Ling was in danger. Gathering her purse and Ling's phone, Veronica opened the Jeep's door, just as a gunshot rang out from somewhere in the building. Veronica had been a regular visitor to the gun range ever since she'd been a child, and she knew the sound of a gun firing. Ling's phone was already in her hand, and Veronica instinctively dialed 911 as she climbed out of the Jeep and crouched behind it. 911, what's your emergency? I'm outside Willow Bay High School. I've heard a gunshot inside the building and my mother's inside. Please send help right away. Not waiting for the operator to respond, Veronica disconnected the call and stuck the phone in her pocket. Moving toward the front entrance, she could see that the door was open. Hesitating for only a moment, she slipped into the dark hall and listened. The sound of glass breaking started her running down the hall. Heart thumping, she stopped just outside the guidance office, stifling a scream as she leaned over to peer in, and saw Jai Patel's body splayed on the floor. Footsteps crunched over broken glass, and the door to her mother's inner office swung open. Forcing back the sob that hovered in her throat, Veronica leaned back against the cool concrete wall, hoping the dim lighting in the hall would conceal her. A shadow appeared on the wall opposite her, lengthening as the footsteps drew closer. Whoever was inside the room was coming to the door. She would surely be discovered if she didn't run now. Turning to go, her foot knocked against a metal chair that sat along the wall. The shadowy figure stepped out into the hall, and Veronica screamed as she stared into the barrel of a gun. "Ronnie!" Ling's terrified whisper released Veronica from her state of shock. She reached out with a numb hand and pushed the gun to the side, searching Ling's wide, frightened eyes. "He hurt Jai." Ling's voice was thick with panic as she motioned back to the assistant principal. "He wanted to hurt me, too." "The gunshot? Was that you?" Nodding, Ling looked over at the Glock in her hand. "He was waiting for me in my office, and I shot at him," she said, her voice regaining some of its strength. "He broke the window and jumped out. I guess he wasn't counting on me carrying a gun." Sirens wailed in the distance, and Ling frowned. "How did you know I was here? That I needed help?" "Your gun was gone and you forgot your phone." Veronica grasped her mother's trembling arm. "Are you sure he's gone?" Ling's face hardened, and she gripped the gun tighter. "He's gone all right," she said. "I saw him running toward the woods, and he'd better not come back." Moving swiftly toward Jai, Veronica knelt next to him and felt for a pulse. She detected a faint fluttering in his neck and looked back at her mother. "He's still alive." Ling knelt beside Veronica, laying the gun on the floor by her side, and Veronica felt hope stir that she hadn't arrived too late. "We shouldn't move him," Ling said, following the trail of blood with her eyes. "It looks like he's had a blow to the head." Standing, Ling crossed to a counter that held a coffee machine and supplies. Grabbing a dish towel, she hurried back and held it to the bleeding wound on Jai's head. Veronica watched her mother with anxious eyes, a terrible question forming in her mind. Her mouth felt too dry to speak, but she managed to force out the words. "Did you recognize the man who attacked you? Was it my father?" Ling's eyes widened, and she gave a resolute shake of her head. "The man was wearing a mask, and I couldn't see his face. But I know your father's voice, and, well, that man wasn't him." "You heard his voice?" Veronica asked. "What did he say?" Ling's voice faltered. He said he'd be back." Veronica stood on the front steps as a black and white police car pulled up to the curb. An ambulance turned into the lot after it. She recognized the uniformed officer driving the cruiser as Dave Eddings. He jumped out of the car with a hand on his holster, his eyes darting around the campus. "Hey, Veronica, you the one who called 911? She nodded, descending the stairs 2 at a time. "A man attacked Mr. Patel. He needs an ambulance, now." "Where's the attacker?" Eddings asked, looking past her toward the school. "I can't bring in the ambulance crew until it's all clear." Lifting an impatient hand to point toward the woods beyond the school, Veronica tried to control her frustration. "The man broke through a window after my mother shot at him. He ran out toward the woods. Now, please, Mr. Patel needs help." Frowning, Officer Eddings held up a hand. "Whoa there, Veronica. You're saying Principal Lee's in there with a gun? And that she shot at someone?" "She was attacked, and she has a legally licensed weapon," Veronica protested, beginning to feel desperate as the seconds ticked by. "She was protecting herself and Mr. Patel. Now get the ambulance crew in there before it's too late." The urgency of her words finally convinced Eddings to wave the ambulance forward, but he insisted on entering the building first as the crew unloaded a gurney. Only after his partner had confiscated Ling's gun did he allow the crew to rush forward to work on Jai. "Excuse me, Principal Lee," Eddings said, as they stood in the hall watching the paramedics load Jai onto the stretcher. "You see the man who did this? Did you get a description? Or see where he went?" "No, he wore a mask." Ling's voice was strained but steady. "He broke the window in my office and ran toward the woods beyond the student parking lot. I'm sorry I can't give you a description." Nodding, Eddings bit his lip and rubbed his clean-shaven chin. "I better call this in and get the crime scene unit out here right away. And I'm guessing the chief will assign this to someone in the major crimes unit to investigate." Veronica looked up at his mention of Nessa Ainsley. "Yes, call Chief Ainsley," she said, suddenly remembering her last conversation with the police chief. "I filed a report with her yesterday about a death threat my mother had received, and she said a detective would be in touch, but I haven't heard anything yet." "Someone made a death threat against Principal Lee?" Eddings had gone to school at Willow Bay High like most people in town, and he was obviously surprised that anyone would want to harm the popular principal. As the young police officer returned to his car to call his request into the station, Veronica stared out into the woods, wondering if the man who had attacked her mother was still out there, and if he really would be back. Chapter 27. Nessa glanced at her watch, then picked up the phone to call Jerry. She knew her husband wouldn't be surprised to hear she'd be working late again, not with Katie Odell's homicide plastered all over the news. But she wanted to say goodnight to Cole and Cooper before they went to bed. It was a school night, and there was no way she'd be home in time to tuck them in. She looked up at a brisk knock on the frame of her office door. Peyton Bell hovered in the hall just outside. "There's been a shooting at the high school, Chief." The detective took a hesitant step into the room. "I don't have all the details yet, but the responding officer is asking for backup, and I'd like to respond." Nessa's heart clenched as Peyton's words sank in. Oh no, not the school, not our kids. Jumping up from her desk, Nessa stuck her phone in her pocket and grabbed the keys to her charger. "Where's your partner?" she asked, already moving toward the door. "We need to get over there now." The uncomfortable look on Peyton's face brought Nessa to a halt. "Where's Detective Ingram?" "He took off a little while ago," Peyton admitted. "Said he had a few things to take care of and just left." Irritation worked its way up Nessa's back, but she forced herself to let it go. She didn't have time to be distracted by Ingram now. "Well, come on then." Nessa motioned for Peyton to follow. "You can ride along with me. We'll get more details on the way." By the time the Dodge approached the school, Peyton had managed to find out that one shot had been fired and one person injured. The incident hadn't involved any students, and an unidentified male suspect was still at large. "You sure Principal Lee was the one who fired the gun?" "That's what the officer on the scene said," Peyton replied with a shrug. "He said someone attacked her and she pulled out a gun." Pulling up behind a line of cars waiting to get into the school's parking lot, Nessa activated her lights and bumped over the curb to get past them. She had to swerve to miss a tall man in a suit striding across the lot toward the front entrance. "Isn't school over now?" Nessa muttered, bringing the Charger to a stop next to a black and white cruiser. "What are all these people doing here at this time of day?" "There's a PTA meeting tonight," Peyton answered, surveying the scene. "At least that's what the sign back there said, so I'm guessing these are all parents and teachers here for the meeting." Nessa cringed as she imagined parents and teachers crowding into the active crime scene. Spotting Dave Eddings standing by the door, she climbed out of the Charger and headed toward him, relieved to see that he was turning away anyone who tried to enter the school.
"I've set up a perimeter, Chief, and—"
His words were cut short as the front doors swung open and an ambulance crew rolled out a gurney. A man lay motionless under a white sheet. The oxygen mask on his face assured Nessa he was alive. Veronica Lee appeared as the gurney was hoisted into the ambulance, her face a pale mask of concern. "Can my mother ride with him?" she asked one of the paramedics. "She doesn't want him to be alone if he wakes up."
Eddings stepped forward and shook his head. "Sorry, Veronica, but your mother needs to stay here and give us a full statement. She's the only witness we have."
"She's already told you everything she knows, Dave," Veronica protested. "And she doesn't want Mr. Patel to be on his own, not until she's sure he'll be okay." Before Nessa could intervene, she heard raised voices and turned to see Peyton arguing with the tall man they'd almost run over in the parking lot. Nessa recognized the man as Brock Chandler, one of Mayor Hadley's pompous friends. "No one is allowed inside the school," Peyton insisted. "This is an active crime scene and we need you to step back."
"I'm Superintendent Chandler, and this school is under my jurisdiction," the man fumed, turning to Officer Eddings with an exasperated huff. "Dave, please tell this woman to let me pass."
"No need to get involved, Officer Eddings." Peyton kept her eyes on Chandler. "I've got the situation under control." Raising her eyebrows, she pointed toward the parking lot. "Now, unless you have information about the crime you'd like to share, I need to ask you to proceed back to your car, Superintendent." Nessa observed Chandler's outraged glare, watching as he spun on his heel and marched back toward his car. Once he was out of earshot, she moved forward to stand next to Veronica. "You mind telling me what's going on?" she asked. "I hear there's a shooting at the school, and I arrived to find out the principal's the one who's done the shooting." "I should be the one asking you what's going on," Veronica countered, her eyes accusatory. "I asked you to investigate a threat made against my mother, and nothing's been done. She ended up having to protect herself, and now you're confused?" Looking past Veronica, Nessa met Peyton's wide amber eyes. "Detective Bell, Did you and Ingram follow up on the case I assigned to you yesterday? Peyton ran a nervous hand through her short hair, causing a few dark strands to stand on end. Opening her mouth as if to explain, she quickly closed it again and shook her head, looking miserable. Nessa stared at the new detective for a long beat. She thought she knew what was going on. Most likely, Ingram had resisted following up on a case he thought was beneath him, and Peyton was trying to stick to the unspoken no-snitch rule most departments followed. Making a mental note to have a long talk with Peyton Bell very soon, Nessa turned back to Veronica. "Looks like I dropped the ball," she admitted. "I should have followed up. Should have known they weren't working the case yet." She gestured to Peyton, whose cheeks had flushed a bright pink. "Veronica Lee, I'd like to introduce you to Detective Peyton Bell. She's going to run lead on this investigation. She'll find out who broke into the school and attacked your mother and Mr. Patel. I hope she finds him soon, Chief Ainsley." Ling Lee walked toward them, her hands and the knees of her pants stained with blood. Nessa tried to hide her shock at the older woman's appearance. "The man who broke into my office wants me dead," Ling said, her voice quiet. "He told me he'll be back and I believe him." "Principal Lee, do you have any idea who this man could be?" Shaking her head, Ling looked over at Peyton with a sad smile. "I wish I could give you some idea of where to start looking, young lady, but I don't know who would want me dead, or why."
"Veronica!"
A man stood behind the police tape holding a camera. He waved at the young reporter and called out again.
"What's happened here? Is there anything I can do to help?"
"Jack, how did you—" The man ducked under the tape and hurried forward, lugging his camera and a large rucksack with him. Nessa knew he worked on one of the news channels.
"I heard about a shooting on the police scanner, and I thought I'd come over and see if I could get some footage."
Dave Eddings appeared behind the man and dropped a hand on his shoulder.
"Press area is being set up over there, Mr. Carson, as I told you." "Sure, I was just checking on my co-worker here."
Waiting for the man to retreat back behind the tape, Nessa figured it would only be a matter of time before the rest of the reporters arrived. Between Katie Odell's murder, Nick Sargent's bail hearing, and now a school shooting, it had proven to be a big news week. She looked toward the woods, wondering if the would-be killer was still lurking among the trees, or if he was already miles away. Or maybe he's right here in the crowd, hoping to blend into the scenery, wanting to see the pain and fear he's caused firsthand. Her phone buzzed in her pocket and she dug it out, thinking it must be Jerry calling to see where she was and if she was all right. But the call wasn't from her husband. Nessa stared at Riley Odell's number, the pressure mounting in her chest. The prosecutor would want to know what had been done to find her sister's killer. With a heavy heart, Nessa sent the call to voicemail and went into the school to survey the scene. Chapter 28. Sunset Bridge taunted Riley as she stared out the window and listened to the automated message that told her Nessa Ainsley wasn't available. Thumbing the screen to end the connection, she dropped the phone on the table and let her brooding thoughts return to Katie. I can't just wait here and do nothing, not while the man who killed my little sister is still out there walking free. Tortured by the memory of Katie's face under the harsh light of the autopsy suite, Riley squeezed her eyes shut, trying to push away the pitiful image. The time for mourning would come later. Now was the time to find the man who had taken her sister's life and bring him to justice. It was the only way she would be able to survive the guilt, the only way she knew to make it through the unbearable loss. The metallic click of the deadbolt sounded behind her, announcing Dex Tremaine's return. Riley had given him the spare key to the condo so he could come and go as needed.
I've retained a lawyer, supposedly one of the best in town.
Riley didn't look around. Where were you when Katie fell off that bridge? Her voice was dangerously calm.
I went to buy cigarettes,
Dex said, after a surprised pause.
And I stopped to have a smoke on a bench. I didn't know.
She didn't let him finish. And where were you when she was laying in the fucking morgue?
I'm sorry, Dex stammered. I just couldn't see her that way. I loved her too much to...
Then why didn't you protect her? Where were you? She swung around to face him, but the anguish etched in his face drained away her rage, leaving behind only pity and despair. Twisting back toward the window, she studied her own reflection asking herself the same question she'd yelled at Dex. Why didn't you protect her? Where were you? When an answer didn't come, she drew in a ragged breath. I identified her body. She spoke as she collected her purse and keys. They'll release her body soon. We'll have to make plans. Unable to continue, she moved to the door, making it out to the hall before the tears came again. Drying her eyes in the elevator, she thought about Van Zinger, wondering why he hadn't told her about the DNA match or about her phone being found on the bridge. She knew he loved her, and that his instinct would be to protect her from the truth. But if he really understood her, he would know that being kept in the dark would be the last thing she'd want. He's treating me like a traumatized victim that can't handle the truth. Once on the ground floor, Riley saw Andy Ford standing beside his cruiser, talking into his radio in an animated voice. She waited until he had his back turned, then hurried around the corner and began walking quickly toward downtown. She didn't need a babysitter, and a long walk would clear her head. Riley was surprised to find herself standing outside the door to Barker and Dawson Investigations. She'd promised herself she wouldn't bother Frankie again after she'd kicked him out of her condo. Then he'd sent her a message saying he had something he needed to show her, and there she was, once again on his doorstep. Hesitating with her hand on the doorknob, Riley wondered if spilling her guts to Frankie was becoming a habit. He was one of the only people she could talk to who wouldn't judge her or pity her.
You coming in or going out?
Riley spun around to see Pete Barker standing behind her. Frankie said he had something to show me. She fumbled with the doorknob and stepped inside. But I can't stay long. The little office appeared to be empty, but Barker's loud call drew Frankie out from the back. He raised a hand in greeting as he saw Riley standing by his desk.
Long time no see, he said, dropping into a chair. What's it been? 5 minutes?
5 minutes is all I can spare for you, she replied, crossing her arms across her chest. Now, what was it you wanted to show me? Frankie's cocky attitude wilted as he took out his phone and began tapping on the screen. He held it up toward Riley with a grimace.
I'm sorry, but... Well, I thought you'd want to see this. Katie took it the day she was on the bridge and posted it to Instagram.
Leaning forward, Riley stared at the photo of Katie on Frankie's phone. The blue dress matched the color of her sister's eyes, and Riley had to blink back the sudden prickle of tears.
If you zoom in, you can see a shape behind her.
She watched as Frankie slid his fingers over the screen, bringing the shadowy figure in the background into focus. Riley gasped as she made out the outline of a man crouched behind Katie. That's him, she whispered, unable to tear her eyes away from the screen. That's the man who killed my sister.
And he's probably also the man who's related to Xavier Grayson, Barker added, as he stared over her shoulder. If you believe the FBI agent that's been calling Nessa.
The idea that Xavier Grayson had somehow come back to Willow Bay to kill Katie was too much to take in. How could such a hideous coincidence be possible? Unless it wasn't a coincidence. Do you think Katie was targeted because of me? Riley's voice cracked on the words. She cleared her throat, then tried again, pointing at Frankie's phone. I mean, do you think whoever this man is, that he killed Katie to get some kind of sick revenge against me? Scratching at the uneven stubble on his chin, Frankie leaned back and frowned. He looked over at Barker, who shrugged.
I guess it's possible he's out for some type of payback, Barker allowed. But why come after you?
I was the one who first prosecuted Xavier Grayson down in Miami, Riley said. Maybe this guy, whoever he is, blames me for Grayson having to go on the run. And I was there when he died. Frankie shook his head as if he didn't buy it.
If this dude wanted revenge, then why not just kill you? He stood abruptly to pace the room. Why go after your kid's sister?
The question hung in the room, and Riley met Frankie's eyes. Before she could respond, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Her pulse quickened as she saw Special Agent Charlie Day's number. Motioning for Frankie and Barker to be quiet, she answered the call in a crisp, professional voice. All trace of emotion gone. Special Agent Day, this is State Prosecutor Riley Odell. Ms. Odell, it's good to finally speak to you, a warm female voice replied. And please call me Charlie. Riley decided to forego the pleasantries. Agent Day, the Willow Bay Crime Lab informed me that you've got DNA from a cold case homicide in D.C. that's come back as a partial match to Xavier Grayson. That's right, Ms. Odell. Riley exhaled, trying to keep her voice calm. But what you might not have heard yet is that a recent homicide in Willow Bay is also a partial match for Xavier Grayson. Charlie Day was silent for a long beat. How recent? She finally asked. A woman was strangled and pushed off the Sunset Bridge 2 days ago, Riley managed to say. Evidence found during her autopsy revealed the partial DNA match with Grayson. Waiting for Charlie's response, Riley noticed Frankie and Barker listening intently to her side of the conversation. I think we need to meet as soon as possible, Ms. Odell, Charlie finally said. If the man I'm looking for is still active, my cold case will get very hot very quickly. I agree, Agent Day, Riley said, relieved that the agent seemed as eager as she was to get started. Can you come down to Willow Bay, or should I? Riley hesitated. She knew there was no way she could go up to D.C. in an official capacity to investigate her own sister's death, but she did have a week of bereavement time available. Oh, I thought I'd mentioned already that I'm actually in Willow Bay, Charlie said. I arrived yesterday, and I'm available to meet now if that's possible. Riley's heart thumped with anticipation as she gave Charlie directions to Frankie's office. She was eager to learn everything she could about the man who had killed Katie. Chapter 29. Special Agent Charlie Day was nothing like Frankie had expected. He also hadn't expected the surprisingly attractive FBI agent to show up with Hunter Hadley in tow. He'd been under the impression that Hunter and Veronica were an item, but then, what did he know?
Thanks for letting us use your office, Hunter said, sticking out a big hand to Frankie and then to Barker, before turning to Riley. I'm sure you're sick of hearing it, Riley, but I'm sorry for your loss.
Charlie raised a perfectly arched eyebrow but didn't ask questions. Frankie assumed she didn't know that Riley had lost her sister, or that the loss Hunter had mentioned was at the heart of the case they were about to discuss. Motioning for Charlie and Hunter to sit in the folding chairs he'd set up across from his desk, Frankie took out his phone and held up the picture of Katie Odell on the bridge.
This is Katie Odell, the woman who was strangled and pushed off the Sunset Bridge 2 days ago.
Frankie glanced at Riley to make sure she was okay with him jumping right in. When she gave a slight nod, he zoomed in on the man in the background.
And we believe that is the man who killed her.
Both Charlie and Hunter leaned forward, their eyes glued to the little screen. The FBI agent lifted a finger to the screen, as if she might be able to touch the man in the shadow. If this is really our guy, I've been waiting 10 years to get a look at him, she murmured, turning to Riley. Do you have any idea who this man is, or why he targeted the woman on the bridge? What was the victim's name? Katie Odell, Riley said in a curt voice. She was my sister. Gaping at Riley with wide blue eyes, Charlie's cool veneer slipped, and she reached out a sympathetic hand. As much as I want to hear what you have to tell me, Ms. Odell, you should be at home with your family. I'm sure local law enforcement would agree. I'm sure they would, Agent Day, but I don't plan to involve them, Riley replied with the stubborn lift of her chin Frankie had come to recognize. But Katie was my family, and I'd rather be finding her killer than hiding at home. I'll run my own investigation in my own way, and I've hired Barker and Dawson to help me. A ding from Hunter's pocket ended the awkward pause that followed. He pulled out his phone and tapped on the screen a few times, then looked up with a troubled frown.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave, he said. There's been an incident at the local high school. You have to go report on it? Frankie asked. I thought you were the big boss over there. I'm an investigative reporter, and I have to go check on Veronica, Hunter replied, standing up. Apparently her mother was involved in a shooting.
Jumping up, Frankie followed Hunter to the door.
Oh, man, Veronica's having a tough week.
Frankie thought back to Sunset Park, picturing the distress on Veronica's face when the rescue crew had pulled Katie out of the water. He looked over and caught Barker's eye.
I think I'll ride along with Hunter, he said, gesturing to Charlie and Riley. I think I'm a little out of my league here anyway.
He was pretty sure the FBI agent, state prosecutor, and retired police detective wouldn't miss him. But Riley looked up with a hurt expression as he and Hunter stood by the door. I want you in on the discussions, Frankie, she said with a frown. You've been in from the start, and you understand what's been going on. Let's all meet tomorrow morning at my office to continue this conversation. Barker cleared his throat.
You sure that's a good idea, Riley? I mean to meet at City Hall since you aren't really supposed to be working on your sister's case. At least not officially.
I'm working on the Xavier Grayson case, which is still assigned to me as far as I'm aware, she replied defensively. And I'm perfectly free to meet with interested parties that have pertinent information to the case. Lifting his hands in surrender, Barker nodded.
Okay, then, he agreed. I'm in.
Charlotte also nodded, although Frankie thought he saw a flash of disappointment in her clear gray eyes as Hunter slipped out the door in front of him. Jogging to keep up with Hunter's long stride, Frankie turned his thoughts to Veronica in the school. A disturbing idea had taken hold, making him anxious to see for himself that the young reporter was all right.
If someone seeking revenge for Xavier's death is behind all this, Veronica and her family could be in danger too.
Frankie looked around the luxurious interior of the Audi and stretched out his long legs. Hunter hadn't exactly invited him along, but he hadn't protested when Frankie had climbed into the passenger seat, either.
So you and Veronica are an item now, or what?
He asked, deciding small talk might ease the tension he saw in Hunter's big hands as they gripped the leather steering wheel. Raising an eyebrow, Hunter glanced over in surprise.
Is that what she told you?
Hunter asked.
Well, no, Frankie admitted, but I saw the way you guys were together at the park the other day, and, well, it's pretty obvious.
Bringing the car to a stop at a red light, Hunter turned to Frankie.
If it's obvious, then why are you asking?
Frankie smiled, liking the investigative reporter's style. He was cool, like James Bond, only without the British accent.
Okay, so you don't kiss and tell, Frankie said, nodding his approval. I can respect that. It's just that FBI lady has the hots for you, too, and I was wondering if that'll cause a problem.
A car honked behind them as Hunter stared at Frankie.
Special Agent Day is here on an investigation, not because she has the hots for me or anyone else,
Hunter replied, turning his attention back to the road.
Her interest is in finding whoever stabbed a man in D.C. and left him to die in a canal.
Cringing at the image Hunter's words conjured, Frankie shrugged.
If that's what you say. Just don't say I didn't warn you.
The sleek sedan turned into the school, and Hunter steered the car toward the big Channel 10 van across the lot. An older man stood in front of the school holding a microphone as a young black man worked behind a bulky camera. Parking beside the van, Hunter stepped out and watched the duo. Frankie climbed out of the passenger seat and joined him.
One man has been transported to Willow Bay General Hospital and is reported to be in critical condition. The assailant who broke into the school is still at large, and an APB has been issued.
The man with the microphone gestured back toward the school.
We can also report that Willow Bay High School principal Ling Lee managed to scare off the assailant by firing a weapon. While the full story is still emerging, it appears that the principal's quick response may have saved a man's life. Reporting live from Willow Bay High School, this is Jack Carson, Channel 10 News.
Hunter approached as they ended the shot.
Hey, Finn, what's going on?
Hunter called out. The cameraman looked around with a grimace.
Man, this is one crazy week,
he said, nodding a greeting at Frankie, who hovered by Hunter's shoulder.
Veronica's mom took a shot at some guy who'd broken into her office. Apparently, the assistant principal was knocked out, and Veronica had to call 911. Where is she now?
Hunter's eyes searched the front steps and the door beyond.
Is she okay?
Walking toward the van, Finn shrugged.
She already took her mom home.
He opened the sliding door on the side of the van and hefted in the camera.
Seemed a little shook up, but I think she'll be okay.
A white Labrador lay curled up in the back of the van. Frankie reached in and tried to rub the dog's head, but the lab recoiled.
Gracie can be a bit jumpy around strangers,
Finn said, leaning forward to pat Gracie's soft fur.
She'll warm up once she gets to know you.
Jack Carson appeared beside Frankie and nodded toward the lab.
She's a good dog, he agreed, and smart. Gracie was trained in the army as a cadaver dog. Isn't that right, Finn?
Yep, but that was a long time ago. Finn looked toward Hunter.
She's the station mascot now, right?
But Hunter was too distracted to respond.
I'm going to Veronica's house to make sure she's okay, he said, turning to Frankie. You coming with me or staying here? I'm coming, Frankie responded. You might need my help again, like with the Nick Sargent situation.
Finn slapped Frankie's bony shoulder.
Yeah, I never did get a chance to thank you properly for that one, he said. You helped get that scum off the street.
Jack Carson frowned.
Don't forget Sergeant's back on the street already, he complained, and it's a shame. I worked with the guy for years and I should know. He's a real piece of work, and not in a good way.
Studying the older man, Frankie nodded.
You sound like a man after my own heart there, Jack. He stuck out a skinny hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Frankie Dawson of Barker & Dawson Investigations. If you ever need... I'm leaving, Frankie.
Hunter interrupted, his voice tense.
So if you're coming with me, then let's go.
Hunter turned on his heel and strode back toward the car. Before Frankie could follow him, Gracie jumped down and trotted after the reporter's tall figure.
Hey, Hunter, looks like Gracie's worried about Veronica, too, Finn called out. Just have her home before her bedtime.
The white lab jumped into the back seat as Hunter held open the door, and Frankie settled into the passenger seat.
Just like Batman and Robin, he muttered, strapping on his seatbelt. And this time we're gonna beat the Joker's ass.
Ignoring Frankie altogether, Hunter started the car and headed back to the highway. Chapter 30. Marigold Lane wasn't the kind of street where Xander could easily fade into the background. Even driving past the neat two-story house might raise concerns after the recent delivery he'd made only days before. He continued past Veronica's street as Hunter Hadley's Audi sedan turned into the neighborhood with Frankie Dawson riding shotgun. Xander's rage boiled over as he circled the quiet neighborhood, infuriated and humiliated that he'd almost been shot and killed by Veronica Lee's mother.
The bitch nearly took my head off. Now that would have made headlines.
His plan had been to kill the principal in time for the entire PTA association to find her broken body strung up in the auditorium. But he'd been foiled by the meddling assistant principal, who had surprised Xander as he'd climbed in through the back window. Slamming a heavy paperweight over the little man's head had been easy, but then Ling Lee had arrived before Xander had a chance to dispose of the body. She'd managed to turn the tables and take him by surprise. Xander banged a clenched fist on the steering wheel as he recalled opening the office door and looking into the barrel of a gun. He was still stunned by the unexpected shock of it.
Why would that silly woman carry a Glock? Who's she trying to kill?
Instinctively turning to flee, Xander had been driven by the debilitating fear of guns he'd developed after being shot in D.C. He hadn't handled a gun since, having no use for one in his newly respectable life. Feeling the shot whiz past his head, Xander had lunged toward the window, accidentally breaking a pane of thick glass with the bloody paperweight he'd still had clutched in his hand. A shard of glass had pierced his palm, leaving a trail of blood behind him as he'd clambered out the window and sprinted for the cover of the woods. Xander lifted his head to gaze at the minor battle wound. He'd been able to staunch the flow of blood and conceal the cut once he'd made it back to his car, and then he'd immediately driven around to observe the crowd beginning to gather in front of the school. Confident that no one would consider his appearance at the school to be unusual during such a time, he'd hidden his true feelings of rage and frustration behind the mask of normalcy he'd earned during the last 10 years. While Xander knew some people in town may not like him, they had no reason to suspect him of breaking into the school or attacking anyone, and he'd felt free to walk around wherever he liked. Looking down again at his wounded palm, a disturbing possibility occurred to him, prompting a frown.
My blood is at the school now. If they do suspect me, it would take only an easy test to prove I was the one that broke the window.
He knew such a test would prove even more troublesome for him if one of the hotshot detectives ran it through CODIS. After all the dirty deeds he'd done in the past, he wasn't sure what an analysis of his blood would uncover if anyone started looking for connections. But it would surely be the end of the new life he'd built for himself. Deciding it would be too dangerous to stake out Veronica's house tonight, Xander steered the car back toward downtown. He'd drive by Barker and Dawson Investigations. Since Frankie was busy with Hunter Hadley and Veronica Lee, perhaps the little office would be empty. If so, Xander might be able to find out how the skinny PI and his ex-cop partner were connected to Riley Odell.
Why would a hard-ass prosecutor entrust those two bumbling PIs with finding her sister's killer? She must be getting pretty desperate.
Of course, he knew that Frankie and Barker had been involved in taking down a number of bad guys that had turned up in Willow Bay over the last few years. But Xander put it down to their relationship with Nessa Ainsley and the detectives on the force. Perhaps it was time to see what they were really up to. Cruising down Bay Street, Xander stared in horror at the elegant blonde woman standing outside Barker and Dawson Investigations. Forcing himself not to slow down and not to turn his head, he let the car roll past, holding onto the steering wheel with numb hands. Special Agent Charlie Day was in Willow Bay. Somehow she'd tracked him down. But how? He'd left D.C. 10 years ago, under a new name and identity, and he'd never heard of any new developments in the high-profile case that had gripped Washington, D.C. in the fall of 2010. The scar where the bullet had entered his arm began to throb as Xander drove past City Hall and found an empty parking spot. He needed time to calm down and to think. If Charlie Day knew he was in Willow Bay, she would undoubtedly initiate the kind of intense manhunt that had forced him into hiding up in D.C. Her persistence had gotten her within inches of his capture back then, and it was only luck, combined with a ruthless willingness to do whatever was required, that had allowed him to escape D.C. with his freedom. Xander knew that now he was older and out of practice, it was unlikely he'd be able to outsmart the FBI agent a second time once she was on his trail. Her arrival in Willow Bay meant his endgame needed to be adjusted. He'd have to come up with a new exit plan. In D.C., Xander's plan had required him to steal a man's life. After much research, he had chosen the man Special Agent Day now called John Doe. Xander hadn't just killed the man, he'd assumed his identity and taken over everything he owned. He'd erased that man from the world and stepped into his life as if he had stepped into a well-worn suit. Now the man's life was his. It had been his for the last 10 years. It'd be a shame to give it up now, even if it is getting a bit predictable. But then again, Xander was sure that there was another man and another life out there that would fit him just as well. Maybe even better. Perhaps it was the right time to start over, and Charlie Day's unexpected appearance in Willow Bay was a sign to begin the search. But in the meantime, I still have more to do in Willow Bay. So many more people to kill. And maybe this time, Agent Charlie Day will also have to die. Chapter 31. Special Agent Charlotte Day took out her official ID as she entered the lengthy security line that had formed outside of Willow Bay City Hall. The building opened to visitors at 9, and it was a few minutes before the hour. Looking toward the door with an impatient frown, Charlie's eyes fell on a man near the front of the line who was deep in conversation with 2 men in business suits standing with him. Something about his face was familiar, although she knew if he was a local man, it was unlikely she knew him. Her attention turned to the big glass doors, where a security guard had appeared. The line shuffled forward, and Charlie hoisted her purse over her shoulder and shifted the stack of files she was carrying to her other arm. "Agent Day, come this way. We'll go in the staff entrance." Charlie glanced up to see Riley Odell. The prosecutor wore a tailored suit jacket over a white silk blouse and slim-fitting trousers. Her dark hair had a freshly washed shine, but her eyes were puffy. "Sounds good," Charlie said, following Riley toward the side of the big brick building. "Did you manage to get some rest last night?" Riley shrugged, and Charlie felt a surge of sympathy. She'd never had a sister, but she imagined losing one would be excruciating. Waving her ID badge in front of the security panel, Riley waited for the lock to click open, then held the door for Charlie to go in first. Charlie hesitated and nodded toward the men still waiting in the security line. "Do you know the man there? The one in the front?" Riley's expression hardened as she eyed the men in line. "That's just a local con man and his entourage," Riley said. "I finally managed to get him indicted, and a judge grants him bail. So he's right back out on the street." Charlie took another long look, convinced she'd seen the man's face before, then slipped past Riley into the cool interior of the old building. The prosecutor's office was just down the hall, and she led Charlie to a small conference room next door. "We can meet in here," Riley said. "I let my assistant know that we're expecting a few people to join us." The image of Hunter Hadley's handsome face and broad shoulders sent a shiver of anticipation down Charlie's spine. It felt good to be attracted to a man again, even if it wouldn't lead to anything more than a few steamy daydreams. It had been too long since Charlie had felt such a visceral attraction to any man, and the investigative reporter's appeal went beyond his undeniable good looks. The brief interaction they'd had so far had shown her that Hunter Hadley possessed a single-minded focus and passion that mirrored her own. That kind of intensity was hard to find in the jaded career agents she normally worked with. Forcing her thoughts back to the case at hand, Charlie began to arrange the files she'd brought with her, preparing to go over the background of both cases that may be involved. A knock on the doorframe started Charlie's heart thumping, and she allowed herself a smile as Hunter entered the room, followed by the less impressive figures of the two private investigators. "Thank you all for coming in this morning." Riley's voice was crisp. "I've asked Special Agent Day here to review her case files with us in detail so that we can offer her any insight we may have into the cold cases she's working on." Frankie raised a hand. "Yes, Frankie?" Riley raised her eyebrows, clearly impatient to get started. "What is it?"
"Well, you said cold cases. Does that mean the FBI is working on more than one case connected to Xavier Grayson?"
Riley looked to Charlie, who nodded. "There are 2 cases that I believe are connected, although I've never been able to prove that conclusively," she admitted. "I guess you could say it's a hunch." All eyes focused intently on Charlie as she stood to face the group. "Back in the fall of 2010, a serial killer was terrorizing the Georgetown area of D.C., she continued. The killer's M.O. was to target a co-ed walking home alone, strangle her, and then dump her body in the canal. The perp had killed 3 women in a 3-month period when I was assigned to start up a task force." Hunter sat up straighter, his eyes meeting hers.
"I remember that," he said. "I lived in D.C. for a while before I went to the Middle East. They called him the Canal Killer, right?"
Charlie nodded. "Yes, the D.C. Canal Killer was big news for a while. We knew it was only a matter of time before he struck again, and we knew where he liked to hunt, so we coordinated extra patrols in the area." Taking a photo of a pretty young woman out of a folder, Charlie held it up so everyone at the table could see it. "Lizette Wells was a co-ed who'd moved to D.C. a few months before she was attacked on a bridge by the canal. She'd left her friends at a bar only minutes before one of our patrol officers in the area heard a splash and ran over to investigate." Charlie opened the folder again and pulled out another picture of Lizette Wells. In this one, the co-ed was laying on an autopsy table. "Unfortunately, the officer on patrol didn't get there in time to save Lizette, but he did manage to put a bullet in a man that fled the scene. The suspect fell into the canal and disappeared." Recalling the horror of that night, Charlie suppressed a shiver. "Lizette was pulled from the water, but it was too late. She'd been strangled to death before he dumped her body in the water."
"And you guys couldn't find the scumbag?" Frankie asked, his eyes blazing. "Maybe he died, drowned in the canal or something."
Charlotte inclined her head at Frankie's suggestion. "We thought the same thing, so we performed a thorough search of the canal the next day and found nothing. It seemed like the guy had just vanished off the face of the earth." Opening a different folder, Charlie picked up a picture of a man's decomposing body, recalling the terrible stench she'd had to endure during his autopsy. She held up the photo for all to see. "Then, about a week later, John Doe here washed up downstream of where our suspect had fallen in. We thought we had our guy and celebrated. Even if he was dead, at least he wouldn't be running around killing college kids anymore." She met Frankie's troubled gaze and produced a rueful smile. "Unfortunately, the medical examiner didn't find a bullet hole in John Doe's upper body. This man had been stabbed to death. He still had the knife in his back, which is how I got my DNA profile." Laying the grisly photo on the conference table, Charlie arranged 2 documents beside it. "There were 2 different DNA profiles taken from the knife. One matched John Doe's DNA as expected, but the other profile was unknown. Neither profile had a match in CODIS or any other database I tried over the years."
"And your hunch is telling you that this John Doe was a victim of the D.C. Canal Killer?" Riley asked, her voice betraying her doubt. Charlie hesitated. She couldn't blame the prosecutor for being skeptical. She'd questioned her own theory for 10 years and still wasn't 100% sure. But John Doe was roughly the same height and weight as the man seen fleeing the patrol officer, and he'd been found in the same body of water only a week later. It had always seemed like a hell of a coincidence to Charlie, and she didn't like coincidences. "As I said, it's just a hunch, but I always felt there had to be a connection," Charlie insisted.
That may be the John Doe was a witness the killer wanted to get out of the way, or maybe an acquaintance who knew too much. I thought if I knew the identity of our John Doe, he would lead me to the canal killer. Taking a deep breath, Charlie pushed back the frustration of a fruitless decade-long search. She'd finally gotten her match, and that was all that mattered. The canal killings stopped after that, but I suspected the killer had simply moved on to a new hunting ground, she said, reaching for the bottle of water she'd brought with her, which is why I kept both the canal killer investigation and the John Doe investigation open, and why I continued to run both DNA profiles through the available databases every few months, hoping to get a hit. She allowed herself a long sip of water. Then last week I got a match, or I should say a partial match.
You found out Xavier Grayson was related to whoever stuck that knife in your John Doe? Frankie asked, leaning forward and putting his elbows on the table. And maybe whoever killed those girls, too?
Charlie nodded. Yes, that's right. She met Riley's tortured eyes. And yesterday I was told the DNA profile also matches the man who killed Katie Odell just days ago.
So our guy's still out there killing women, Barker concluded, and he's come back to the same town where Xavier Grayson was operating last summer. That can't be a coincidence either.
It was Riley's turn to stand and open a folder. She arranged 2 pictures in front of her. Charlie could see that the first was a stark photo of Xavier Grayson's lifeless face taken at his post-mortem. His skin was a sickly alabaster that contrasted with the gory wound in his forehead, where a bullet had entered. The photo beside that was a striking headshot of Katie Odell. Her hair was down, and her eyes seemed to be focused on a spot just beyond the camera. Charlie mused that she appeared to be daydreaming, although about what or who, no one would ever know. Xavier Grayson was tracked down and killed after he'd murdered multiple people in the Willow Bay area last summer. Riley's voice was stiff as her eyes studied Katie's photo. Before that, I'd encountered Grayson in Miami when I was just starting out at the state attorney's office. From what I can work out, he began targeting women in the Miami area around the same time the canal killings stopped. Lifting her eyes to Charlie, Riley sighed. Unfortunately, I never could find any trace of Xavier Grayson's past. I was never even sure that was his real name. That's just the name he gave one of his victims, and the name he used when we brought him in for questioning. She gestured toward the photo of Xavier Grayson's ruined face. He disappeared from Miami before we could arrest him, but we got fingerprints from one of the crime scenes. He'd broken into a safe. That's how we linked him to the killings in Willow Bay. Barker spoke up from across the table. He'd been listening intently as Charlie and Riley had presented their information, and a frown now creased the skin between his big brown eyes.
Based on the familial DNA match between Xavier Grayson and the man who killed Katie Odell, it's clear we're dealing with a family of killers. What I don't understand is why they would choose to operate in Willow Bay.
Pacing across the room, Riley stopped in front of Barker's chair with a pained expression. The man who killed Katie came here because of me, she said, her voice raw. He must want revenge for my role in taking down Grayson. If Xavier was part of his family? Well, isn't it obvious? Barker cleared his throat.
Okay, let's say that is true. My question still stands. Why did Xavier Grayson choose Willow Bay to kill Portia Hart? He could have chosen any city on her book tour, so why here? What drew him to this particular town?
Yes, the why behind all this is still an unknown, Charlie agreed. We need to understand why the perpetrator selected Willow Bay, and we need to ID John Doe and find out why he was killed. As Riley began to present possible next steps in the investigation, Charlie's eyes were drawn to Hunter Hadley, and his dark, brooding stare. He seemed distracted, and Charlie had the feeling she knew exactly what or who was on his mind. When he'd left their meeting the previous night to check on someone named Veronica, Riley had explained that she was a reporter who worked with Hunter at Channel 10. And in her hotel room later that night, Charlie had watched several news clips featuring Veronica Lee. She'd reluctantly decided she liked the young reporter's engaging style and could see why Hunter would too. Giving an inward sigh of regret, Charlie tore her eyes away from Hunter to focus on the conversation. She knew a lost cause when she saw one, and besides, she was getting close to catching a killer. I just hope Veronica Lee knows how lucky she is. Chapter 32. Winston jumped up on the kitchen counter as Veronica poured hot coffee into a Channel 10 news mug and added a splash of milk. Scooping the tabby cat up in one arm, she picked up the mug and crossed to the table where Ling Li sat staring out the window. "I should be at work," Ling protested, keeping her eyes on the back garden. "I haven't called in sick for years, and with Jai out—" Her voice trailed off at the mention of the assistant principal, who had still been in intensive care when they'd called earlier to check. "You need to rest, just like you always tell me," Veronica answered, taking a half-hearted sip of her coffee. "And in any case, the police haven't released your office yet. It's still a crime scene, and you can't be in there until they're done with it." A bright yellow butterfly flitted past the window. Veronica followed it with her eyes as it landed briefly on an azalea bush before flying off toward the big magnolia tree near the back fence. If only I could forget everything and just fly away. Resting her chin on her hand, she exhaled with a deep sigh. "What's wrong, Ronnie?" Her mother reached out a small hand to grasp her arm. "Are you sure you're okay?" Veronica dropped her eyes to the table, feeling childish and knowing it was selfish to make her mother worry. She needed to find a way to protect her mother, not waste time pining over a man. "Why didn't you ask Hunter to stay longer last night?" Ling asked, as if reading Veronica's mind. "He was worried about you and about me, too. He came over to check on us, but you were so cold." "You don't know the whole story, Ma," Veronica protested, hating the whine she heard in her own voice. "You kept telling me to date Hunter, and I told you he was out of my league, that he was a player." Raising her eyebrows, Ling stared at Veronica. "He's playing around on you, Ronnie? Are you sure?" Tears threatened, and Veronica blinked hard, not wanting her mother to see her cry. Ling needed her to be brave now more than ever, but she wasn't feeling very courageous. "I'm not sure of anything," Veronica groaned. "I'm not sure how he feels about me, and I'm not sure if I should even expect an exclusive relationship at all. I mean, we just started dating, and you deserve to be respected," Ling interjected. "You deserve to be treated kindly, no matter how long you've been dating." Guilt prompted Veronica to avoid her mother's gaze as she held Winston's soft body against her and scratched behind his ears. She knew she was making it sound like Hunter had mistreated her, and that wasn't true. He'd rushed to see her as soon as he'd heard about her mother, genuinely concerned for them both. Hunter had even accepted Veronica's aloof behavior last night as a normal reaction to the traumatic situation she'd been through, and he hadn't pressured her into talking or explaining her moody silence. Veronica's insecurity about their relationship had prevented her from asking Hunter about the woman she'd seen in his car. She felt sure if she asked him to explain, he would answer truthfully, but she wasn't sure she wanted to hear the truth. It might break her heart. "Hunter does respect me, Ma," Veronica admitted, "and he's got a kind heart. It's just we haven't discussed, well, about seeing other people, and I saw a woman in his car, and I just got scared." Placing a small finger under Veronica's chin, Ling gently lifted her daughter's face and stared into her sad green eyes. "Don't let fear rule your relationship, Ronnie. Whether it's fear of losing him or fear of what he might do, fear blinds you to the truth, and in the end, it destroys love. Believe me, I know." The depth of emotion she heard in Ling's voice worried Veronica. Something terrible had happened to her mother all those years ago, something so bad that she was still hurting 28 years later. "Ma, I need you to be honest with me." Veronica ignored the nervous ache that filled her stomach whenever she thought about her father. "Is there any way the man who attacked you yesterday at the school could be my father?" Ling looked startled, then offended. "I'm always honest with you, Ronnie," she insisted with an irritated shake of her head. "Besides, if your father knew where I was, he would have come for me a long time ago." A knock at the front door made them both jump. Ling reached for the gun next to her cup of tea. Although Officer Eddings had turned over Ling's Glock to the crime scene team the day before, Veronica's gun had been safely locked in a cabinet in her bedroom. Ling had gotten it out as soon as they'd gotten home, and she'd kept it close to her since then. "I'll see who it is, Ma," Veronica assured her, letting Winston down as she stood up. "You stay here." "Oh, no," Ling protested. "I'll come with you." Veronica knew it would be pointless to argue, but she pointed at the Glock and frowned. At least keep that out of sight. Walking down the hall, Veronica felt her blood pressure rise. What if it was another delivery? And what if this time the delivery man didn't just drive away? She leaned forward and put a nervous eye to the peephole. Peyton Bell stood on the front porch. Veronica recognized the short pixie cut and the striking eyes that were almost the same bright shade as Winston's. "It's that new detective Chief Ainsley introduced to us yesterday at the school," Veronica murmured in a low voice. "Now, go put the gun away and I'll let her in." Waiting until Ling had disappeared up the stairs, Veronica pulled open the door and gazed inquiringly at the detective. "Good morning, Miss Lee. I thought I'd stop by to check on your mother and see how she's doing." She looked past Veronica with a hopeful smile. "Is she at home?" Veronica stepped back to let Peyton enter, unable to resist the woman's friendly tone. "It's Detective Bell, right?" Veronica asked, as she led her into the living room and motioned toward a chair by the window. "Yes, but feel free to call me Peyton if you'd like." The detective shrugged her bag off her shoulder. As she sat down, she noticed Winston on the windowsill and smiled. "Hi there, kitty," she cooed. "You are a handsome boy." "How'd you know he was a boy?" Veronica asked, taking a seat on the sofa across from the detective. Still smiling, Peyton pointed at the cat's shiny tag. "I doubt you'd call a girl cat Winston, although I personally think it'd be cute. You could call her Winnie." Veronica felt herself relaxing and returning the woman's smile. "So you're new to the force?" Veronica asked, trying to stall for time so her mother would have a chance to secure the Glock. "Sort of." Peyton looked toward the hall as if hoping Ling would appear. "I actually grew up in Willow Bay and worked briefly with the WBPD before moving to Memphis, so it's not really like being new. More like coming home." Footsteps on the stairs announced Ling before she entered the room. Peyton stood and smiled. "I wanted to see how you were doing, Principal Lee," she said, "and I was hoping you may have remembered something else about the events yesterday that might help in our investigation." Ling frowned at the detective, studying her face. "I know you, don't I?" Ling's face relaxed into a smile. "Yes, of course. You were one of my students quite a few years ago." "That's right," Peyton agreed, looking pleased. "I graduated from Willow Bay High back when you were teaching history." Ling nodded. "And now I'm the principal and you're a police detective," Ling said. "My, how time does change us all." A blush reddened Peyton's cheeks, and she cleared her throat. "I don't want to take up your time, but I was hoping you may have remembered something since we last spoke. I find it's always good to check back with a witness after a day or so." Ling contemplated the question, then shook her head. "No, I can't think of anything I didn't include in my report, but I do appreciate you coming by to check on me." "No problem," Peyton said, moving toward the hall. "But if you do think of anything that could help me and my partner in our investigation, please feel free to call." Ling frowned, as if confused. "Your partner?" Hesitating before she responded, Peyton seemed uncomfortable. "Yes, Detective Ingram couldn't be here today, but he will be working with me as we go forward and—" "Mark Ingram is your partner?" Veronica asked, recognizing the name from the reports of his dismissal and reinstatement. She exchanged a look of dismay with her mother. "I can't say that's very reassuring." Ling didn't bother to hide her displeasure. "If the Willow Bay Gazette can be believed, Detective Ingram sat in a diner eating pie while my daughter was being held hostage by a serial killer. So you can imagine how I feel about him being assigned to any case involving my family." Swallowing hard, Peyton nodded. "I can understand your concern, but it's not your fault, dear," Ling continued. "But I will be calling to lodge a complaint with Nessa Ainsley if there's any indication that man is being negligent with the investigation." Veronica felt a stab of pity for the new detective. She knew too well how it felt to be on the receiving end of her mother's disapproval. As she walked Peyton to the door, the detective turned to her with a serious expression. "If you can think of anyone who would want to harm you or your mother, please let me know. No matter how small the possibility, the more information I have to work with, the better the chance I can figure out who attacked your mother." After she was gone, Veronica thought about the detective's question. It was the same question that had kept her up most of the night. Who wanted to hurt her mother, and why? The lawyer's office was only a few blocks from City Hall, So Veronica parked in a metered space along Main Street and began to walk toward Elm. The day was mild, and she imagined the warm Florida sun would be soothing if she wasn't so tense about her decision to confront Nick Sargent. After Ling had taken the Glock upstairs and locked herself in her room for a nap, Veronica had gotten a call from her source in the clerk of the court's office. Nick Sargent had just left the building and was thought to be heading to his lawyer's office nearby. Veronica had taken the call as a sign. Nick Sargent was at the top of the list she'd compiled of possible suspects behind her mother's attack. He had already tried to destroy her career, so she couldn't put it past him to try to destroy her family as well. And the shocking list of crimes in the indictment against him proved he could be ruthless in his quest to take down anyone who got in his way. So she'd left the house, determined to investigate the possibility before she lost her nerve. She couldn't miss her chance to track the corrupt ex-reporter down and confront him. If she caught him by surprise, she just might get him to slip up and reveal something she could use against him. Or if he has a valid alibi, then I can cross him off my list. Turning left onto Elm Street, Veronica checked the building numbers, looking for Norman Price's office. The row of neat houses had been converted into offices, and several of Willow Bay's lawyers had taken advantage of the street's close proximity to the courthouse and the WBPD headquarters. A sign reading, "The Law Offices of Norman Price, P.A., hung outside a newly renovated building with a pretty stone pathway leading up to a covered porch. Veronica hesitated at the foot of the path, then made her way to the door, preparing herself to face Nick Sargent. But as she opened the door and stepped inside, she saw only a young blonde woman sitting behind a mahogany desk, typing in a lackluster fashion on a computer keyboard. Veronica cleared her throat, and the woman looked up with a vague smile. When she saw Veronica standing just inside the doorway, her eyes widened with excitement. "You're that reporter from Channel 10, aren't you?" Standing and coming around the desk, the woman clasped her hands together in delight and stared at Veronica expectantly. "Yes, I'm Veronica Lee with Channel 10. I'd like to speak to Norman Price about one of his clients." "You want to interview Norman?" Her excitement faded as she glanced doubtfully over her shoulder toward the closed door behind her. "He doesn't like giving interviews to the press," she said, not giving Veronica a chance to reply. "He thinks it'll turn off our clients, but I don't agree. I think it would be good publicity." Taking Veronica's arm and leading her toward a small waiting area arranged by the window, she gestured for Veronica to sit down. "I'm Bridget, by the way, Bridget Price." She sat next to Veronica and smiled. "You want me to spell that for you?" "No, that won't be necessary," Veronica replied, looking toward the door, then back at Bridget. "Is Mr. Price in?" The inner door swung open before Bridget could respond, and Nick Sargent was suddenly standing in the small lobby. Norman Price and a bulky man Veronica didn't know followed behind him. Standing on shaky legs, Veronica moved past Bridget and approached the three men, who all turned to stare at her in surprise.
"What the hell are you doing here?" Nick asked, his eyes narrowing in displeasure. "Are you actually following me?"
"Where were you yesterday afternoon, Nick?" she demanded, ignoring his question. The big man next to Nick stepped forward with a hostile glare, but Norman Price stuck out a hand to stop him.
"No need for a scene, Mr. Sokolov."
The lawyer turned to Veronica with a frown.
"Reporters aren't allowed in my office, Ms. Lee."
Pointing toward the door, he kept his tone calm, but Veronica could sense tension in his face. Perhaps the lawyer was as scared of the thugs behind him as she was.
"Now I need to ask you to leave."
"It's a simple question, Nick," Veronica insisted, straining to look around Norman. "Where were you yesterday afternoon?" Nick's face twisted into a contemptuous sneer.
"What is it I'm supposed to have done now?"
He cocked his head as if trying to think.
"Let me guess. You want to blame me for what happened to your mother at the school yesterday. Is that it?"
Heart thumping, Veronica studied his hateful face, trying to see the truth behind his facade of offended indignation. "Oh, Mr. Sargent was here yesterday," Bridget said, her eyes wide. "He couldn't have been at the school when all that ruckus started." Norman spun to Bridget and shook his head.
"Not another word, Bridget," he ordered. "Mr. Sargent has a right to his privacy, and the press has no right to invade it."
"Nick Sargent was here all yesterday afternoon?" Veronica asked Bridget. "Are you sure?" Glancing at Norman, Bridget nodded. then dropped her eyes.
"My wife doesn't have to answer any of your questions, Miss Lee," he said, placing a firm hand on Veronica's arm. "Now please leave before the situation escalates." "I'd listen to the lawyer if I were you," the big man muttered. "I'm sick of everybody making false accusations against my cousin."
Nick put a hand on the man's meaty shoulder.
"Don't waste your breath, Ivan," he said with a laugh. "She's just a wannabe reporter that makes up stories because she's not good enough to report on real ones. She'll be back on the weather desk before you know it."
His words stung, and Veronica turned to the door, realizing there was no reason to stay. Nick Sargent had an alibi for the previous day. He couldn't have been the one that attacked Jai Patel and her mother. Walking back to her Jeep, Veronica brought up her mental list of suspects and crossed off Nick Sargent. She was back to square one. A small crowd had gathered outside City Hall, and Veronica saw that Mayor Hadley appeared to be giving a statement of some kind. Her pulse raced as she saw Hunter Hadley and Jack Carson in the small group of reporters listening to the mayor.
"The recent escalation of violence at our schools must be dealt with, and I've asked Brock Chandler, the school district superintendent, to form a task force to investigate the situation."
Crossing the street to get a better view, Veronica saw Brock Chandler's tall figure approach the podium.
"What are you doing here?"
Hunter stood by her arm, his face a mask of concern.
"I thought you were staying at home with your mother today."
Looking past him to where Jack Carson was filming the superintendent's statement, Veronica felt a hot flush of anger warm her cheeks. "You don't think I'm capable of covering a press conference?" Veronica snapped back. "And that man is going to investigate violence at the school?" She turned her eyes up to him in disbelief. "He's now at the top of my list of suspects in the attack on my mother, and he's going to be forming a task force?"
"What are you talking about, Veronica?"
Hunter took her arm and guided her back toward her Jeep.
"You can't really think Brock Chandler broke into the school and, well, why would he?"
Opening the door for her, Hunter helped Veronica into the driver's seat. Then he circled around and climbed into the passenger seat. Once the doors were closed, he turned to Veronica.
"Now, tell me what you're talking about."
Veronica looked through the windshield to where Brock Chandler was still making his speech and sighed. "I'm trying to figure out who attacked my mother, and that man has always had something against her. Maybe he thinks she's going to get his job and—"
"And that's highly unlikely,"
Hunter said, putting a warm hand on hers.
"I've known Brock Chandler for years, and he's been a respectable citizen and friend of the family."
His voice trailed off as he saw Veronica's face harden.
"Okay, I guess being a friend of my father doesn't help Chandler's case in your eyes, but I just can't see him breaking through windows and leaving death threats."
"Then who is doing this?" Veronica cried, surprising them both with the intensity of her outburst. "Who hates my mother enough to want her dead?" Pulling her against him, Hunter stroked Veronica's hair.
"It's going to be okay," he whispered. "We'll find out who it is."
Veronica nodded her head against his chest, sniffing back tears. "It's just so frustrating. And now that I know it couldn't have been Nick Sargent, I just don't know what to think anymore." Hunter's body stiffened, and he pulled back to look at her.
"What do you mean, now you know Nick isn't guilty?"
"I went to see him," Veronica admitted, "and he has an alibi." Alarm widened Hunter's eyes. His hands tightened on her arms.
"You can't be going around confronting dangerous criminals," he insisted. "There's a lot going on, and, well, a lot I need to tell you."
"I'm an investigative reporter, Hunter," Veronica said, shrugging off his grip. "That's what I've got to do. Go into dangerous situations and tell the story. That's what you do, isn't it?" Shaking his head, Hunter hesitated, trying to find the right words.
"A lot has happened in the last 24 hours. I've had a chance to talk to Charlie Day, the FBI agent who had information about Xavier Grayson."
He paused, and Veronica could see he was reluctant to tell her what he'd found out. He was trying to protect her again. "Stop shutting me out, Hunter. Tell me what's going on." Taking a deep breath, he nodded.
"DNA analysis showed that the man who killed Tina Tremaine and Katie Odell is biologically related to Xavier Grayson."
Stunned by the words, Veronica shook her head in disbelief. "But what does that mean? Why would he—"
"We think he's targeting Riley and the people close to her." Hunter's eyes held hers. "We have to assume anyone involved in taking Xavier Grayson down, or their loved ones, could be a target."
A heavy weight settled in her chest as she began to understand what he was saying. If it was true, it could explain why she'd been sent the video. But the attack on her mother? This man is killing people because we stopped Xavier Grayson?
"It's still a theory, but it makes sense based on the evidence Charlie and Riley went over with me,"
he said, then winced. Veronica frowned. Riley Odell is working on her sister's homicide investigation? Is Nessa okay with that? I mean, is that really a good idea?
"Nessa and Venzinger don't know that Riley's been involved," Hunter admitted. "She personally hired Frankie and Barker to help her, and somehow she talked Agent Day into cooperating under the radar as well."
Still trying to make sense of everything Hunter had told her, Veronica didn't react. She listened numbly to his plea for her to be careful, then watched him climb out of the Jeep and jog back to stand next to Jack Carson. As Hunter picked up the microphone and faced the camera, Veronica figured Brock Chandler must be close to finishing his statement. She wondered if Hunter had even listened to her suspicions about the superintendent, and why he hadn't wanted to share what he'd been working on with her. The image of the attractive blonde woman in Hunter's car flashed again in her mind, stirring a rush of insecurity. Why hadn't he trusted me with the truth? What else is he hiding? The uneasy sensation grew stronger as Veronica remembered she hadn't been the only one kept in the dark lately. Chief Ainsley wasn't going to be thrilled to find out about the investigation Riley Odell was organizing behind the chief's back. In spite of all the theories she'd heard, it was clear that no one really knew who had killed Katie Odell and attacked Ling Lee. The man was still out there, and so far, he had fooled them all. Chapter 33. Nessa didn't stop and listen to Brock Chandler's self-important speech about tackling the problems in their school system. The idea that Mayor Hadley and one of his connected cronies were going to address the rising problem of violence in Willow Bay schools was laughable. For one thing, the school district already had one of the state's highest safety ratings. The incident at Willow Bay High School was a rare occurrence that Nessa didn't consider to be part of the alarming trend Mayor Hadley seemed to fear. And, more importantly, the mayor and the superintendent both had earned zero respect in her book. She wouldn't count on either of them to do anything other than lobby for their own self-interests, as they'd always done in the past. Catching sight of Veronica Lee's big red Jeep parked in a metered space across the street, Nessa headed in her direction. She wanted to ask the reporter how her mother was getting on. The thought of the feisty little principal scaring off the attacker brought a grim smile to Nessa's face. Principal Lee should be the one up there making a speech about the school, not that pompous jackass Chandler. Tapping on the driver's side window, Nessa smiled as Veronica turned startled eyes in her direction. "How's your mom doing?" Nessa asked as Veronica rolled down the window. "She must be rattled after yesterday." "She's resting at home today," Veronica said, "but she's not very happy about it. It's the first school day she's taken off in ages." Nessa saw the strain in Veronica's face and leaned forward to rest her elbows on the window frame. "You must be pretty shaken up as well," she said. "I know Detective Bell has been working on the case this morning, talking to all the teachers and school staff, as well as any students who may have had any problems with your mom." "Yes, we spoke to Detective Bell this morning. She stopped by to check on us. Unfortunately, we had nothing new to tell her." Nessa frowned. Detective Bell was on her own? Her partner wasn't with her? "No, Mark Ingram couldn't be bothered, I guess," Veronica said, rolling her eyes. "Although I'm not sure Ma would have let him in if he had shown up. She's not his biggest fan." Fighting the urge to tell the reporter how she really felt about Mark Ingram, Nessa straightened and ran a hand through her red curls. "I'm sorry to hear that, but I will check in with both detectives to make sure they are following up on every lead." Veronica opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, then closed it again with an unhappy huff. "There's something you want to tell me." "I don't think any of the students or teachers at Willow Bay High attacked my mother," Veronica said, then hesitated. "But there is someone involved with the school who has had several run-ins with my mother. I'm not sure if I should mention it, but—" "You should tell me anything that might have the tiniest impact on the case," Nessa insisted. "Don't hold anything back. It might just be the one thing that helps us catch the guy." Wondering why the reporter seemed so uncomfortable, as if she felt the need to choose her words carefully, Nessa waited. Well, it's just that Superintendent Chandler seems to have a grudge of some kind against my mother, and, well, he gives me the creeps. Nessa didn't react to Veronica's blunt assessment of the man speaking to the crowd behind her, but she had to agree with the young reporter. Brock Chandler was creepy. However, it wasn't a valid reason to bring him in for questioning. I'll let Detective Bell know Brock Chandler is someone she should look at as soon as possible, Nessa assured her. And please, if there's anything else you think we should know, call me right away. Chief Ainsley? Veronica's voice was quiet. Have you spoken to Riley Odell lately? Do you know how she's doing? The niggling feeling that Veronica wanted to tell her something was back. Nessa paused to consider the question. When was the last time she'd talked to Riley? I haven't spoken to her for a few days, Nessa admitted, feeling a flush of guilt that she'd been avoiding the prosecutor. I planned to call and check on her later today. I think that would be a good idea, Veronica said, before rolling up the window and steering the Jeep out onto the road. Noticing Andy Ford hovering at the edge of the crowd, Nessa crossed over to stand beside him. What exactly are you doing, Officer Ford? Nessa asked. Aren't you supposed to be patrolling the area around Sunset Park?
Well, Detective Ingram told me the mayor wanted extra protection for this gathering, Chief, the young officer stammered. He said he would clear it with you, and so I...
The dismay on Andy's face stopped Nessa from saying what she wanted to say about Ingram. She needed to set an example for her team, especially the younger members who looked up to her. Okay, Andy, but get back to your post as soon as this wraps up. Skirting the crowd outside City Hall, Nessa walked the few blocks back to the police station, deciding she'd swing by the crime lab on the way to her office and see what else Alma Garcia had for her. But the lab was dark, and the door was locked when she arrived. Nessa pulled out her phone to call Alma, then dropped it back in her pocket as she remembered there was one other place the crime scene technician liked to hang out lately. She heard heated voices as she made her way down the hall where the detectives had their offices. Peyton Bell and Mark Ingram abruptly stopped speaking when they saw Nessa coming toward them. Something wrong here? She asked, staring at Ingram. We're good, Chief, Peyton answered, just planning next steps on the investigation at the school. Putting her hands on her hips, Nessa cocked her head. Well, according to Veronica Lee, Ingram's not been involved in the investigation at all thus far, Nessa said, and I need to update you both on some developments in the case if you have a minute.
Thanks for the offer, Chief. Ingram's insolent tone didn't match his polite words, but we're on our way out. We'll come see you when we get back. As he turned to walk away, Nessa remembered Veronica's comment about Brock Chandler. By the way, she said, Veronica also said that Brock Chandler has been harassing her mother. I told her you both would interview him to make sure he couldn't be involved with the school incident. Ingram looked back with a scowl. You really think Superintendent Chandler should be interrogated on the accusation of some hysterical reporter just out looking for a headline? An angry glimmer appeared in his close-set eyes. In my opinion, at the very least, Lingley is facing a charge of reckless endangerment for bringing a weapon to school and shooting into a room when she had no idea who was inside. Are you out of your mind? Nessa replied, her eyes wide. She fired a warning shot at the man who broke into the school and tried to kill her. Her quick action most likely saved a man's life. She could have killed a student, Ingram insisted, and I'm not convinced whoever was in there was the big, bad boogeyman. It was probably some high school kid who snuck in and got scared. Spinning on his heel, Ingram stormed off down the hall. With an apologetic nod, Peyton followed Ingram's retreating back, leaving Nessa fuming in the empty hall. She hadn't even gotten a chance to chew Ingram out for giving Andy Ford orders without her say-so. Taking a deep breath, she decided she'd have to deal with Ingram's ridiculous behavior later. There was a killer on the loose that might decide to strike again at any moment. Nessa approached Van Zinger and Jankowski's office and stood in the doorway. She wasn't surprised to see Alma lounging in a chair. When your lab was empty, I thought I might find you here. She raised an eyebrow at Alma. Anything new on the items tested from the Katie Odell scene? Anything from the phone or the mask?
As I was just telling Benzinger, we didn't get anything useful from the mask, but the forensics team was able to recover texts between the broken phone, which was registered to Riley Odell, and Katie Odell's phone just minutes prior to her fall.
We don't know how the guy managed to snatch Riley's phone, Benzinger added, but he obviously used it to lure Katie to the bridge and then left it there for us to find.
The idea of the killer being close enough to Riley to take her phone sent a chill up Nessa's spine. I also sent the DNA profiles for Xavier Grayson and that John Doe in D.C. to the state lab so they could confirm the results. Alma paused to shoot a sideways glance at Benzinger, but he didn't seem to notice. Jankowski slapped his hand on the table.
Just tell us, Alma, he grumbled. Stop milking it.
Her pleased smirk faded at his disgruntled tone. Well, the lab confirmed the DNA found on the knife in the John Doe case matches a close male relative of the DNA taken from Xavier Grayson during the autopsy, she said. So, the source of the DNA could be Grayson's father, or maybe a brother. He was probably too young for it to be a son, but I guess you never know these days. The room was silent for a long beat. Then Benzinger leaned back in his chair and met Nessa's eyes.
So, we now can make a pretty good bet that Xavier Grayson's biological father or brother killed Katie Odell, he said, rubbing a big hand through his red crew cut. And there's only one motive that makes sense to me. Only one reason someone would come to Willow Bay, steal Riley's phone, and kill her sister. Right. The guy's out for revenge, Jankowski muttered.
Alma looked confused. What did Katie Odell do to Grayson or his family? She asked.
Katie wasn't the main target. Benzinger's face was grim. I think this guy wants revenge on Riley for bringing Xavier down.
Meeting Jankowski's dark gaze over Benzinger's head, Nessa wondered if the detective was missing something. His theory didn't quite add up. If the man who killed Katie is out for revenge, wouldn't he be after all the people who had a hand in catching and killing Xavier Grayson? She asked. He wouldn't stop at just Riley, would he? Jankowski picked up a pen and began to jot names on a notepad. Riley Odell, Veronica Lee, Tucker Benzinger, Hunter Hadley. What are you doing? Nessa asked, looking over his shoulder.
I'm writing down the names of the people that are likely to be on this guy's hit list, Jankowski replied, pen still poised over the paper.
I don't see Katie Odell's name on there, Alma said, pointing to the list. If she was killed by this guy, does that mean he's going after the families of the people on this list? Nessa gave a slow nod. I think that's just what it means, Alma. I think this guy wants to do unto others what's been done to him, she said. He wants to kill the one person they love the most. Benzinger jumped up and dropped his keys into his pocket.
Where do you think you're going? Jankowski asked. My name is on that list, Benzinger muttered, and I'm going to go warn the one person I love the most that she's in danger.
Chapter 34. Riley sat at her desk reviewing the case files Charlie Day had left behind. There had to be something in the files that pointed to the identity of the John Doe pulled out of the canal 10 years before, or of the man who had stuck the knife in his back. Concentrating on the files, Riley didn't hear Benzinger come in until he was standing right in front of her. "Tucker, you scared the crap out of me," she cried out, her heart pumping in response to his sudden appearance. "What are you doing here?"
I need to talk to you, Riley. It's important."
He turned and shut the door, then hurried around her desk to kneel on the floor beside her. Grasping her hand in his, he looked up at her with wide blue eyes. For one surreal moment, Riley thought he was going to propose. Her hand tingled in his, and she felt lightheaded as she listened to his voice deepen with emotion.
"You're in danger, Riley."
He squeezed her hand tighter, as if someone might try to tear her from his grip.
"We think the man who killed Katie is out for revenge, and that he might come for you next."
Letting his words sink in, Riley dropped her eyes, hiding her disappointment and her anger. Only days ago she thought she'd be with Benzinger forever. Now, she wasn't sure they'd last the week. How can I be with a man who thinks I should hide from danger when all I want to do is face it head on? Benzinger's attempt to save her when they'd first fallen in love had ended up tearing her heart out. She'd promised herself that she would never let another man in, never let anyone hurt her again. But when Benzinger came back into her life last summer, and they'd brought down Xavier Grayson together, she thought he had finally accepted who she was. They'd agreed then to have a relationship that was built on trust. even when it got difficult or dangerous. Now it seemed he hadn't really changed at all. He still wanted to be the hero, and he still expected her to play the helpless victim who would hide away while he fought her battles. "I know all about it," Riley said, pulling her hand away and pushing back her chair. "I've been working with Special Agent Day to find out what you wouldn't tell me." Van Zinger sat back on his heels, stunned. "And I hired Pete Barker and Frankie Dawson to run a private investigation," she added. "They're helping me hunt down my sister's killer, since you and Nessa won't let me work on the official investigation."
"But why didn't you tell me?"
Standing and pacing to the window, Riley didn't trust herself to speak. The truth was, she hadn't trusted Van Zinger enough to tell him what she was doing. She knew he would try to talk her out of it, and she couldn't bear the thought of sitting at home, doing nothing, while Katie's killer roamed free.
"If you aren't worried about your own safety, at least think about the damage you could do to the case we will have to build against this guy once we do catch him."
Van Zinger stood and faced Riley.
"You know better than anyone how a case can be derailed by claims of police misconduct or undue influence by a prosecutor. And you'd hate yourself if Katie's killer got to walk free because you were involved in the investigation."
"I already hate myself," Riley muttered, keeping her eyes on the window. "My sister was killed because of things I did or didn't do. The only way I could hate myself more would be to do nothing to bring her killer to justice." Taking a deep breath, Riley turned to pick up her purse and collect the files on her desk. She was done with hiding and pretending. "I've got to go," she said to Van Zinger, not meeting his eyes. "You can see yourself out." As she left the office, she didn't look back. The lobby of the police station was quiet when Riley walked in and crossed to the front desk. Minutes later, she was heading back to Nessa's office, the stack of case files growing heavy in her arms. The police chief looked up with a sympathetic smile that set Riley's teeth on edge. She dropped the files on Nessa's desk and sunk into a chair. "Tucker came to my office and I told him what I'm going to tell you. It's up to you to decide what to do with the information." Nessa sat up straight, propping her elbows on the desk. "I'm all ears. I've been working with Special Agent Day to find out everything I can about her case and how it relates to Katie's homicide." Ignoring Nessa's raised eyebrows, Riley continued with a defiant tilt of her chin. "I also hired Pete Barker and Frankie Dawson to help me conduct a private investigation into my sister's murder." Nessa remained silent as Riley crossed her arms over her chest. "Okay, now you know what Van Zinger knows," Riley said, getting to her feet. "I'll leave it up to you to decide what to do about it." "Riley, you know how I feel about this." Nessa reached across the desk to lay a soft hand on the prosecutor's arm. "But I'm not going to try to stop you from doing what you think is right." A lump rose in Riley's throat, and she fought the urge to tell Nessa just how tired she was and how utterly alone she felt. Instead, she lowered her head in a curt nod and collected her files. "I believe we're all working under the same theory. The man who killed Katie is seeking revenge, and he'll likely go after the other people involved in Xavier Grayson's death." Nessa nodded her agreement as Riley continued. "And based on our theory and everything I've uncovered, I'm convinced Dex Tremaine couldn't have killed Katie." Riley knew she was getting close to crossing an ethical and professional line. Using her position to influence the police chief's decision to pursue an investigation against a personal acquaintance would be grounds for her dismissal from the prosecutor's office. Shifting the folders in her arms, she decided to speak her mind and leave it at that. She'd have to trust Nessa to make the right call. "The only thing Dex Tremaine is guilty of is loving my sister. Focusing more energy on him is just a waste of time." "Based on the DNA evidence we collected, Dex is an unlikely suspect in Katie's death," Nessa agreed. "But the Miami PD is asking to have him detained for questioning in Tina Tremaine's fall. I assume they'll send someone to question him once we bring him in." Annoyed by the thought of Dex facing more questioning from the Miami PD, Riley left Nessa's office in a dark mood. She'd need to go home and have a frank conversation with her houseguest. Riley hurried out to the parking garage and climbed into her Land Rover, piling the case files on the passenger seat beside her. As she accelerated toward Sunset Terrace condos, she tried to block Van Zinger's hurt expression from her mind. She needed to stay focused on her task at hand. First, she'd talk to Dex and make sure he had a good lawyer and knew what he was up against. Then she'd go meet with Charlie Day and continue the hunt for Katie's killer. She had a feeling they were closing in on him, and she didn't want to lose the momentum of the investigation. If she was right, she might get a chance to come face to face with the man who'd killed her sister very soon. Leaning over to open her glove box, Riley stared in at the little pistol, wondering if she'd have the guts to use it when the time came. Chapter 35. The terrible ache in Frankie's head still hadn't faded when he arrived at Sunset Terrace, even though it was already well past lunchtime. He'd spent another night with Jack Daniels and was still suffering the painful after-effects. Vowing never to pick up another bottle of whiskey, he punched in the security code Riley had given him and made his way to the elevator. When the doors slid open on the 12th floor, Frankie was surprised to see Tucker Van Zinger coming toward him.
"Aren't you supposed to be out arresting someone or something?"
Frankie asked, squinting under the bright lights in the hall.
"I was hoping to talk to Riley, but she's not here."
Van Zinger stopped in front of Frankie and frowned.
"I told her to stay at home where she'll be safe, but she won't listen to me."
Raising a hand to his aching head, Frankie snorted.
"You don't know Riley if you think that woman's going to stay home barefoot in the kitchen while you go out hunting. Don't be a jackass," Van Zinger growled. "That's not what I meant. I'm just trying to make sure she doesn't end up like her sister. Some psycho killed Katie and Riley might be next on his list."
Van Zinger's jaw clenched in anger, and Frankie took a step back. The man was obviously stressing about Riley, and Frankie couldn't blame him. Riley was in danger, and she wouldn't be safe until they caught the man who'd pushed Katie to her death. Scratching at the stubble on his chin, Frankie tried to think of something to say that wouldn't piss Van Zinger off.
"Listen, I'm supposed to meet Riley here to pick up some files," he said. "I'll try to talk some sense into her. Tell her to be careful." "Sure, you do that."
Van Zinger's voice was bleak.
"I just hope she'll actually listen to you, 'cause she's been shutting me out."
With a dejected slump of his shoulders, he turned to the elevator.
"Keep an eye on her for me, man," Van Zinger said. "She's not as tough as she seems."
Frankie waited for the doors to close behind Van Zinger, then made his way to Riley's condo. The door was locked, but Riley had told him Dex would be inside, so he knocked and waited. After a few seconds, he heard the bolt slide back in the lock, and the door swung open.
"Hey there, Dex, what's up?"
The photographer looked rough. The uneven stubble on his chin made it clear he hadn't shaved in days, and his eyes were puffy and red. Frankie wondered if the man had been hanging out with Jack Daniels, too, but he decided not to ask.
"Riley's not here," Dex muttered. "She's gone to work." "Yeah, well, she's supposed to meet me here to give me some files, so I'm going to hang out if that's okay."
Shrugging his shoulders, Dex shuffled toward the balcony and dropped into a chair facing the bridge. He closed his eyes and tilted his head back, allowing his shaggy hair to be ruffled by the light wind blowing in from the river. Frankie turned when he heard a key in the lock. He was shocked at Riley's drawn appearance. Her face was thin, and there were dark circles under her eyes. She looked past him to where Dex sat on the balcony and sighed. He's probably been out there most of the day. Moving to the dining room table, Riley set a stack of folders down and began to sort through them. Agent Day said we can go through these, but we can't keep them. She kept her eyes on the files. Once she goes back to D.C., these will have to go with her. Frankie put a hand on Riley's shoulder.
"You sure you should be doing all this?" he asked, dropping his hand as she looked up. "I saw your man out there when I was coming in, and he's worried sick about you."
Narrowing her eyes, Riley looked over to make sure Dex wasn't listening, then spoke in a low, angry voice. Tucker was here?
"Yeah, the poor guy doesn't want to lose you, you know?"
Frankie began to stammer as he saw the rage in Riley's eyes.
"He just wants you to chill, you know, like lay low for a while."
"What I'm doing is none of his business." Riley shot back, her hands clenched into fists at her side. "He doesn't understand." Suddenly her voice broke, and she dropped her head into her hands. Frankie was startled to hear muffled sobs. He stepped closer, giving her back an awkward pat. Before he knew it, Riley had leaned into him, her body shaking against him with sorrow and rage. Wrapping a thin arm around her, Frankie held her to his chest, his own eyes growing misty as he listened to her crying for her sister.
"It's okay," he murmured. "Just let it out. Nothing else to do."
Riley lifted her tear-stained face to stare up at him, searching his eyes for something he couldn't understand. When she raised her mouth to his, Frankie turned his face away, his heart dropping.
"Oh, no, we don't," he murmured, stepping back. "I can't give you what you want, Riley. I wish I could, but nobody and nothing can." Shaking her head in protest, Riley pulled him toward her. "You want your sister back, and you want the pain to go away," Frankie said, holding her at arm's length. "But screwing up your relationship will just make it all worse. I'd be your biggest mistake." Dex cleared his throat behind them, and Riley spun around, wiping her eyes and pushing her hair off her face. "I've got to go downtown to see my lawyer," Dex said, turning to the door. "I'll be back later."
"Frankie will go with you." Riley prodded Frankie toward the door. "He'll make sure you get there okay." Shoving a stack of the case files into Frankie's hand, Riley herded the two men out the door and closed it behind them. Frankie clung to the files in his lap as Dex careened down Waterside Drive before making a hard left onto Elm Street. The photographer hadn't paid much attention to speed limits or stop signs on the drive over, and Frankie climbed out of the luxury sedan on wobbly legs, surprised they'd made it across town in one piece. Following Dex up to the porch of a newly renovated building, Frankie soon found himself in the law office's tiny lobby. A pretty blonde woman jumped up as she recognized Dex. "Mr. Tremaine, we weren't expecting you," she said, managing a surprised smile. "Didn't you get my message?" Dex patted his pocket with a shrug. "Can't find my phone," he said, looking around as if it might be laying somewhere in the room. "I guess I should get a replacement, although it has been peaceful without it buzzing all the time." "Well, I can try to fit you in if Norman agrees," she said doubtfully, "but I'm not sure."
"Thank you, Bridget." Dex's mouth twisted into a lopsided grin. "And can I say that you look stunning today as usual?" His words were slightly slurred, and he raised his hands in the shape of a frame in front of his face, as if trying to see the woman through a camera lens. "You'd make a beautiful model." Dex turned back to where Frankie was standing. "Do you agree, Frankie? Don't you think Bridget is beautiful enough to be on the cover of a magazine?"
Frankie stared at Dex, then nodded awkwardly as Bridget gestured toward the waiting area beside the window. "Norman's in with a client, but he should be finished shortly, and I'll see what we can do." Frankie sunk onto a chair, realizing he was still lugging the armful of files with him. He balanced the stack on his knees and opened the file on top. If he was going to have to wait for Dex, he might as well make good use of his time.
"She reminds me so much of my Katie," Dex murmured from the chair next to him, his eyes on Bridget Price. "So very beautiful." Seeing the glassy sheen in the photographer's eyes, Frankie wondered if the man was on something stronger than whiskey. He closed the file and turned to Dex. "You sure you're okay, man? You don't look so good." But Dex wasn't listening. He was searching in his pockets. "You got a cigarette?" "I don't smoke, Dex," Frankie said, growing more worried by the minute. "You know that." Standing, Dex crossed to stand in front of Bridget's desk. "You wouldn't happen to have a cigarette, would you, dear?"
"Oh no, Norman doesn't like me to smoke." She glanced back at the closed door, although sometimes I sneak one with my friends.
Dex grinned and winked at Bridget. "I'm just going to run out to the car," he said. "Be right back." Frankie was about to open the top file again when the door behind Bridget opened and Norman Price strode out, followed by Nick Sargent. Frankie looked up, startled to see the disgraced ex-reporter standing only a few feet away. "You gotta be kidding me," Frankie said under his breath. "Out of all the lawyers in town, he picks a guy representing Nick Sargent?" Watching as Nick hurried out the door, Frankie wondered how any self-respecting lawyer could represent a lowlife that preyed on vulnerable young women. "I should have set Dex up with my lawyer. Leo Still would never let a bum like Nick Sargent set foot in his office."
"Mr. Tremaine's here hoping to see you," Bridget told Norman once he'd closed the door behind Nick.
"I told you to cancel," Norman said, his voice irritable.
"I left a message, but he didn't get it," she snapped back. "He went out to smoke a cigarette and left his friend here waiting." Norman turned to see Frankie sitting in the waiting room, and his expression darkened as Bridget spoke behind him. "I'm going to check the post office box before they close." Looking toward the door as it closed behind Bridget, he sighed and faced Frankie with guarded eyes. "I'm double booked this afternoon and need to reschedule my appointment with Mr. Tremaine," he muttered. "Will you be kind enough to let him know?" "I'm not his secretary," Frankie said, standing up to face the lawyer. "And since it looks like we have a few minutes in private, I'd like to ask you a question, if you don't mind." Frankie shifted the files in his arms. The top file began to slide, and he had to move forward and rest the stack on Bridget's desk to save them all from falling in a heap on the floor. Norman stared at the files in confusion, then shifted his gaze to a set of keys in a tray.
"Oh, my wife's left the post office key. You can see yourself out."
The lawyer grabbed the keys and hurried toward the door, leaving Frankie standing by himself in the little space. He straightened the files and prepared to hoist them into his arms again when he saw a document next to Bridget's keyboard. Nick Sargent's name was on it. Looking toward the door, Frankie tiptoed around to stare down at the paper. It was a legal filing of some kind, but before Frankie could read through it, he heard voices outside. Crossing to the door, he saw several boys on bikes riding past. He stepped out on the porch and glanced toward Dex's car, but he couldn't see the photographer anywhere. He wasn't inside the car, and he wasn't standing beside it. Figuring he must have gone to get more cigarettes, Frankie turned to go back inside for his files, then recalled the photographer's strange behavior.
"I can't leave Dex wandering around town on his own. If anything happens to him, Riley will have my head."
Chapter 36. Xander's heart thumped heavily in his chest as he waited across the street from the little law office. This was the day he had been dreaming of for months, but so far it hadn't gone at all to plan. It seemed that every time he turned around, there had been another distraction or delay, and now he was way behind schedule. Looking up to see Frankie Dawson step out onto the covered porch, Xander ducked behind a flowering azalea bush that covered half the sidewalk. He watched the PI descend the porch steps and walk down Elm Street. Once Frankie had disappeared around the corner onto Waterside Drive, Xander moved quickly across the street and up the stone path to the porch. Twisting the doorknob with a savage impatience, he entered the lobby just as the phone in his suit pocket buzzed. He pushed the door shut behind him with one foot as he pulled out his phone. He gritted his teeth when he saw Mayor Hadley's number pop up for the second time that day.
The old man is starting to be fucking annoying.
Thumbing the screen to send the call to voicemail, he saw a stack of files perched on the edge of the desk, as well as a few papers scattered around. What had the skinny PI been looking at when he'd been in the office on his own? He'd probably snooped around the whole place, helping himself to any information he could find.
If I had more time, I'd get rid of that two-bit loser as well.
He turned his attention to the files Frankie had carried into the office with him, hoping there would be something in the files to reveal how much the PI knew about him and his activities. Opening the top folder, Xander's eyes widened in shock at the FBI logo at the top of the first document. Scanning the paper with growing panic, he turned to the next page, and then the next, realizing that Special Agent Charlie Day must have shared the whole file on the D.C. Canal killer case with Frankie and his partner. He closed the folder and moved on to the next one, shock sizzling through his veins as he saw the autopsy photos of the man named in the file as John Doe. The man had been in the water for several days before he'd been pulled out of the canal, and Xander could barely recognize the remains of the man he'd befriended all those years ago. Flipping through the contents of the file, he slowed down when he came to several pages that listed leads and persons of interest in the case. Skimming through the handwritten notes, his heart stopped when he saw John Doe's real name carefully printed on the top line of a missing person report near the bottom of the file. He pictured the face of the man he had so carefully selected, the decent, respectable man who had met all of Xander's requirements and who had welcomed Xander into his life without ever suspecting the danger he represented. He'd stolen everything that man had owned, including his life.
Even the knife I stuck in his back belonged to him before I took it.
Sweat trickled down Xander's face as he imagined Frankie Dawson reading through these papers and seeing that name. Would he assume it was just a coincidence? Many people had the same name. Or would he start digging and uncover the truth? Absorbed in the file, he didn't hear anyone at the door until the handle began to turn. Darting into the back room, he closed the door behind him and leaned against it, trying to catch his breath. Could Frankie have returned? Had he already seen John Doe's real name in the file? Was he coming back with Charlie Day and a SWAT team to take him in before he had a chance to complete his plan? Listening to the light footsteps in the outer room, Xander tried to calm his breathing. He looked to the big back window, plotting his escape if needed. He'd parked the big delivery van in the alley behind the office. He could be through the window and in the van in minutes. I forgot the darn post office box key and had to walk all the way back to the office. They'll be closed by the time I get back. The words were coming from the lobby, and Xander breathed a sigh of relief as he realized Frankie hadn't come back, and that no one was waiting outside to bring him in. He inched open the door and saw Bridget holding her phone to her ear and looking through the papers in the file. She was reading the missing persons report in the file he'd left open on the desk. Cursing himself for his carelessness, Xander debated what he should do next. "I gotta go," Bridget said slowly, staring down at the paper with a curious expression. "I'll talk to you later." Lowering the phone, she turned to the first page in the folder and gasped as she saw the grisly autopsy photo. Xander took the opportunity to lunge forward and wrap an arm around her throat.
"This wasn't in the plan," he grunted out, inhaling the heady scent of her soft blonde hair. "But I think I'm going to enjoy this."
Bridget raised her hands to claw at his arm, her long nails gouging into his skin so hard he felt one break against him. Squeezing tighter, he tried to trap her flailing arms against her sides with his other arm, but she thrashed so violently he almost lost his grip. The rattle of the doorknob sent a jolt of adrenaline coursing through him, but Bridget must have turned the deadbolt behind her when she came in, keeping out whoever was on the porch. Clasping a strong hand over Bridget's nose and mouth, he dragged her back toward the inner office and kicked the door shut behind him, just as several loud knocks reverberated through the office. Her struggles started to fade, and Bridget's body finally went limp and she slumped heavily in his arms. Knowing he might only have minutes to get away undetected, Xander opened the big window and pushed out the screen. Looking across the backyard, he saw an uneven patch of grass and a chain-link fence separating the office from the alley. His eyes settled on the old storage shed in the corner. He decided it would serve as a temporary storage solution until he could get to his van. Maybe he would even leave Bridget there while he carried out the rest of his plan. It was getting late after all, and he still had several more stops to make before the day was through. Chapter 37. The door to the little law office was locked, although there was no sign on the door indicating that they were closed for the day. Peyton Bell looked at her watch, wondering if perhaps lawyers closed early on Friday afternoons. Knocking again on the wooden door, she looked around the street for Ingram's Dodge Charger, but could see only her car and a sleek black luxury sedan parked a few spaces down. It didn't look like Ingram had made it to the lawyer's appointment he'd told her he couldn't miss. Just as I thought. The little weasel was making up an excuse so he wouldn't have to go with me to interview Brock Chandler. The idea of asking Mayor Hadley's arrogant friend if he'd broken into the high school and attacked 2 people wasn't exactly on Peyton's list of fun activities either, but she wasn't about to eliminate anyone just because of their position or connections. A tall, thin man turned the corner, heading in her direction. Definitely not the right shape to be Ingram. As the man drew closer, Peyton could see he had longish, shaggy hair, as opposed to Ingram's pale crew cut, and that he was wearing a baggy shirt over faded jeans. No, definitely not Ingram's prissy button-up style. Walking to the edge of the porch, Peyton squinted into the afternoon sun, wondering if she should go to talk to Ling Lee before she tracked down Brock Chandler. At least that way she'd have more background information to help guide her through the interview. She stepped back into the shade and looked up the sidewalk, waiting for the thin man to walk by. Instead, he turned up the path, coming toward her with a pained expression on his unshaven face.
"Has Dex Tremaine come back here yet?" he asked, standing at the foot of the stairs. "I've looked all over and—"
His voice trailed off as she stepped out of the shadows. "The place is locked up," Peyton said, recognizing Frankie Dawson as he stepped closer. "I was looking for someone too, but it doesn't look like anybody's home." Staring up at her with narrowed eyes, as if he doubted her words, Frankie walked up the stairs and crossed to the door. He jiggled the handle. "I already tried that," Peyton said. Nobody answered. Frankie raised a fist and rapped twice. "Tried that too," Peyton smiled. "Any other ideas?"
"So you haven't seen a guy with kind of shaggy hair wandering around? He might have been looking for a cigarette."
Shaking her head, Peyton studied Frankie's face. She hadn't seen him in years, and he looked pretty rough, like maybe he hadn't slept in a while. The way he kept rubbing his forehead made her think he may even be hungover. Can't say I blame him for drinking after what we put him through. Frankie reached in his pocket and pulled out a stick of gum. He pulled off the wrapper and stuck the gum in his mouth. "You got an extra one of those?" she asked, pointing to the wrapper in his hand. "I quit smoking when I moved back down here. Chewing gum helps with the cravings and the boredom.
Yeah?
Frankie pulled out another stick and handed it to her.
Why'd you quit? You want a health kick or something?
Unwrapping the gum, she stuck it in her mouth. No, it's just my mother's got lung cancer and I'm down here helping her out and, well, she doesn't need a smoker in the house. A man in a suit appeared at the end of the path before Frankie could respond. Peyton recognized Norman Price. He was the lawyer that had helped Mark Ingram get reinstated on the force. Peyton knew her partner was still working with the lawyer on some top-secret case, and she didn't think it was going to be something Chief Ainsley would be too happy about.
How can I help you? Norman said, his voice cold. I'm kind of busy today and I can't seem to find my wife. Join the club, Frankie said, matching Norman's chilly tone. I can't find Dex. His car's still here, but he's not.
Pushing past Peyton, Norman went to the door and twisted the handle. Throwing an annoyed look over his shoulder, he pulled out a set of keys and inserted one in the lock.
No, she's not back yet, Norman muttered as he looked into the room. And now I'm running late, so... He turned and motioned toward the sidewalk. I'm going to need to ask you both to leave. I have a busy afternoon and my legal assistant seems to have gone AWOL.
Sure, no problem, Frankie said, stepping toward Norman. I'll get out of your face once I have my files back. Frowning in confusion, the lawyer blocked the door.
What are you talking about?
Peering over Norman's shoulder, Frankie pointed into the little room with a skinny hand.
Those files right there on the desk, he said,
squeezing his way past the disgruntled man.
I can't leave without these, now can I?
As Frankie began to collect a pile of files that had been spread out on the desk, Peyton turned to Norman. I'm Detective Peyton Bell. I'm looking for my partner, Mark Ingram. He said he had an appointment with you this afternoon.
I'm not sure who's scheduled for this afternoon.
Norman's voice rose in frustration.
My wife, Bridget, makes all the appointments, and she seems to have gone missing, so I just don't know.
I used to work in the missing persons unit up in Memphis, so perhaps I can help you find your wife. Peyton had intended the comment to be funny, but he shook his head, seeming to grow more agitated.
No need, Detective, Norman snapped. I'll give Bridget a call and track her down. Now, please allow me to get on with my work.
Walking behind Frankie down the path, Peyton wondered if she should apologize to him for her role in his wrongful arrest and conviction. She had only been a junior officer following orders, but she'd known what had happened to Frankie was wrong, and she'd done nothing to stop it or fix it.
So you were working up in Memphis? Frankie asked, following Peyton to her charger. I grew up there.
So why'd you move down here? She asked.
Family issues,
he said, looking down at his feet and scratching at his chin.
Can I ask you a question?
She thought she knew what he was going to ask, and she had to fight back the instinct to get in her car and hide. Or I could go to the nearest bar and have a few drinks. That'll work. Knowing it was too late to hide or get drunk, she nodded.
You remember me?
He asked, raising his eyes to hers.
It was a long time ago, almost 10 years. I was just a kid, really.
She swallowed hard, suddenly hating herself for what she'd done, and hating him for reminding her what a chicken shit she'd been. No, she said. I don't remember much from back then. I was drinking and, well, I've gotten sober since then. She looked down to open the car door, her face hot with shame. Now, why'd I have to go and tell 2 lies? Guess one's not enough for me. Raising her eyes, she saw the pained look was back.
Oh, well, yeah. It was a long time ago.
She pretended not to hear the hurt in his voice. Maybe she would stop for just one drink on the way home. But first, she had to figure out where the hell Ingram had gone.
I'd better get back to my office and go over these files, he said, adjusting the stack against his thin chest. See you later.
Hey, Frankie, where do you work now? The words came out before she could stop them.
I'm a private investigator.
A hint of pride deepened his voice.
I'm part owner of Barker and Dawson's Investigations.
She raised her eyebrows. Barker? Like in Peter Barker?
Yep, that's him. He's a good guy.
She had to agree. Peter Barker had been one of the few detectives that had taken time to chat with her, and he hadn't been under Chief Kramer's thumb. Yeah, he was a real good cop.
He's a real good partner, too,
Frankie said, his voice almost cheerful now.
I guess I'm pretty lucky.
Watching him walk toward Waterside Drive and disappear around the corner, Peyton tried not to think about the day she'd been in on Frankie's arrest. Even as a rookie, she'd known it was a bad call. They hadn't had enough evidence to arrest anyone, so Kramer and his flunkies in the department had listened to an unreliable witness and gone after Frankie. What could I have done to stop a man like Kramer? If she'd spoken up, she'd have been kicked out of the department or worse. So she'd gone along, and when the offer from Memphis PD came, she'd jumped at the chance to get out. But now she was back on the WBPD, and with Ingram as her partner, she had a terrible sensation of déjà vu. Once again, she was under pressure to make bad decisions and hide another detective's transgressions. She'd only been working with Ingram a few days, and she'd already figured out the sneaky little detective was plotting with the mayor to orchestrate Chief Ainsley's downfall. Sliding into the driver's seat, Peyton looked through the front windshield just as a white delivery truck rolled out of the alley behind the office. The truck turned toward downtown, and after years of riding patrol, she automatically glanced at the license tag. She watched the truck until it had trundled out of sight. She'd wait a bit longer to see if Ingram would show up. If he didn't arrive in the next few minutes, she'd drive over to Ling Lee's house on her own. Peyton wanted to speak to the principal and get her information straight before she attempted to interview Brock Chandler. I need to be prepared. No doubt as soon as I approach Chandler, he'll run to the mayor to complain, and the shit will really hit the fan. Chapter 38. Mayor Hadley stormed past Veronica without a greeting as she entered the Channel 10 newsroom. The entire crew remained silent as the door swung shut behind him, and Veronica crossed to her desk with the grim certainty that she knew exactly what the old man had been up to.
Veronica, can I have a word?
Spencer Nash stood in the hallway leading back to his office. He spun on his heel without waiting for an answer, and Veronica followed. She knew what he was about to say, and her pulse was already racing in response to the lecture she was sure Spencer planned to give her.
Mayor Hadley came by in person to complain about you, he said bluntly. He said you've made unfounded accusations in an attempt to sensationalize the story about the incident at the school.
And what accusations is he talking about exactly? Putting her hands on her hips, Veronica wanted to hear Spencer say the words. She was surprised that her comments about Brock Chandler had gotten back to the mayor so quickly, although she had known her suspicions would likely get back to both men eventually.
He says you've accused Brock Chandler of breaking into the school in some sort of revenge attack on your mother.
I haven't accused anyone of anything, Veronica said. I simply told Chief Ainsley that Superintendent Chandler was the only one I could think of that had past disagreements with my mother. She said she would look into the situation, and that was the end of it. Spencer sat on the edge of his desk and sighed.
Well, the mayor's threatening to file a complaint with the FCC and pull his re-election campaign ads from the station if we report that Chandler is a person of interest in the break-in.
No one suggested any such thing, Veronica replied, dismissing the idea. But if we were thinking to run a story we believed in, we wouldn't cave to Mayor Hadley's threats, would we? Veronica couldn't believe Spencer wasn't as outraged as she was over the mayor's attempt to use his power and influence to block news that might hurt him or his cronies. It's no different than Nick Sargent blackmailing people to do his bidding. Dropping his eyes, Spencer stood and paced to the window.
Of course not,
he said, sounding annoyed.
But we've got to at least try to play nice with the mayor's office, or we'll be stonewalled by the city's press office and lose more advertisers.
What press office? You mean your special friend, Tenley Frost? A bright red flush colored Spencer's face as her words hit home.
That's enough, Veronica.
He ran a frustrated hand through his hair. His jaw clenched.
I know you've had a hard time recently.
His voice was tight with anger.
So, I'll pretend you didn't just imply I'm an unethical jerk who is cheating on my wife.
Veronica tried to speak, but Spencer raised his hand to stop her.
No, out of respect for Hunter, I tried to make this work, but it's clear you are too closely and personally involved to be assigned to certain stories. I should have put a stop to this from the start. From now on, I'm assigning Jack to any story involving Brock Chandler, Willow Bay High, or the Lee family.
Finn cleared his throat in the doorway, and Veronica looked over with blazing eyes.
Is everything okay in here?
His wide eyes made it clear he'd heard Spencer's angry outburst. Everything's just fine, Veronica muttered, slipping past Finn into the hall. I was just leaving to check on my mother anyway. Pausing only long enough to collect her bag and keys from her desk, She rushed outside. She climbed into the Jeep and shut the door, resting her head on the steering wheel as Spencer's words played over in her mind.
Out of respect for Hunter, I tried to make this work.
Doubt seeped in. Could she still be an objective reporter after the trauma she'd experienced in the last few months? Or had the terrible things she'd been through impacted her too deeply? She cringed at the thought that Spencer had only kept her on because of her relationship with Hunter. Had Hunter been shielding her from the truth? What else hadn't he admitted to her? The image of the attractive blonde woman in Hunter's car floated through her head, causing her chest to tighten. She squeezed her eyes shut against the unwelcome image, then jumped at the sudden knock on her window. Finn stood by the Jeep, the worry in his face preventing her from telling him to go away, and that she didn't want anyone's pity. She hesitated, then opened the door and stepped out, leaning over to ruffle Gracie's soft white fur as the big dog trotted up behind Finn.
Spencer was wrong, Finn said, his voice firm. You're here because you're a good reporter, and we need good people on our team. That's it. End of story.
You'd tell me the truth, wouldn't you, Finn? Veronica asked, raising her eyes to his. If there was something I needed to know? Even if it was something that might hurt me, you'd tell me, right? Raising an eyebrow, Finn thought about the question.
I'll never lie to you, Ronnie.
His eyes were suddenly serious.
If that's what you want, then that's a promise I'm willing to make.
Veronica nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She saw something in Finn's face that reminded her he had been through a lot during the past year, too. His father had died, and he'd moved to a new town to start a new life. And now that he was part owner of Channel 10, Finn had a lot of responsibility on his young shoulders. He didn't need her and her insecurity, making it even harder. Managing to produce a reassuring smile for Finn, she bent to give Gracie a hug and felt her phone buzzing in her pocket. The number on the display sent her heart plummeting. Nessa usually didn't call her unless something was wrong. Nessa? Is everything okay? Well, I'm about to meet with an FBI agent to see if we got a serial killer on our hands, but other than that, I guess everything's okay. Veronica motioned to Finn that she had to go, then climbed back into the Jeep. She tried to think up an appropriate response as she watched Finn and Gracie head back toward the station, but nothing came to her. Sorry, I'm just frustrated, Nessa said with a weary sigh. I was hoping you had time to come over and meet with Special Agent Day. We're working on a cold case that's related to Xavier Grayson, and I think you may have relevant information to share with each other. A shiver rolled through Veronica at the thought of the cunning man who had almost killed her, and who still chased her most nights in her dreams. I'll explain everything when you get here, Nessa assured her, and I think you'll want to hear what Agent Day has to say. Chapter 39. Nessa tried to hide her fatigue as she led Special Agent Charlie Day into the briefing room. Motioning to the long table at the front of the room, Nessa set down her water bottle and notepad and waited for Charlie to arrange the files she'd brought with her. I let Frankie Dawson take a stack of files with him to review, Charlie said, settling into a chair. When he returns them, I can bring those over for you to go through as well. Nessa studied the files in front of her, wondering with a touch of irritation just how much information the agent had already shared with Frankie and Barker. She reminded herself that the private investigators had gotten first dibs to go through the files because she'd taken her time setting up the meeting. With everything going on in town lately, we're lucky to be meeting at all. A soft knock on the door announced Dave Eddings.
Sorry to interrupt you, Chief, but Veronica Lee's in the lobby and she says you asked her to come see you?
Yes, that's right, Nessa agreed. Can you bring her back here? Pulling over a chair for the young reporter, Nessa noticed Charlie's questioning gaze. Veronica's a reporter with Channel 10, Nessa explained. She was the one who discovered Xavier Grayson's secret, and he nearly killed her in return. Luckily, Hunter and Benzinger arrived in time to save her. I'd say she knows more about Grayson than anyone except maybe Riley Odell. Yes, I know all about Veronica Lee, Charlie said, sitting up straighter in her chair. I've been wanting to meet her. Both women turned as Veronica appeared in the doorway, her long, dark hair falling over one shoulder and a work bag hanging over the other. She smiled when she saw Nessa and moved forward to drop her bag on the table. Thank you for coming so quickly, Veronica. Nessa gestured toward the table. This is Special Agent Charlie Day of the FBI. She's working on a cold case in D.C. that's linked to Katie Odell's homicide. You're Charlie? Veronica's eyes widened, and Charlie nodded, clearly amused. Actually, my given name is Charlotte, but I was a bit of a tomboy growing up, hence the nickname, she explained. When I joined the Bureau, I never even thought about going back to Charlotte. And you're the agent Hunter's been working with? Veronica couldn't hide her surprise. He said Charlie, and I thought, well, Charlie's face lit up. Yes, Hunter's been such a big help this whole week. Clearing her throat, Nessa motioned to a chair and waited for Veronica to set up her computer. If she had any question as to Veronica's relationship with Hunter before, the worried look on the reporter's face told her everything she needed to know. Nessa had also detected an inquisitive gleam in Charlie's eyes, as if the agent was sizing Veronica up, perhaps curious about the kind of woman that had captured Hunter's interest. I don't need to be a special agent with the FBI to see that both these women have the hots for Hunter Hadley. Nessa couldn't say she blamed either of them. She was well aware that Hunter was a sight for sore eyes on his worst day. If I wasn't happily married, I might give these two a run for their money. Hoping to dispel the tension that had suddenly filled the room, Nessa moved to stand by the big whiteboard at the front. Veronica, as you know, Xavier Grayson's DNA profile came up as a partial match with the man who killed Katie Odell. We believe the killer's relationship with Grayson holds the key to his motive. Picking up a dry erase marker, Nessa wrote Xavier Grayson on the whiteboard. Next to his name, she wrote Unknown Perp. Below that, she wrote another pair of names, Riley Odell and Katie Odell. Then, at the bottom, she wrote Veronica Lee and Ling Lee. We know our perp is related to Xavier Grayson, and that he appears to be targeting the loved ones of the people he holds accountable for Xavier's death. Nessa met Veronica's anxious green eyes. How can we be sure the man who attacked my mother is the same man who killed Katie Odell? Veronica asked. Nessa pulled out a lab report from the folder in front of her. I got the report back from our lab just before you arrived. The crime scene crew managed to get a DNA profile from the blood on the broken glass at the school. The profile matches the DNA recovered from the Katie Odell investigation. It's the same perp. Seeing the stricken look on Veronica's face, Nessa felt a rush of sympathy. She sank into the chair beside Veronica. You know more about Xavier Grayson than anyone else in Willow Bay. You're the only one who spent time with him, the only one who actually talked with him. Nessa put a hand on the young reporter's arm. We need you to think back and tell us anything Xavier may have told you that could help us figure out who this guy is. Her words hung in the air as Veronica considered the request. There's just one problem with that approach, she finally said. Xavier was an expert at deception. He made a living by assuming the identity of other men. Anything he told me was almost certainly a lie, or an attempt at misdirection. Clenching her fists on the table in front of her, Veronica stared at her mother's name on the whiteboard, then raised her eyes to Nessa. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about Brock Chandler. I can sense his hostility toward my mother. But it couldn't be him, could it? I mean, he lived here long before Xavier came to town. Nessa thought the possibility that the pompous school superintendent could be related to Xavier Grayson was remote, but Charlie Day stood and crossed to the whiteboard. She picked up a marker and wrote Brock Chandler under Unknown Perp. Brainstorming works best if you don't second-guess yourself, she said. So tell me about Chandler. How old is he? Old enough to be Xavier's father? Or brother? Nessa shrugged, not sure what she really knew about the man. I guess he's close to 50, she said, so he's old enough to be Xavier's father. Likely too old to be a brother, definitely not a son. What about his personal life? Charlie asked next. Is he married or single? Did he have the means to get to Miami and back on the day Tina Tremaine was killed? Thinking back to the last school board meeting she'd attended, Nessa remembered Chandler driving up in a fancy car on his own. I haven't met his wife if he has one, Nessa said, but I know he has a car, so he could easily get to Miami. And Tina was killed on a Sunday, so he wouldn't have been expected at work that day. Charlie nodded and jotted notes on the whiteboard. What about travel? She asked. Our guy was in D.C. in 2010. Veronica leaned back in her chair, frowning with concentration. Do you think the reason Xavier came to Willow Bay in the first place was because he had family here? She asked. Could that be why he decided to kill Portia here? Charlie lowered her hand, considering Veronica's question. That's the same question Pete Barker had when I was talking to him the other day, she said. He thought the killer might live in Willow Bay, and that Grayson had come here to show off. The mention of her old partner caused Nessa's ear to perk up. So, Barker thinks Xavier Grayson could have killed Portia Hart in Willow Bay to impress his big brother or his daddy or whoever? Nessa heard her southern accent taking over, as it tended to do when she was tired or frustrated, but Charlie didn't seem to notice. Our perp could very well live in Willow Bay and be a respectable citizen, Charlotte agreed. I've seen it before. The seemingly normal guy no one suspects turns out to be a cold-blooded killer. Nessa caught movement out of the corner of her eye, surprised to see Riley Odell standing in the doorway. The prosecutor's face was strained and pale, and her voice was hard. Okay, you've got my attention. Who's the cold-blooded killer? Chapter 40. Riley noted the discomfort on Charlie Day's face as the FBI agent looked first at her and then at Nessa. Moving further into the room, the prosecutor stopped in front of the women, her mouth softening into a weary smile. Don't worry, Agent Day. I already let Nessa know I've been working with you on the investigation. She's not happy, but she didn't kick me out of her office either, so I guess we're good. Turning to the whiteboard, Riley read the words in black marker. A sharp pain pierced through her as she saw Katie's name neatly written next to her own. Her eyes fell to the name written beneath Katie's, and she winced as she turned to face Veronica. Is your mother doing okay? Riley recognized the fatigue and fear in the reporter's eyes. She'd seen that same look last summer on the day they had watched Xavier Grayson die. Together they had survived the terrifying ordeal on the beach, not knowing then that they would soon become the targets of another killer. A feeling of déjà vu settled over her. I wonder if we'll both escape with our lives a second time. Veronica's dark mood seemed to mirror her own. My mother's at home taking a nap next to a gun, she said dryly, so I guess she could be better. Riley had to force herself not to say the words that sprang to mind. At least she's still alive. At least she's at home and not in the morgue. Forcing her eyes back to the whiteboard, Riley saw Brock Chandler's name and frowned. Nessa caught her puzzled look and stepped up beside her. We asked Veronica if she knew anyone that might want to do her mother harm. Superintendent Chandler was top of her list. Riley thought of the overbearing man she'd met on several previous occasions. He was obnoxious and arrogant, but he didn't try to hide those traits. If he were a killer in hiding, wouldn't he at least try to play well with others? I don't think Brock fits, Riley murmured, looking back toward Charlie and Veronica. He's probably smart enough to pull off a complicated con, but I don't think he's cunning or patient enough. He's too aggressive to successfully stay under the radar for years. Noting the stubborn set of Veronica's chin, she continued, Don't get me wrong. I know Chandler's a bully, and that he wouldn't hesitate to use his connections to get his own way. She began to pace the room, caught up in the rare moment she was able to think about something other than Katie's death. If Chandler had a grudge against Ling Li, I wouldn't doubt he'd try to discredit her or cause some sort of professional trouble. But I can't see him breaking into the school and hitting someone over the head. He's not the type to get his hands dirty. Nessa nodded in reluctant agreement. Chandler's already using his clout with Mayor Hadley to cause trouble. I'm not sure what he's got on the old guy, but the mayor protects Chandler like he's his personal bodyguard. Mayor Hadley? Charlie asked. What's his story? Riley grimaced, unable to hide her obvious distaste. Our long-standing mayor has somehow managed to avoid getting kicked out of office even after several of his cronies and appointments went to jail for serious crimes, including homicide. Charlie looked to Nessa and cocked her head. Hunter Hadley mentioned his father was in politics. I'm guessing he was talking about the mayor? Yep, poor Hunter got stuck with a rotten daddy, Nessa confirmed, but luckily that apple fell miles away from the tree. Hunter's one of the good guys. I can vouch for that. Oh, I have no doubt, Charlie replied with a wry smile. It's rare to meet a good man in my line of work. When I do, I take note. Something in the agent's voice caused Riley to narrow her eyes. She glanced over at Veronica, noting the touch of pink that had arisen in the reporter's cheeks. Charlie didn't just imply she's been lusting after Veronica's guy, did she? Crossing her arms over her chest, Riley cleared her throat. wanting to make sure the agent heard her loud and clear. "Hunter's done more for this town than his father ever has, and he's saved Veronica's life more than once. When you have that kind of bond, it's hard to break." Her voice wavered as she wondered why she was getting so emotional. Had her impassioned words been about Hunter and Veronica? Or was she really thinking about herself and Van Zinger? Once you have that kind of bond, it's hard to break. Closing her eyes, Riley pictured Van Zinger's worried face. The room spun around her, and she put her hand against the whiteboard for support as Nessa rushed over. "When's the last time you've eaten?" Nessa asked, helping her back to her chair. "I'll get you a glass of water for now." Riley let Nessa push a cup of water into her hand and took small sips, feeling the cool water begin to soothe her dry throat. But it couldn't wash away the hot rush of shame that filled her as she thought of how badly she'd treated Van Zinger. Have I broken the bond we had? After everything we've been through? Her memory of lifting her tear-stained face to Frankie caused a sick ache to take hold of Riley's stomach, and even the few sips of water she'd managed to get down suddenly threatened to come back up. "Do you want me to call Van Zinger?" Nessa offered. "I could have him come pick you up and take you home." "No," she responded, her voice sharper than she'd intended. "I'm fine. I'll give him a call when we're through here." She forced down another sip of water as Nessa went back to her seat and looked up at the whiteboard again. "So, are we ready to eliminate Brock Chandler from our list?" Nessa asked, although I still plan to keep my eye on him. All heads nodded, and as Charlie began to review the contents of her case files with the other women, Riley started to rehearse what she was going to say to Van Zinger when she called him. She finally decided there was only one solution. She would tell him the truth. "I'm sorry for how I've acted. I need you. I don't want to live without you." She only hoped it wouldn't be too late. Chapter 41. Van Zinger weaved his Dodge Charger through the Friday afternoon traffic, rolling to a stop in the loading zone outside Barker and Dawson's investigations. He looked down at the composite drawing in the seat next to him, studying the image the artist had created for the 100th time. Eager to show the drawing to Frankie, he hoped it would stir his memory. Finding the office door unlocked, Van Zinger flung it open and stepped inside, startling Frankie, who was staring intently at an open file on his desk. "Damn, man, you ever hear him knocking?" Frankie asked, standing up and taking a step back. "You're gonna give a dude a heart attack like that. So what's going on? Something wrong?" Van Zinger crossed the room and dropped the drawing on Frankie's desk, covering the documents he'd been reading. The PI kept his eyes on Van Zinger as if he expected him to come at him over the desk at any minute. "Sit down and look at that," Van Zinger ordered, pointing to the composite. "You ever see that guy?" Swallowing hard, Frankie pulled his eyes away from Van Zinger and lowered them to the drawing. He sunk in the chair and leaned closer to the paper. "With the hat and glasses, this could be anybody, man," Frankie muttered, but Van Zinger heard a trace of doubt in his voice. "Who's he supposed to be?" "He's supposed to be a guy seen in Sunset Park the day Katie Odell died," Van Zinger said, tapping on the paper with a big finger. "He may be a witness, or he could be our perp." Frankie looked back at the man in the drawing and squinted. There is something about the shape of his face and nose. Giving Frankie time to study the drawing, Van Zinger thought back to his interview with the witness. She'd told him and Jankowski that she walked her boxer at Sunset Park every day, and that she may have seen the same guy there before, although she couldn't be sure. What she had been sure of was that a man matching the description she'd given to the sketch artist had been at the park just before Katie had fallen. Van Zinger knew that no one matching the composite had come forward as a witness. "So who is this guy, and why hasn't he come forward?" The question gave him hope he was on the right track. Maybe if he found this guy, he would find his killer. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and his heart jumped when he saw Riley's name on the display. Turning away from the desk, he answered the call in a low voice. "Hey, Riley, where are you?" "I've been at the police station meeting with Nessa and Special Agent Day most of the afternoon, but I'm getting ready to leave." Hearing the fatigue in her voice, Van Zinger had to force himself not to beg her to go home and rest. She wouldn't want to admit she wasn't feeling well, or to show weakness, so he swallowed the words. "I'm here with Frankie, and we're just going over some stuff." He suddenly didn't want to mention what they were doing. If he told Riley he had a composite drawing of a person of interest in Katie's homicide, she would insist on coming right over, and he preferred to show her the sketch once she was safely at home. What stuff? Her voice was suddenly alert, and Benzinger wondered if she could sense he was keeping something from her.
How about I come over and tell you about it tonight?
Glancing over his shoulder, he saw Frankie watching him with round eyes. He turned back to the phone and took a few steps toward the door, hearing only silence on the other end of the connection.
Is everything okay, Riley?
He asked, knowing the question was absurd, even as it slipped out of his mouth.
Of course, I know you're not okay, but are you going to be all right until I see you tonight?
I'm sorry, Riley said, her voice so low Benzinger had to strain to hear it. I have to go. We can talk about everything tonight. Benzinger looked at the phone in his hand, realizing Riley had disconnected the call. Dropping the phone back into his pocket, he swung around to face Frankie.
What'd Riley have to say?
Frankie asked, his hand scratching at his chin.
She tell you anything?
Benzinger frowned.
Tell me what?
The PI shrank back in his chair and dropped his eyes.
It's just that I kind of lost Dex. I was hoping she'd seen him. You mean Dex has gone AWOL?
Benzinger was beginning to understand Frankie's strange behavior. If Dex was missing, Riley would be upset, and she might blame Frankie for letting the bereaved man out of his sight.
Yup,
Frankie said, nodding.
That's it. Dex walked off, and I thought maybe Riley would have seen him. Let me get this straight.
Benzinger cocked his head and frowned.
You're a private investigator, but you want Riley to track down the guy for you? You try calling his cell phone? That's just it. He lost his phone.
Frankie raised his hands in a helpless shrug.
And his car is parked over on Elm Street outside his lawyer's office. He just walked off and left it there.
Benzinger gestured to the files on the desk in front of Frankie.
So, instead of going around and looking for the guy, you're sitting here going through what?
Opening the file in front of him, Frankie shook his head.
I'm going through the files that FBI agent gave me to review. She thinks the guy who killed Katie is the same guy who was killing college co-eds up in D.C. back in 2010.
Frankie grimaced as he pushed the folder toward Benzinger.
As you can see, it doesn't make for very pretty reading. This guy was a total freak. They called him the D.C. Canal Killer because he'd strangle a woman and then throw her off the bridge into a canal.
Benzinger stared down at the horrific picture of a woman's body being pulled out of a narrow canal. His hands clenched into fists at his side as he realized the man who had been capable of such senseless brutality was now on the hunt in Willow Bay.
If this guy tries to mess with me or Riley...
Frankie put a hand on the file and pulled it back to him.
Whoa there, big fella, he said, closing the folder. You need to keep your cool if you want to catch the fucker before...
Frankie's words faded, but Benzinger knew what he'd been about to say. The man had killed Katie, and he might go after Riley next.
If anybody touches a hair on Riley's head, I'll break his neck.
Bringing his fist down hard on the desk, he stared at Frankie, watching as the skinny PI jumped out of his chair.
I think I'm gonna go look for Dex,
Frankie said, moving toward the door.
I need to have a break from that shit anyway. Wait just a minute.
Benzinger grabbed Frankie's arm.
You still owe me an answer.
He picked up the composite drawing on Frankie's desk and held it out so Frankie could see it.
You were supposed to tell me if you've ever seen this guy.
Frankie stared at the sketch and then shrugged.
I don't know. Maybe. Well, if you think of where you might have seen the guy, let me know,
Benzinger ordered, pointing to the desk.
This guy might be responsible for the sick things you're reading about in that folder.
Releasing Frankie's arm, he followed him out the building, then walked back to his Dodge. He'd go exchange updates with Ness and Jankowski, and then he'd head over to Riley's. He knew Andy Ford was watching out for her, but he'd feel better once he was with her. He'd never be able to forgive himself if he let anything happen to her. Chapter 42. Xander slowed down as he drove past Marigold Lane, looking toward the white two-story house where his next target waited. He didn't dare turn in yet, not until he'd made sure Ling Li's white sedan was the only car in the driveway, and that the house wasn't under surveillance. Checking the delivery van's rearview mirror, Xander saw that Townsend Road was practically empty behind him. He was confident he hadn't been followed after he'd left Bridget's body in the shed behind the law office. She would stay safely hidden until he returned. Making a sharp right turn to circle around the block, Xander heard the big cardboard box slide across the floor of the cargo area behind him. He looked back at the box, pleased to have found the perfect prop for the little act he was about to perform. Xander knew he wouldn't have much time once he was inside the house. He would need to be in and out before any of the neighbors got suspicious or raised an alarm. He had one last chance to settle the score with everyone on his list, and if everything went to plan, he would soon be moving on to a new city, and ultimately, a new life.
But first things first, I'm not going anywhere until I take down everyone responsible for killing my son. Once I get my revenge, then I'll be free to go.
The idea that he would be free to start fresh somewhere new was exhilarating. He'd felt that same thrill of anticipation the day he'd flown away from D.C. to start his new life in Florida. He hadn't been sure exactly where he would end up, but he'd known that a whole new life was about to begin. That was the day fate had assigned Xander to a first-class seat next to Horace Hadley, a small-town mayor who had gone up to D.C. to visit his only son. By the time Xander had gotten off the plane in Miami, he'd heard all about Willow Bay and had arranged to visit. Within months, Xander had settled into the town under his new identity, quickly becoming a connected and respected member of the community. The town's location near Miami also meant he could be close to Xavier, although it had been way too risky for his son to visit. He'd heard from Xavier off and on through the years, and the last time they'd talked, he'd indicated he had something big planned. After that, Xander had been reduced to watching special bulletins and reading newspaper reports about his son's activities, just like everyone else. Then one day he saw on the news that Xavier was dead, and he realized he was no longer a father.
I chose Willow Bay to be my new home, and how do the people repay me? They kill my only son. I think it's about time for a little payback.
Once he'd taken his revenge, he'd leave Willow Bay behind and would move on to find a new life, just as he'd done before. Checking the clock again, Xander took a deep breath and steered the car toward Marigold Lane. The street was eerily quiet, and the driveway in front of the Lee house held only a single white sedan. One sharp turn of the steering wheel, and his plan would be in motion.
It's now or never. I can't chicken out now, not when I'm so close.
The white van lumbered to a stop at the curb, then Xander backed it up onto the driveway. He pulled on a delivery cap and glasses, then hopped out to unlatch the back door of the van. Unloading the dolly first, he reached up to pull down the big cardboard box. Pushing the box up the driveway, he didn't hesitate to ring the doorbell. After a slight pause, he knocked, then checked his watch, as if impatient to get on with his delivery route.
"Yes, who is it?"
A high-pitched voice called out from behind the door, reminding Xander of the last time he'd faced this same woman through the door at the school. That day he'd almost gotten shot. His heart pounded against his ribcage as he called out in a deep, friendly voice.
"Delivery, ma'am. I've got a delivery for Veronica Lee, and I need someone to sign for it."
The lock turned, and the door cracked open to reveal Ling Lee's small face behind the chain. She looked at Xander and frowned.
"I'm not expecting a package, but maybe Veronica."
"The package slip lists the sender as a Mr. Hunter Hadley," Xander said, pretending to check the form he'd created on his computer the night before. "The box shows some kind of cat tower. You got a cat?" Trying to see the box through the crack, Ling peered at the picture of the cat sitting on top of a carpeted platform. "It's pretty heavy, but I've got a dolly under it, so just tell me where you want it," Xander said, shifting his weight as if preparing to enter. "Glad that it's Friday. Just a few more deliveries and I'll be off for the weekend." After a long look at the box, Ling closed the door, then pulled back the chain. She opened the door and stepped back to give Xander room to roll the box into the hall. "Where do you want it?" Without warning, Xander kicked the door closed with one foot and turned to her with the small canister already in hand. He pushed his thumb down hard on the trigger, releasing a long burst of pepper spray as he aimed for Ling's eyes. Gasping in pain, Ling wheeled around, her eyes swelling shut as she reached for the gun she'd stashed on the entryway table. Coughing violently, she felt around in a wheezing panic, her fingers coming within inches of the Glock's barrel.
"Not this time, Principal Lee," Xander hissed. "This time we're gonna do it my way. No guns allowed."
Grabbing Ling's thrashing body against him, Xander wrapped a strong arm around her neck and began to squeeze. He felt the seconds tick by as Ling continued to struggle, her coughs and wheezes slowly fading into gurgles. Finally, her body slumped in his arms, and he lowered her to the floor. The big box on the dolly had rolled to the side during the scuffle, and Xander reached for it, pulling out the zip ties he'd stashed inside. He secured one around the little woman's ankles, then moved to her hands and used another to bind her wrists together behind her back. He lifted her easily, dumping her into the stiff cardboard box. As he closed the flaps on the top, a big orange tabby cat jumped onto the entryway table, knocking the Glock to the ground and causing Xander to jump back in fear. Reaching out to grab the animal by the scruff of its neck, Xander banged the box, sending it rolling toward the door. The cat hissed and swiped at him, its claws gouging a bloody scratch along Xander's forearm before it leaped down and darted away. Blood dripped from his hand onto the tiled floor, causing Xander to curse in frustration. He needed time to complete his plan. It wouldn't do for the alarm to be raised about Ling Li's demise too soon. That would alert Veronica and spoil everything. Grabbing a pink sweater off the coat rack in the hall, he stooped to wipe up the spatter of blood, then wrapped the soiled fabric around his hand and opened the door. Pushing the box onto the porch, he saw an orange blur bolt past and looked around to see a fluffy tail disappear behind a lush hibiscus bush at the side of the house. "Stupid cat," he muttered, bumping the box down the steps before rolling it to the back of the van. Once he'd hoisted the box into the van's cargo area, Xander slammed the back door shut and hurried around to the driver's side door. Climbing behind the big steering wheel, he looked around the neighborhood, relieved to see the street was still empty, and that no nosy neighbors had come outside to see what Ling Li was having delivered. I guess there's one benefit to living in the age of social isolation. Nosing the big van back onto the street, Xander pulled up to the stop sign, tempted to roll right through. But as he looked down Townsend Road, he saw a black Dodge Charger approaching. He pulled his cap lower and sunk down further in his seat, hoping the car would pass by. Instead, it slowed, and the right indicator light began flashing on and off. As the car pulled past him, Xander looked down, as if checking a map or switching the channel on the radio. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw the woman driving the car. He recognized Peyton Bell's distinct pixie cut and striking eyes, and a shiver of fear worked its way up his spine as he looked in his rearview mirror and watched the detective's car pull into the driveway next to Ling Li's white sedan. Turning right onto Townsend Road, Xander decided he'd better head back to the shed right away. Luckily, he'd already cleared a space for the cardboard box next to Bridget's body. Once Ling had been disposed of, he could begin the final phase of his plan. It's time to give Veronica Lee and Riley Odell their final send-off. Chapter 43. Hunter climbed down from the Channel 10 news van and jogged toward the station. After spending the last few hours on location shooting a follow-up segment at Sunset Park, he wanted to see Veronica and find out how her afternoon had gone. He turned as Jack Carson came up behind him. "Nice work today, Hunter," the older man said, holding the door open. "We got some good footage today. I've got an idea for a story." But Hunter wasn't listening. He'd already seen Veronica's empty desk and had taken out his phone. Tapping on her name in his favorites list, he held the phone to his ear, trying to quell the feeling that something was wrong. Picking up on the second ring, Veronica sounded distracted. "Where are you?" he asked, hearing voices in the background. "I'm just leaving the police station. I've been here meeting with Chief Ainsley, Riley Odell, and Special Agent Day." Her tone was calm, but Hunter sensed anxiety under her words. "Did something else happen? Is your mother okay?" "I left Ma at home with her Glock," Veronica assured him, "but I'm worried. From what Agent Day said, it looks like Xavier Grayson wasn't one of a kind. He comes from a family of con men and killers." Walking back toward his office, Hunter lowered his voice. "Did she or Nessa say they have any new suspects? Are there any new clues about who this guy could be?" Veronica sighed, and Hunter could imagine the frown forming between her expressive green eyes. "They know he's related to Xavier, and that he's committed homicides in D.C., Miami, and Willow Bay over the last decade." He could hear traffic in the background now, and Hunter guessed she'd walked out onto the street. She must be heading home. "And they have his DNA, of course, and that's not much help if they don't have a suspect to compare it to." Raising her voice over the sound of the traffic, Veronica let her fear and frustration spill out. If this guy is anything like Xavier, he could be hiding in plain sight, disguised as any normal person walking by on the street. How can we know who he is if he's operating under a false identity? Her anxiety radiated over the connection, working its way under Hunter's skin and causing his nerves to stand at attention.
"Why don't you go home and check on your mother?" he suggested. "I'll take Finn and Gracie back to my place and then join you. We can talk through everything once we're together."
Veronica's words stuck with Hunter after she'd agreed to wait for him at her house. He walked out to his Audi and climbed in, his mind turning over the idea that their perp may be running the same type of scam that Xavier Grayson had perpetrated. Raising his phone again, he called Charlie Day. "Hey, Hunter, how are you? I was just thinking—"
"Listen, Charlie," he interrupted. "I don't know why I didn't think of this before, but something Veronica just said made me think we've missed the connection all along."
Finn and Gracie appeared at the station door, and Hunter started the engine as they crossed the parking lot toward the Audi.
"The man we're looking for is related to Xavier Grayson, who had a criminal history of fraud, identity theft, and homicide, right?"
"Yes, that's what I've learned in the last few days," she agreed.
"And we know the perp killed John Doe back in 2012, and then turned up again 10 years later in Miami and Willow Bay."
Pausing to unlock the Audi's doors for Finn and Gracie, he motioned to Finn that he was on the phone.
"I think the reason you've never been able to track down John Doe is that whoever put the knife in his back assumed his name, and probably everything else in his life. Just like as Xavier Grayson planned to do with his victim, Julian Hart."
He waited for Charlie's reaction, at first hearing only silence. When she finally spoke, her words were cautious. "If your theory's right, then our killer must be around the same age as our John Doe, who would be middle-aged now, likely old enough to be Xavier Grayson's father."
Hunter held the phone tighter against his ear. "Right, like father, like son. It makes sense."
"In theory," Charlie agreed. "I guess if we take a closer look at the missing persons around the time of the John Doe homicide, we can check to see if any of the missing men showed up in Miami or Willow Bay around the time the canal killings stopped." The idea of wading through stacks of old files dampened Hunter's excitement, but her next words set his heart racing. "Now that I think about it, there were only a few men reported as missing who met John Doe's description. They're all listed in the files I gave Frankie."
"So if I track Frankie down, I'll be able to review them?"
He was already putting the car in gear, ready to head toward downtown, when Charlie's next words stopped him. "That won't be necessary," she said. "I keep copies of the files electronically for backup purposes. I'll pull the relevant copies now and email them over. You should have them within minutes." Hunter sat back in his seat and exhaled, then looked over at Finn.
"The files I'm about to receive may tell us the name of our killer."
His mouth was dry, and he had to clear his throat to continue.
"Of course, we'll have to investigate each name, but with the internet and Google, it shouldn't take long to—"
The high-pitched ding of an email alert stopped his words. He tapped on the phone screen, unable to resist the urge to skim through all the files right away.
"We can go back inside if you want to get on your computer," Finn offered, straining to see Hunter's little screen. But Hunter's eyes were already glued to the top of a missing persons report. There would be no need for a search. He recognized the man's name, and he knew exactly where he worked. Scanning the report, Hunter couldn't believe what he was seeing. All the information correlated with his theory, but it still seemed surreal. He needed to make sure he wasn't mistaken. He'd have to go see for himself, and he couldn't afford to wait. The sun was just beginning to set in the sky as the Audi pulled up to the curb outside the little office. Hunter hurried up the stone path, followed by Finn and Gracie. "It's locked."
He raised a hand to knock, then leaned over to look through the darkened window.
"I can't see anyone in there." "Well, it is after 5 on a Friday."
The voice came from the sidewalk, and Hunter looked up to see Frankie Dawson turning onto the path.
"I don't know many lawyers that work late on Fridays."
Looking up and down the street, Hunter frowned.
"What are you doing here, Frankie? Is that your car?"
He gestured toward the sleek sedan parked nearby.
"No, man, that's Dex's car."
Frankie stooped down to ruffle Gracie's fur, and Hunter was surprised to see the dog allow it.
"I came by here with Dex earlier, and he walked off, just disappeared. I had to hoof it all the way back to my office. Looks like he's still not back." "We've got new information about the man suspected of killing Katie Odell," Hunter said.
then hesitated as he saw a car approaching. Watching as a Dodge Charger slowed and pulled to a stop behind his Audi, Hunter descended the steps to stand on the path beside Finn and Frankie. A woman with a dark pixie cut and light eyes stepped out, followed by a man Hunter recognized as Detective Mark Ingram. Frankie straightened as the detectives approached.
"You back already, Detective Bell?"
Frankie's gaze slid to Ingram.
"Looks like you found your partner. Where was he hiding this time?"
Ingram shot an accusing glare at Peyton, then turned to Frankie.
"What are you doing here, Dawson?" Ingram snapped back. "Didn't you see the no loitering sign?"
Peyton looked up and down the street, ignoring the men's bickering. She turned to face Hunter and Finn, giving a curt nod. "Detective Ingram and I are looking for a white van that was seen around here earlier. Any of you guys seen it?"
"No,"
Hunter said, impatient to get on with his search.
"We're looking for Norman Price. We need to speak to him urgently."
A hostile look fell over Ingram's face, and he stepped forward.
"I don't like your tone, Hadley," he said, scowling up at the taller man. "We're on official business, and if the rumors I've heard are true, you just might want to help us find this van." "Yeah? Why's that?"
Hunter asked, keeping his voice low. Peyton stuck up a placating hand. "Come on, Ingram. We don't have time for this," she said, moving back toward the Charger. "We gotta let the chief know what I found at the Lee residence before it gets too late." Her words set off a spark of fear in Hunter's chest.
"You're not talking about Veronica Lee's residence, are you?"
Hunter asked, his mouth dry.
"She's a reporter at our station."
Ingram sneered up at Hunter, but Peyton turned back. "We've been investigating the recent incident at the school where Principal Lee works. When I stopped by this afternoon to speak to her, no one answered the door. And I noticed some odd stains on the doorknob and, well, on the cat. It looked like blood." Hunter's heart began to thump in his chest as Peyton continued. "I saw a van leaving the neighborhood, which appeared to match a van I'd seen earlier today around here. I wanted to check it out."
"It's a bit of a goose chase if you ask me," Ingram said, "but my partner here was pretty adamant there was blood on the cat."
Rolling his eyes, the detective smirked, but Hunter didn't find anything funny in what he was hearing.
"I've got reason to believe Norman Price's information regarding the attack on Ling Lee, as well as Katie Odell's murder," he said, desperate not to waste more time. "I need to get into that office and see if he's in there. Ling Lee's life could depend on it. You must be nuts if you think I'm going to let you break into a lawyer's office based on some crazy story to get more headlines."
Putting a hand on the holster under his jacket, Ingram positioned himself on the path, blocking Hunter's way.
"Now, you all need to leave before we take you downtown."
Frankie shook his head in disgust, staring over at Peyton.
"You just gonna stand by again, Detective Bell?"
Frankie pointed a skinny finger at Hunter.
"'Cause if you don't help this man find Norman Price, you may end up with blood on your hands."
Watching the emotions play across Peyton's face, Hunter began to move slowly toward the back fence.
"I'm just going to see if the back door is open,"
he said, holding his hands in the air.
"I won't break in, I just want to see." "Stop right there."
Ingram's voice rang out just as Peyton stepped forward. "Chief Ainsley made me lead detective on this case." Her voice was brusque. "I've got reason to believe Ling Lee may be in imminent danger, and I'm entering the property to make sure she's not here." Hunter didn't wait for Ingram's response. He hurried through the back gate, crunching through fallen leaves as he circled around to the back of the house. He saw immediately that a back window was open, and that the screen had been discarded on the ground. Coming to a stop behind him, Peyton stared at the window, then looked around the empty yard. He stepped toward the window and peered in, while Hunter called out in a loud voice,
"Hello? Mr. Price?"
Only a flat silence echoed back, and Hunter felt certain the little building was empty. He heard the gate open again and looked over to see Finn and Gracie walking toward them. The big lab sniffed at the ground and then began moving quickly across the grass toward an old shed in the corner of the yard. As she reached the battered door, she barked and began to paw at the dirt outside, as if frantic to get in.
"What's wrong with the dog?"
Ingram asked, standing at the gate. Hunter met Finn's eyes over Peyton's head and nodded. They both moved forward to pull Gracie back, then stared up at the detective.
"She's signaling she caught the scent of a dead body," Finn said, his eyes wide. "Army trained her to be a cadaver dog when she was a puppy. She'll keep making a fuss until she finds it."
Raising her gun to a ready position, Peyton nodded at the lock. "Break it off," she said, "and I'll go in." The lock was attached to a rusty latch, and one strong kick from Hunter ripped it from the doorframe. The smell hit them as soon as the door swung open. Gracie scurried in, sniffling into a shadowy corner, then sat down beside a frayed tarp and looked back at Finn. Scoping out the small space, Peyton lowered her weapon and motioned for Hunter to enter. He held his breath, resisting the urge to gag as he lifted the corner of the tarp to reveal a small figure. A woman lay crumpled on the floor, strands of blonde hair covered half her face, and a ring of angry bruises circled her neck. Stumbling back, Hunter turned to see Frankie staring in. The PI gaped at the woman, then spun away, leaning forward to retch up the remains of his lunch. Once he'd finished, he looked up at Hunter with bloodshot eyes.
"That's Bridget Price," he croaked. "Norman's wife."
Hunter felt Ingram come up behind him, hearing a sharp intake of breath as the detective saw the body and got a whiff of the putrid air in the shed. Backing toward the door, Hunter called to Gracie, but the lab hesitated next to a cardboard box.
"Come here, Gracie," Finn called from the door. "Come on, girl."
Gracie pawed at the box, then stared up at Hunter with deep brown eyes. He moved forward with shaking hands, instinct telling him he couldn't leave the shed without looking in the box.
"I need a flashlight over here."
Hunter was surprised to see Ingram step up beside him. The detective pulled out a long black flashlight and aimed the light toward the box. The beam fell on a small, white hand, and Hunter felt the blood drain from his face as he saw the familiar Willow Bay class ring Ling Li always wore. Squeezing his eyes shut, Hunter wished he never had to open them again. How would he tell Veronica that her mother was gone? Forcing himself to look down, he saw the little hand move and heard a soft moan. His heart jumped, and he shouted toward the door,
"Call for an ambulance! She's still alive!"
Chapter 44. Van Zinger knocked twice on the doorframe before stepping into Nessa's office. She looked up with worried, tired eyes, but managed a smile as he crossed the room and sank into a chair across from her. He laid the composite drawing on the desk and stared at it with brooding eyes. "You got the composite done?" she asked, leaning over to study it. "Any luck with it so far?"
"Not really," he admitted. "Jankowski's still at the park showing it to possible witnesses, but I'm not sure it'll do any good. With the hat and glasses, the guy looks like half the men in town."
Pushing the paper back toward Van Zinger, Nessa shrugged. "If that's our guy, then you've cut our suspect pool down by half. Not a bad job for a few hours' work, Detective Van Zinger." He knew she was trying to lift his spirits, but it wasn't working. 3 days had passed since Katie Odell died, and they still had no firm suspects. The guy was out there free to kill again. Shaking off his negative mood, he sat up straight and took a deep breath. He was going to see Riley soon, and he needed to stay positive for her sake. As long as they were together, nothing else mattered.
"Riley told me she met with you and Agent Day this afternoon," he said. "I was actually glad to hear it."
Nessa raised an eyebrow. "I thought you were against her getting involved."
"I was at first," he admitted, "but that was just my fear talking. I know Riley well enough to know it'd kill her to be left out. She needs to feel like she's doing something to help, and I'm not going to try to stop her."
A smile lifted the corners of Nessa's mouth. "And I know Riley well enough to know she wouldn't let you stop her even if you did try." Rolling his eyes, Van Zinger laughed.
"Okay, so where are you hiding her?"
He got to his feet.
"I didn't see her in the briefing room. I thought she'd be in here with you."
"She left a while ago." Nessa looked up at him in surprise, as if she thought he knew. "She got a text from Dex Tremaine. Said she was going to help him and his lawyer prepare for his interview with the Miami PD."
"Dex texted her?"
He thought back to his recent talk with Frankie. Hadn't the PI said that Dex had gone missing and that he'd lost his phone?
"Did she say where they were supposed to meet?"
"She said she was going home," Nessa said, sensing his alarm. "She wanted to hurry because they were waiting for her there." Running a hand through his close-cropped hair, Van Zinger stared at her in growing panic.
"Frankie told me earlier today that Dex lost his phone," he managed to say, feeling his throat tighten around the words. "But what if he didn't lose it? What if the man who killed Katie has it?"
He fumbled in his pocket for his own phone, pulling it out with shaky hands. Tapping on Riley's name, he waited as the phone rang again and again. Finally, the call rolled to voicemail.
I've got to get to Riley, he said, starting for the door. I've got to make sure she's okay.
Hold on, Benzinger. Nessa jumped up and grabbed her purse and keys. If you really do think the killer is Riley, you can't go on your own, and Jankowski's still out in the field. Barreling down the hall, Benzinger didn't see Charlie Day step out of the briefing room until he'd crashed into her. The agent managed to hold on to one of Benzinger's thick arms, saving herself from falling to the floor.
Sorry, Agent Day, but I'm in a hurry.
Benzinger shrugged her hand off his arm.
I've really got to go.
I need to talk to you, Chief Ainsley, Charlie said, catching sight of Nessa. Hunter and I have uncovered a promising lead. Benzinger hesitated, then turned back to face the agent.
Who?
His voice deepened into a growl.
Give me a name.
Pointing into the briefing room, Charlie nodded toward the papers spread out across the table. A man in D.C. was reported missing around the same time my John Doe turned up in the canal, she said, crossing to the table. He was located by our investigators several weeks later, alive and well and living in Miami. He was ruled out as our John Doe, but his name remained in the file for our records. Benzinger approached the table, his mind whirring as she spoke. Earlier today, Hunter Hadley suggested that whoever killed John Doe may have assumed his identity, just as Xavier Grayson had assumed the identity of Julian Hart. I went back through the list of missing persons and ran each one through a search. She held a piece of paper toward Van Zinger. This was the man that had been reported missing and who we tracked to Miami. He moved to Willow Bay soon after our investigators spoke to him, and he has lived here ever since. Grabbing the paper from Charlie's hand, Benzinger stared down at the name in stunned disbelief. Nessa leaned over his shoulder. Norman Price? Nessa murmured. You think Norman Price is the man who killed your John Doe? No, Charlie said. I think our John Doe was the real Norman Price. I think he was killed in D.C. and thrown into the canal. And I think the man who killed him then assumed his identity. Benzinger felt the room spin as the pieces began to come together.
Norman Price moved to Willow Bay back when I was first on the force, he said between gritted teeth. He's been the lawyer for every crook in town since then, including the mayor.
Shoving the paper back at Charlie, he stared into her clear gray eyes, feeling the world collapsing around him.
That bastard's got Riley, and he's going to kill her.
Chapter 45. Veronica looked at her watch again as she hurried toward Sunset Terrace condominiums. Her mother would start to worry if she didn't get home soon, but Riley's text had sounded urgent. The prosecutor had new information about Ling's attacker that she wanted to share. The door to the big building was locked. Veronica stared at the security panel, trying to remember Riley's unit number. Pulling out her phone, she thumbed in a text. Hey, Riley, I'm downstairs. What's your unit number? Veronica looked around her as she waited, suddenly very aware that she was across the street from Sunset Park. The man who had pushed Katie Odell off the bridge could be lurking nearby. Feeling the phone buzz in her hand, Veronica was relieved to see Riley's response. She punched 1208 into the panel, then heard the responding click of the lock as Riley buzzed her in. The lobby was empty as Veronica made her way to the waiting elevator and pushed the button for the 12th floor. Within minutes, she was standing outside Riley's apartment, anxious to hear what the prosecutor had learned. Was she about to find out who had broken into the school and attacked her mother? Lifting her hand to knock, Veronica saw that the door was ajar. She pushed it open, taking a tentative step into the darkened room. Riley? It's Veronica. Should I come in? The lights were off in the living room, but through the big window, Veronica could see the balcony was bathed in the soft light of the sun as it began its descent. It was the golden hour that all photographers lived for, and she could see a man and a woman sitting on deck chairs. They appeared to be staring toward the bridge, waiting for the sun to set over the dark water below. Moving further into the room, Veronica felt a rush of air behind her as the door slammed shut. A strong arm wrapped around her throat, lifting her off her feet and forcing her forward toward the balcony door. She gasped, unable to get enough air to scream, and clawed at the arm around her neck. Kicking back at the man behind her with all her strength, she cursed herself for not wearing her heels, beating her soft-soled shoes against him with little effect as the man shoved her onto the balcony.
No point fighting, Veronica, he snarled. There's only one way out of this for you, and that's over the ledge. Her panicked eyes took in the figures on the deck chairs. She recognized Dex Tremaine slumped in one chair, his eyes closed and his mouth open. In the chair beside him sat Riley Odell, her hands and legs bound, and her eyes flashing with anger and fear above the scarf that had been fashioned into a gag around her mouth. "See, your little friend is here too," the man panted, forcing Veronica's body against the thick concrete ledge. "Now, which one of you wants to die first?" Grabbing a handful of long dark hair, he wrenched her head back, putting his mouth to her ear. "Don't even think about screaming, unless you're ready to fly." Loosening the arm around Veronica's neck, he twisted her around to face him, jerking her arm up behind her back so that she was pressed against him. Shocked to see Norman Price's face staring down at her, Veronica cried out in terror, dizzy with pain. "I told you not to scream." Norman exerted more pressure, causing shooting pain to radiate through her arm. Gasping in agony, Veronica bent forward, her eyes searching for someone to help or some way to escape. As if reading her mind, Norman laughed and jerked her head back, staring into her face with hate-filled eyes. "There's no one to help you now, Veronica Lee, just like there was no one to help my son when you and your friends killed him." His words sent a ripple of shock through her. "That's right, Xavier was my son, and you shot him down like a dog, then left him to die." His face contorted with hate and rage as he looked toward Riley. "And that bitch told the world my son deserved to die. She made the men who killed him sound like fucking heroes." A flash of light against metal caught Veronica's eye, and she squinted toward the floor through watery eyes. A small pistol lay discarded under the chair, as if dropped or kicked away in Norman's struggle to subdue Riley and bind her arms and legs. "Bet they won't be feeling like heroes after tonight." He tightened his grip in Veronica's hair and twisted her toward the ledge, pushing her head forward. She blinked in horror at the concrete pavement 12 stories below. "Once Hunter Hadley and Detective Van Zinger see your bodies broken on the ground down there, they'll begin to understand how I felt when they killed my boy." A groan sounded from behind them, and Norman turned, forcing Veronica to turn with him. Her heart jumped with hope as Dex stretched his long, spindly legs, but he didn't open his eyes. "Looks like the drugs are starting to wear off." Norman sounded satisfied. "He should come around just in time to take the blame for all my transgressions. You'll be dead, and he'll be the perfect stooge." Releasing his hold of Veronica's hair, Norman pointed his trembling hand toward Dex's splayed body. "If everything goes as expected, Dex will be charged with your murder, as well as that of my beloved wife, and the town's popular high school principal." His words penetrated the fog of pain that had descended over Veronica, and she jerked up her head at the thought of her mother. "My mother?" The words came out as a rough whisper. "That's right. You don't know yet, do you?" His voice took on a mocking sympathy. "Mommy dearest is dead. I killed her with my own 2 hands. He held his hand up, displaying an angry gash along his forearm. "I would have strangled your fucking cat, too, but he got away." He clenched his hand into a fist, then dropped his arm and wrapped it around her neck again, and squeezed. "Unfortunately, Dex will have to get a new lawyer to help him try to beat the charges. Good old Norman Price will disappear into the sunset, and Xander Grayson will be back on the hunt for a new life." Riley's eyes widened at the words, and she shook her head as if trying to dislodge the gag. "That's right, Ms. Prosecutor. I'm not Norman Price." His voice shook with outrage, and spittle flew from his mouth. "I'm Xander Grayson, and I used to have a son. My only son. Until you and your friends killed him, shot him down like a rabid animal." Shuffling closer, he met Riley's angry eyes with an ugly sneer. "I disposed of the real Norman Price 10 years ago." Taking a deep breath, Xander regained his composure. "Of course, Norman's law degree has been very useful, although I think for my next target I may choose a cop. I always wanted to be in law enforcement, but then I have this thing about guns." His words caused Veronica to glance down again at the barrel of the little gun under the chair.
Knowing she'd get only one chance, she flung her head back against Xander's face with all her strength, delivering a stunning blow to his nose. Yelling out in fury and pain, Xander relaxed his arm around Veronica's neck, and she dropped straight down, falling to the floor and rolling toward the chair. Xander lunged after her just as Riley thrust her bound feet forward, sending him sprawling onto Dex's lap. Coming to with a startled yelp, the confused photographer grappled with Xander, sensing he was in danger, still unsure what was going on. "Hold him, Dex!" Veronica shouted. "He's trying to kill Riley!" Her hand fell on the grip of the pistol, and she pulled it toward her, urged on by Riley's muffled cries. Fumbling with the rope around Riley's hands, Veronica finally worked the knot loose and turned with gun in hand to face Xander. Aiming the gun at Xander with shaky hands, she saw that he had Dex by the throat, bending him back over the ledge.
"Put the gun down or I'll throw him off."
Xander stared at the barrel pointing straight at him, and Veronica saw fear and doubt in his eyes. She stepped closer, then stopped as he shoved Dex further over the side. "Okay, I'm moving back," she said, swallowing hard. "If you let him down, I'll put the gun down. We can work this out."
"No."
The hoarse protest came from Dex, who was squinting at Veronica and Riley through red, swollen eyes.
"Don't put it down. He'll kill—"
Xander heaved Dex up so that his hips were balanced on the strip of concrete. If he released his hands, Dex would plunge to the ground below. There would be no chance of surviving the 12-story fall. Feeling Riley's trembling body beside her, Veronica could hear the fatigue and pain in the prosecutor's voice. "Listen, Norman, we can work this."
"My name's not Norman,"
he yelled, his face red from the effort of holding Dex.
"And you can't fix this. You can't bring my son back. Now put the fucking gun down, or another man will die because of you."
Veronica risked a sideways glance at Riley, then lowered the gun slightly. There was no way she was going to give up the weapon, but she had to buy time. She needed time to figure out what to do.
"That's it, Veronica," Xander muttered, inching Dex back toward him. "Now, put the gun down and kick it over here."
Before Veronica could respond, Dex grabbed Xander's arm. Using both legs to push against the concrete ledge, he propelled himself backward over the rail, dragging a stunned Xander after him. "No, Dex!" Riley dove forward, panic and instinct compelling her to try to save Dex, even as Veronica screamed at her to stop. Xander clutched at Riley's outstretched hand as he slid over the side, pulling her after him. Her body collided roughly with the ledge, and she was hauled over the rail as Xander tried to hold on, then lost his grip and fell back with a terrified scream. Rushing forward, Veronica saw Riley hanging onto the rail with both hands, her feet dangling over the side, and her eyes staring up in shock and fear. Reaching over the rail, Veronica gripped both of Riley's arms and tried to pull her up. "Don't let me fall," Riley gasped. "Please, don't let go." Arms quivering under the strain, Veronica screamed out in terror to several people gathering around the bodies in the street below. "Help!" she screamed. "Someone please help us!" Her scream turned into a sob as Riley's hands, already weak from being bound, began to slip off the metal rail. Veronica didn't realize anyone was beside her until she felt Van Zinger's strong hands reach down and close around Riley's arms. Lifting her up and over the rail, Van Zinger carried Riley into the living room as Veronica sunk down onto the concrete floor. "Are you hurt?" Raising her face toward the sound of Nessa's soft voice, Veronica shook her head. Her body ached all over, but she didn't think anything was broken. Then she thought of Xander Grayson's words. "Mommy Dearest is dead. I killed her with my own 2 hands." Xander may not have broken any of her bones, but he'd managed to break her all the same. Dropping her head in her hands, she let the tears fall. Nessa sat next to her, resting her cheek against her head as they listened to the sirens start up in the distance. Feeling her phone buzz in her pocket, Veronica pulled it out, dreading the news she knew she was about to hear. She stared at Hunter's name on the display, then raised the phone. "Ronnie?" Ling's voice was weak but clear. "Ronnie, is that you? Can you hear me?" Staring at the phone with tearful eyes,
Veronica nodded. "Yes, Ma, it's me," she managed. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm at Willow Bay, General, but I'm going to be fine," Ling assured her. "Hunter found me and, well, he's here now if you want to speak to him." Veronica looked toward the bridge as Hunter's voice sounded in her ear. The ambulance had arrived in the street below, making it hard for her to hear his words. "What happened?" he asked, instantly worried. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," she said, "but we have a lot to talk about." She kept her eyes on the sun as it melted into the river, knowing there would be time to explain everything later. For now, she just wanted to get home to the people she loved the most. Chapter 46. Sunset Park was full of life and activity as Riley and Benzinger walked up the path toward the bridge. The fall sky shone clear and blue over the river, and the water seemed to sparkle like diamonds below them as they made their way to the lookout deck. Riley smiled through sudden tears as she saw the makeshift memorial on the spot where Katie had died. Flowers of all kinds were arranged beside the guardrail, where a picture of Katie was on display, along with hundreds of cards and inspirational messages written by the people of Willow Bay. "I should have come here before." Riley squeezed Benzinger's big hand in hers. "I didn't know they'd done this for Katie." "And for you, and your parents," Benzinger said. "These things are put here so you guys know Katie hasn't been forgotten." Blinking hard, Riley nodded, not trusting herself to speak. "You don't have to be strong for me or anybody else." Benzinger's voice was gentle. "Go on and cry for your sister if you want to." Riley leaned back against his broad chest, lifting her face to the sun, her tears gone, at least for now. She felt Benzinger's deep inhale and listened, sensing there was something he wanted to say. "I got it wrong. I mean, during the investigation. I tried to keep you out and—" Benzinger hesitated. "And I guess I was just scared. We all do dumb things when we're scared, right?" "Right." Riley felt her heart quiver a little at the thought of what she needed to say. She'd tried to tell him about her almost kiss with Frankie so many times, but it just never felt like the right time. "I got it wrong, too." A tight band settled around her chest, making it hard to breathe. "I was hurting, and I pushed you away. I should have turned to you, not away from you. I know that now." 2 joggers passed behind them, and a couple walking a dog was heading toward them. Riley pulled Benzinger back toward the park, wanting more privacy, knowing she could no longer live with the guilt on top of all her pain. "Let's go sit down." She pointed toward an empty wooden bench under an old oak tree. "There's something I want to talk about." Benzinger smiled, giving her a sideways grin. "I got something I want to talk about with you, too." Sliding onto the bench, Riley looked back to see Benzinger digging in his pocket. He glanced around the park with nervous eyes, then sank onto his knee in front of her, his hands shaking a little as he held up a delicate diamond ring. "Riley Odell, it'd make me the happiest guy in the world if you'd agree to be my wife." He smiled up at her. "Will you marry me?" She stared down at the ring in stunned silence, wanting so badly to say yes, but knowing there was no way she could. Not without telling him the truth first. "Oh, Tucker, it's beautiful," she said, unable to stop the tear that slipped down her cheek. "It's perfect." Benzinger lifted a finger and wiped her tear away. "That wasn't a yes, was it?" Shaking her head, Riley pulled him up onto the bench next to her and sighed. She couldn't bear to meet his eyes, knowing she wouldn't have the guts to tell him if she did. "Right after Katie died, when we were looking for her killer, I did something stupid. It was just a little thing and it didn't mean anything. But I can't marry you without telling you the truth." She raised her eyes to his, scared of what she would see in them, but his face was calm, and he didn't seem worried. "Don't you want to know what I did?" "Let me ask you another question first." Riley raised an eyebrow, then nodded. "Do you want to marry me and spend your life with me, or not?" "Of course I do." Riley reached for his hand. "I want that more than anything. But you may not feel the same once I—" He put a big finger to her lips. "Nothing you could say would make me turn your yes into a no." He took her hand and slid the ring on her finger. "You mean more to me than anyone else, and you've forgiven me for some pretty big mistakes. Whatever you've done, for whatever reason, It's in the past now. That doesn't matter anymore. You did break my heart into a million pieces, she said, starting to feel better. So you could have a point. And you agreed to forgive me for all that, he teased. So let's not talk about that now. Like I said, it's all in the past. Another tear slipped down her cheek, but she didn't bother to wipe it away. Benzinger was right. After everything they'd been through together, they had to stop looking back. Whatever had almost happened with Frankie was in the past and forgotten. Now it was time to look forward to everything yet to come. Chapter 47. Frankie sat in the passenger seat of Pete Barker's bright blue Prius, staring out the window at the entrance to Hope House. He didn't want to go inside and tell a bunch of strangers that he was an alcoholic, but Barker hadn't given him a choice. The retired detective hadn't minced words. You get some help, or you get a new partner. And Frankie couldn't blame him. Tough love was the only thing that worked with the true addict, and his bottle-a-night habit was taking a toll. It wasn't fair to anyone around him. You go in and ask for Reggie, Barker said. I told her you were coming, and she promised she'll take real good care of you. The thought of Barker's lady friend eased Frankie's nerves. Reggie Horn was the director of Hope House, a rehabilitation facility for vulnerable women that also hosted AA and NA meetings for the wider community. And she also treated patients with PTSD as a counselor. Frankie figured he needed all the help Reggie could give. He'd kicked his addiction to both alcohol and nicotine in the past, but lately, the old demons had been back to haunt him, and he'd needed something to chase them away. Go on, Barker said, pointing toward the door. You'll be late. Okay, Dad, Frankie teased. Thanks for the ride. He watched the Prius drive off, wishing he really had been lucky enough to have a man like Barker for a dad. Unfortunately for him, the only thing his father had passed on to him was the family tradition of addiction and self-destruction. Come on in, Frankie. Frankie looked up to see a petite black woman standing in the doorway. Reggie's friendly smile started his feet moving, and soon he was sitting on a hard metal folding chair, one of a dozen people arranged in a big circle. We seem to have a good group tonight. Reggie gazed around the circle as if looking for someone to call on, and Frankie lowered his eyes, counting the threads in the carpet. Peyton, I didn't know you were back in town. Reggie sounded genuinely pleased, and Frankie looked up, wondering if there could be two different Peytons in Willow Bay. Come on in and join the circle, Reggie said, pointing toward Frankie. There's an empty seat just over there. Peyton Bell's eyes widened as she met Frankie's gaze, but she crossed the room and sank into the chair next to him, with only a nod to indicate they knew each other. Okay, everybody. I think you all already know me, so let's begin with the Serenity Prayer. Reggie bowed her head, and Frankie followed along. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Peyton Bell was staring at him. He looked away, but he sensed that she was looking at him, and several times during the meeting, he caught her watching him. Once Reggie had called the meeting to a close, Frankie bounded out of his chair and made a beeline for the door. He needed some fresh air, and he was already thinking maybe he'd have one last drink before he got back into the program. Frankie? Peyton Bell stood behind him, her big eyes solemn. Can I talk to you for a minute? Raising an eyebrow, Frankie shrugged. I'm kind of busy, he said, pulling out a stick of gum. I got a few more of these meetings to get to tonight, so... Her face softened into a smile, and she held out her hand. Frankie reached back in his pocket and pulled out another piece of gum. I've been sober for a few years, Peyton said, but I'm still working on the 12 steps and all that. Wiping his forehead with a skinny hand, Frankie shook his head. Yeah, I know what you mean. Those 12 steps can be pretty exhausting. I've walked up them plenty of times, so I should know. Peyton laughed and reached out a hand to touch his arm. All kidding aside, I wanted to talk to you. Her smile faded. I'm kind of stuck on step 9, she said, dropping her eyes. And I was wondering if you could help me out. Backing away, Frankie held up his hands and shook his head. I'm in no shape to help anybody out, he said. I'm no role model for sobriety, and I'm back here because I'm struggling myself. I just need you to hear me out, Peyton said. You're the last one on my list. I can't complete step 9 without you. Frankie frowned and crossed his arms over his chest. What are you talking about?
"I knew you were being arrested on trumped-up charges, and I didn't speak up," she said, her words coming out in a nervous rush. "I just ran away and tried to forget what had happened to you, and the part I played. I'm sorry, and I want to make amends if possible." Staring down into Peyton's nervous face, Frankie thought he'd never seen such pretty eyes, and they were looking at him as if what he said and felt actually mattered.
"Oh, I see."
"I'm sorry if I've made you uncomfortable," Peyton said, tucking a short strand of dark hair behind her ear. "I just thought if we're going to be living in the same town, we should clear the air." Frowning as if in concentration, Frankie nodded.
"And conveniently, if you make amends with the last schmuck on your list, you'll be able to check off step 9. Am I right?"
"That's one way to look at it," Peyton admitted, her smile coming back. "But that's not the main reason." Frankie cupped a hand to his ear.
"I'm listening. What is the main reason?"
"You did good work on the Norman Price investigation," she said, a pretty blush rising in her cheeks. "I was impressed, and, well, I was hoping maybe we could be friends." Another joke rose to Frankie's lips, but he swallowed it back. The look in Peyton's eyes told him she needed a friend, and he wasn't exactly overflowing with friend requests either.
"Okay,"
he said, sticking out a bony hand.
"Check off step 9, and then let's go grab a drink."
Her eyes widened, and then she laughed again. The sound made Frankie smile. He could definitely get used to that laugh. A flash of blue at the curb told him Barker had arrived. The Prius pulled up to the curb, and Frankie waved.
"Well, my ride's here. Maybe I'll see you next time."
Peyton held out a folded piece of paper. "My number. Just in case you need a friend before then." Reaching for the paper, Frankie felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. He wasn't sure what it was. Maybe anticipation or maybe hope. Whatever it was, it felt good.
"So how did it go?" Barker asked as Frankie slid into the Prius. "Is it too late, or is there still some hope left for you?"
"Oh, yeah," Frankie said, unfolding the paper in his hand and looking at the number scrawled across it.
"There's always hope."
Chapter 48. Nessa tore off another raffle ticket and handed it to a small boy in jean overalls. The boy handed her a grubby dollar bill, and Nessa tucked it into the money pouch under the table. She'd agreed to work the raffle booth at the Willow Bay Fall Festival, thinking it might be a little less messy than her previous stint as a face painter at last year's event. "Mom, look at what I won!" Cooper ran up to the booth holding a big plastic baseball bat that was almost as tall as he was.
"Like we really have room for that in the house."
Nessa grimaced at Jerry, who had stepped out of the crowd, pulling Cole after him. Stashing the ridiculous prize under the raffle table, she watched Jerry herd the boys toward the pumpkin carving booth with a contented smile. "I'll take one of those raffle tickets, Chief Ainsley." Tenley Frost stood in front of the table, wearing a pink baby sling. Nessa could see a tiny head nestled against Tenley's chest, and a chubby fist holding tight to a fuzzy pink blanket. "Oh, my goodness, is that little Avery Lynn?" Nessa asked, wondering why she'd never tried for a girl. "She's adorable." "Thank you, Chief." Nessa held up a hand. "It's Nessa, especially when we're not working." Tenley smiled, then gestured toward the poster plastered to a nearby booth. Mayor Hadley's face stared out over huge letters. "A vote for Mayor Hadley is a vote for Willow Bay." Rolling her eyes, Tenley leaned closer and lowered her voice, holding a hand over Avery's little ear, as if the baby might hear something unsavory. "Can I tell you something off the record?" Nessa nodded, hoping the media relations officer wasn't going to start talking shop just when she'd finally gotten a day away from the office. She wanted at least 24 hours without work and without the ugly politics that went with it. Mayor Hadley's the last person that I'd vote for. Tenley looked around as if the mayor might be lurking among the surrounding booths, trying to listen in. He's only out for himself, and he doesn't give a fig about Willow Bay or the safety of the people in it. Staring at Tenley with wide eyes, Nessa froze, unsure how she should respond. She'd never heard the media relations officer say anything less than glowing about the mayor. Either Tenley Frost is an amazing actress, or something has happened recently to make her see the mayor for who he really is. The temptation to join in on the mayor bashing was tempting, but Nessa decided to play it safe. Tenley had said they were talking off the record. But you never knew what might get back to Mayor Hadley. That man seems to have spies everywhere. Lowering her voice to match Tenley's, Nessa cocked her head. So, what's he done now? Well, he doesn't tell me much, Tenley said, her mouth twisting into a disapproving frown. But if my hunch is right, I'd say he's trying to push you out and install Mark Ingram in your place. Nessa raised both eyebrows. She hadn't expected to hear her suspicions confirmed so bluntly, but she couldn't say she was surprised. She'd known Hadley wouldn't go to the trouble of reinstating Ingram unless he'd had an underlying motive. Mayor Hadley wants a police chief he can control, and that's not me. Tenley handed Nessa a crisp $10 bill, and Nessa numbly tore 10 raffle tickets off the roll. I hope you won't say anything to Mayor Hadley, Tenley said, tucking the tickets into her purse. I just wanted you to know so that you can watch your back. Tenley looked back at Mayor Hadley's re-election poster. It's just, I don't want Avery growing up in a town run by men like Mayor Hadley. She put a protective hand on the baby girl's head. So, I was thinking we need another candidate to vote for. Someone like you, Chief Ainsley. Shaking her head automatically, Nessa backed away. Oh no, politics are the least favorite part of my job, she protested. I want to be out catching the bad guys, not rubbing shoulders with them. I'd help you with your campaign, Tenley offered. I could even be your campaign manager. I'm sure we could. No, it's not an option. Nessa's voice was firm. But I may know someone else who could run against Hadley and win. Noting the disappointment on Tenley's face, Nessa wondered why she was so insistent on unseating the mayor. Well, don't take too long to think about it, Tenley said, turning toward the exit. February will be here before you know it, and if we don't have a viable candidate to run against the mayor, we won't get another chance for 4 more years. Nessa's phone trilled, and she pulled it out of her pocket as she watched Tenley's glossy auburn bob disappear into the crowd. It took her a minute to register the number that flashed on the screen. Special Agent Day. What a surprise. Nessa held the phone against her shoulder as she exchanged 2 wrinkled ones for 2 raffle tickets. You're not calling about another cold case so soon, are you? We're still trying to recover from the last one. Just calling to let you know I've officially closed out my John Doe case, Charlie said. Thanks to you, I can put a name on Norman Price's grave, although he has no family to visit it. Nessa heard a note of sadness in Charlie's voice. He was single, an only child whose parents had died before he was killed. I'm sure that was one of the reasons Grayson picked him. Well, it was really Hunter Hadley that tied it all together. Nessa didn't mind giving credit where it was due. Of course, without the details from your files, we would have had a hell of a time finding out who killed Katie Odell. You helped rid our town of Xander Grayson. We all owe you for that. Hunter Hadley is impressive. Charlie's tone was wistful. He'd make a fine agent if he wasn't an investigative reporter. Knowing she should keep her mouth shut, Nessa decided to speak up anyway. Maybe she was just misreading the signals. I hate to stick my nose into other people's business, Nessa said, not sure if that was actually true or not. But it sounds like you've got a serious crush on Hunter Hadley, and he's already taken. Oh, yes, I know, Charlie said with a surprised laugh. Despite all that's happened to Veronica Lee, I think she's a lucky young woman. There aren't many men like Hunter Hadley out there. So you've not been lucky in love, I take it? Nessa asked. Not in the least, Charlie admitted, but that's a story for another day. You ever need help on a case, just let me know. Back at you, Nessa said, deciding the feds weren't all bad, as she disconnected the call and dropped her phone back in her pocket. She saw Jerry coming toward her through the crowd and began to pack away the money pouch and tickets. The raffle would be starting soon, and she needed to get to the bandstand. Cole and Cooper raced to the cotton candy booth, and Nessa crossed to stand beside Jerry and the boys. You know that stuff will rot your teeth, right? But the boys weren't listening to her as they ran ahead, laughing and taking huge bites of the sugary, sweet mess. A camera crew was filming at the entrance to the festival, and Nessa saw Hunter Hadley standing beside the Channel 10 van. Taking a break from the crime beat? She asked, as he waved her over. Slow news day? Actually, I just heard some very interesting news, he said, lowering his voice. Tenley Frost told me you might run for mayor against my father. Nessa shook her head. Oh, no, I'll do no such thing. I wouldn't mind, you know. It'd be good for this town to have new leadership.
But if you're not interested, I have someone in mind that might be."
Producing a mysterious smile, he would say no more. Nessa glared at him and cocked her head. "So, how's Veronica doing?" Hunter dropped his eyes.
"She's good, but it's been hard."
"Veronica's a strong woman, and I'm sure she'll be fine. Just don't give up on her. She needs you." Rushing to catch up with Jerry and the boys, Nessa pulled a handful of raffle tickets out of her pocket. She watched Cole and Cooper laugh as they ran up ahead, and she slipped her hand into Jerry's. "Let's go watch the raffle drawing," she said, pulling him toward the bandstand. "I'm feeling lucky today." Chapter 49. Hunter jumped out of the Channel 10 news van and jogged toward his Audi with Gracie close behind him. He'd spent more time than he'd intended at the fall festival and was already running late for his next appointment.
"Sorry, Jack, I gotta run,"
he called over his shoulder. Leaving the videographer to park the van and edit the footage they'd shot, Hunter opened the car door for the lab to jump in, then slid into the driver's seat, anxious to get to the school. Ling Li had readily agreed to meet with him when he'd called earlier, although he hadn't told her what he wanted to discuss. The idea that she should run for mayor in the upcoming election had been growing over the last few weeks, especially after she'd received so much positive press for chasing off the intruder at Willow Bay High School and surviving the brutal follow-up attack by Xander Grayson. The already popular principal had been featured on all the local stations, and she'd had her picture on the cover of the Willow Bay Gazette. If there was ever a time to run for office, this was her time. He also had an underlying motive for meeting Veronica's mother out at the school instead of at home. The opportunity to talk to Ling alone would give him a chance to ask about Veronica. She hadn't seemed like herself ever since the day Ling had been attacked in her office, and Hunter wasn't sure why. He hoped to find out what was going on from the person who knew her best. Turning the sleek black sedan into the high school's parking lot, Hunter was reminded of the 4 long years he'd spent on the campus as a teenager.
Has it really been 15 years since I graduated from this old place?
So much had happened since his days as a high school student. His experiences at the school seemed to have happened a lifetime ago, and to a completely different person. Parking in the teacher's lot next to Ling Li's white sedan, Hunter crossed the lot with Gracie beside him. He saw the principal waiting at the double doors, waving him over with a small hand. "Come in this way, Hunter," she called, holding the door. "I'm glad to see you brought my new best friend with you." Bending down to scratch behind Gracie's soft, floppy ears, Ling's face relaxed into a pleased smile. "I think she remembers me." Ling stared into Gracie's big brown eyes. "This dog likely saved my life, although you had something to do with it as well." Ling's eyes met Hunter's, and she held his gaze. "I know you said you don't need my thanks, but I need to give it." A flush of embarrassment warmed Hunter's cheeks, and he inclined his head, following her down the hall toward the guidance office. He studied the lockers along the hall as they passed, remembering his had been just next to the science lab, although he couldn't remember the number. A small man with dark hair and glasses stood as Ling entered the room. He nodded to Hunter, then knelt to greet Gracie.
"I read that you're a hero now," he said to the lab. "You saved Principal Lee, and she saved me, so we're all connected."
"Hunter, this is Jai Patel." Ling gestured toward the man, who stood and offered a hand. "And Jai, I'd like you to meet Hunter Hadley. He was a student here before you started, one of our best students, if I remember well." The compliment was far from true, but Hunter didn't protest.
"And back then, Ms. Lee was the best teacher in school," Hunter added. "History, if I remember well."
"Let's go have a chat." Ling motioned to a small inner office. "Perhaps Gracie can stay and visit with Jai while we talk." As Hunter moved into the other room, he noticed the door had been recently replaced and remembered it had been the scene of Xander Grayson's first attack against her. A chill snaked down his back at the thought of the little woman facing the killer on her own.
"Sorry to get here so late,"
Hunter said, settling into a chair across from her desk.
"But I have an idea I wanted to run by you. No need to decide anything today, but I hope you'll at least think about it."
Sitting back in her chair, Ling nodded. "Okay, I'm listening."
"I think you should run for mayor in the upcoming election."
He watched her face for a reaction.
"The timing's right. With all the press attention you've received, you already have a platform, and I think the people of this town are ready for change."
Hunter held his breath, knowing it was a long shot. but it was also the right thing for the town. When you were a student here, I knew you were a good boy. Ling raised an eyebrow. I didn't know you are also a crazy one. Slumping back in his chair, all the wind went out of Hunter's sails. He had hoped she would at least think about it.
I don't know how good I was, Hunter murmured. All I remember was being afraid. I was terrified that I'd end up like my father.
He looked toward the window and tried to think how to explain.
I could see even then that he was shallow and self-serving, and I was desperate not to follow in his footsteps. But my mother died when I was born, so my father was all I had, all I knew.
Looking back at Ling, Hunter wondered how his life would have gone if he'd had a mother. Would he be able to better understand Veronica if he had been raised by a woman? And you want to show the world you aren't like your father by helping me beat him in some race? Ling asked.
No, he protested. I've given up trying to prove anything when it comes to my father. But I would like to stop him from doing more damage to this town. I want to be part of something better.
Ling sighed and then smiled. Okay, I'll think about it, but no promises. Hope lit up Hunter's face, and Ling studied his relieved expression as if trying to figure him out. You were raised without a mother, Ling said slowly, and Veronica was raised without a father. Maybe that's why you two are drawn to each other.
I'm not so sure she's drawn to me, Hunter admitted, his face dropping. She's been different since the day you were attacked.
He wondered if the reference to her ordeal would bother Ling, but she didn't seem to flinch. Instead, she frowned and leaned forward with her elbows on the table. Let me ask you a question now. Hunter nodded. How do you feel about the FBI agent you've been working with? It was Hunter's turn to frown.
Special Agent Day? What do you mean, how do I feel about her?
He wasn't sure he understood the question, but he tried to answer.
Well, Charlie's good at what she does, and she's certainly persistent. It took her 10 years, but she finally got her man.
Ling sat back and smiled. And now maybe there's another man she has set her sights on? Confused, Hunter shook his head.
I don't know what. Oh, you mean she had her sights set on me?
Listen, Hunter, Veronica is just as persistent as this FBI agent, but my daughter is still finding her way in the world. She never had a father to look up to, and she isn't sure who she can trust. His chest tightened at her words.
She can trust me, Ms. Lee. I can't believe she doesn't know that.
Sometimes we all need a little extra reassurance, Ling said, her voice softening. She's been through a lot. You both have.
I'll go talk to her now.
Hunter stood, feeling the need to see Veronica.
Unless you think I should give her time to.
Go see my daughter, Hunter. She's had enough time. What she wants now is to see you and hear how you really feel. Hunter paused.
Ling seemed so sure. Did Veronica tell you that? Did she tell you she needed me?
Not in so many words, Ling admitted, but I know my girl, and I know her heart. She has a good one, just like you. Ling stood and waved him toward the door. Go tell her how you feel. I have a feeling she's waiting for you. Chapter 50. Winston was curled up in his usual spot at the windowsill when Veronica looked outside to see who was knocking. Her heart dropped when she saw Jack Carson on the step. She'd hoped Hunter might have come by early to surprise her. Jack, what are you doing here? The man's normally happy face was creased with worry. Is everything okay?
I hate to bother you at home, but Hunter's not at the station, and I just had to show somebody what I found right away.
Opening the door wider, Veronica motioned for him to come inside. She led him down the hall into the kitchen and waved him toward the little table by the window. Sit down and I'll make you some tea.
That's okay, I can't stay, he insisted, taking his laptop out of his bag. I'm just so mad right now, and I thought you'd want to see this as soon as possible.
Veronica was beginning to get scared. The last time she'd had a mysterious video clip delivered to her house, she'd had to witness Tina Tremaine's last moments. You aren't going to show me someone being killed, are you? Jack looked surprised, then chuckled.
No, but you may feel like committing murder after you see this.
He clicked on a file on his desktop and waited for the clip to load.
I was at the station editing footage, and I was looking through some clips about the incident at the school.
Shooting an uncomfortable look at Veronica, he tried to explain.
I'm working on a segment about your mother. You know, about the incident at the school and everything that happened after that."
Jack cleared his throat, and Veronica thought she saw a blush creeping up his neck.
"Your mom's been through a lot. It's an inspiring story."
Pointing to the video that was starting to play on his screen, Jack shook his head and turned up the sound.
"I didn't realize what I'd gotten until I was editing the footage."
Veronica leaned forward as the video showed Brock Chandler standing next to Mayor Hadley. It appeared to be filmed the day Brock had given his statement about violence in the school system. The camera had zoomed in on the two men as they prepared to give the statement. Tenley Frost could be seen in the background preparing to announce them.
"Here's where you really have to listen,"
Jack said, turning up the sound even more.
"They don't think anyone can hear them."
Straining to hear, Veronica could make out Chandler's deep voice.
"Once your guy officially charges Ling Li with reckless endangerment, I can step in and suspend her pending a further investigation. That should stop anyone on the board from raising her name again for the superintendent position."
Veronica gasped as she watched the mayor nod and smile at the crowd as Chandler spoke. He responded to the superintendent's remarks in a low mutter that was hard to make out.
"Right. And Detective Ingram should be able to make that happen in the next few days. I'll expect the announcement of the Teachers Association endorsement within the month. February is just around the corner."
Chandler's next words made Veronica's blood boil.
"You got my word on that. It's a deal."
The shot focused on the two men for a few more seconds, then moved to Tenley Frost as she announced Mayor Hadley to the crowd. As the mayor walked up to the podium, Jack stopped the video.
"Well, that's it," Jack said, "and based on an interview I had with a source in the department, Detective Ingram did, in fact, make noise about pressing reckless endangerment charges against your mother."
Veronica stared at him in disbelief.
"I'm guessing after all the fanfare about your mother in the press, they didn't dare go ahead with their little scheme. At least, not yet."
"You've got to share this with Spencer. There's no way he can keep giving in to the mayor's pressure once this gets out." With a grim nod, Jack gathered his computer and walked back to the front door. He stopped on the step and looked back.
"Ask your mother if she's open for an interview. I'd love to get her take on this to add to the segment."
Veronica watched the older man leave and wondered if he was impressed with more than just Ling's story. He seemed smitten with the woman behind the story, too. Maybe I should set Ma up on an interview with Jack. Who knows what could happen? Maybe she'll end up falling for a reporter, too. Her thoughts turned back to the outrageous video clip she'd just watched, and she'd turned back to the living room when she heard another knock on the door. This time it was Hunter. Veronica swung open the door, ready to tell him what Jack had discovered. But the words died on her lips. Holding out a mass of red roses, Hunter entered the hall looking slightly embarrassed, and Veronica felt her anger melt away. Stepping back to let him pass, she saw that Gracie was with him. The lab trotted into the room and crossed to Winston's window. The cat didn't react as the dog looked out at the street.
"Looks like Gracie's found a friend," Hunter said. "She doesn't just take to anyone, you know. She's been through a lot."
"Well, Winston's been through a lot, too."
"Maybe that's why they get along," Hunter said. "They understand each other. Kind of like us."
Unable to stop smiling, Veronica followed Hunter into the kitchen. "I was going to ask where you've been, but I see you've been shopping," she teased. "Or was there a breaking story at the florist?"
"Actually, I stopped by the school to see your mother," he said. "Gracie was missing her new friend."
Veronica cocked her head, surprised her mother hadn't mentioned that Hunter was planning to stop by. "Okay, what's going on?" Pinning Hunter with a stern look, Veronica took out a vase and filled it with water. She began to arrange the roses as Hunter came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist.
"I stopped by to ask your mother to run for mayor in the upcoming election," he said, bending to whisper in her ear. "But that's not what I came here to talk to you about."
Stunned by the idea of her mother running for mayor, Veronica turned to look up at Hunter with wide green eyes. "Okay, what do you want to talk to me about?" She felt the warmth of his body against hers and snuggled closer.
"I want to tell you about Charlie Day."
All the blood drained from Veronica's face as she heard the words she'd been dreading to hear for weeks. Pushing him away, she turned to stare down at the roses, tempted to throw them in the trash. "So the flowers are to say you're sorry?" The words hurt her throat, but she had to get them out. Of course, you have nothing to be sorry about. We never said we would be exclusive, and you have every right to see anyone.
The flowers are to say I love you, and I don't want anyone else, including Charlie Day," he whispered, turning her to face him. "When your mother said you might think that, well, that you might not trust me, it hurt. I thought you knew how I feel about you."
Lifting her eyes to his, Veronica could sense that every word he said was true. She had been foolish to doubt him when he had shown her so many times how much he cared.
"So, just to be very clear, you're the only one I want," he said, pulling her closer. "And I don't need anyone else."
Veronica's heart swelled as she rested her head on his shoulder.
"Well?"
He leaned back and looked down at her. "Well, what?" She looked up with wide eyes, not sure what he was asking.
"Well, aren't you going to tell me the same thing?" he said with a frown. "Aren't you going to tell me that I'm the only man for you?"
Laughing at his expectant face, Veronica shrugged. "You're the best investigative reporter I know, so I'm pretty sure you already figured that out a long time ago."
"There's a lot I don't know about you yet, Veronica Lee," he murmured, "but I'm sure looking forward to finding out."
This concludes Her Final Fall by Melinda Woodhall. Narrated by Tanya Eby. Copyright 2020 by Melinda Woodhall. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Melinda Woodhall and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.